मेरे स्टॉल पे दे वर आस्किंग मी दिस क्वेश्चन कॉन्स्टेंटली कि यार तुम कैसे कर रहे हो ये, जब मैं तुम्हारी एज पे था ना मैं तो सोच भी नहीं सकता था ये सब करने के लिए, राइट? सो डिड यू face the same problem or this with you?
Yeah, like as I told you, I'm working as a software engineer. So in office बहुत बार meetings होती है, ठीक है? तो that time the senior people ask for my opinions, what I feel about particular certain topic or anything. They ask, they respect my opinion. So that's a really great feeling, I think.
Yes, I think it's very empowering also us, ना कि मतलब the adult are interesting about our opinion कि हमें क्या कहना चाहते हैं ना, right? तो हमारा तो स्टोरी हो गया यार, है ना? हमने इतना बताया ना, आई हैव नोन यू फॉर 2 weeks, राइट? है ना? पर हमारे साथ ना हमारे peers भी हैं.
We have our peers with us.
You
so
the
let's
entrepreneurs.
hear from them what their stories are.
Yes.
I would like to invite Divyanshi on stage.
Yes. Divyanshi is my friend and she is studying at NSUT doing BBA course. Please give a huge round of applause for her.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. मेरे अकेले की आवाज़ ज़्यादा तेज़ है वैसे. Good morning. So, hello. My name is Divyanshi and I'm 18 years old. अगर मैं खुद को 2 लाइनों में एक्सप्रेस करना चाहूँ तो मैं उन लाखों करोड़ों स्टूडेंट्स में से एक स्टूडेंट हूँ जिसकी लाइफ की स्कोरिंग मार्किंग नर्सरी के A+B+ से शुरू होके बोर्ड मार्क्स पे ख़त्म हो जाती है और उसके बाद उसके हाथ में एक क्वेश्चन मार्क पकड़ा दिया जाता है कि क्या करना है, कौन सी जॉब, कौन सा कोर्स. इरिटेटिंग बट येस विल हैव टू एक्सेप्ट इट. ऑल्सो मेरी लाइफ भी कुछ ऐसी है बट मेरी लाइफ का क्वेश्चन मार्क 12th के बाद नहीं था, अनफॉर्चुनेटली 7th में था. बिकॉज 7th तक लाइफ बहुत अमेजिंग थी, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं था प्रॉब्लम से, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं था कितने पैसे खर्च हो रहे हैं. वी वर जस्ट हैविंग आवर पेरेंट्स कि हाँ बढ़िया चल रही है. बट येस 7th में पापा का बिजनेस बहुत लॉस में गया. वी हैड टू लूज ऑल आवर एसेट्स, सब कुछ बेच के हमें अपना फाइनेंशियल स्टेटस थोड़ा सा कवर अप करना पड़ा. एंड वो डे बाय डे थोड़ा वर्स होता जा रहा था. एंड सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो हमें आया था हमारे पेरेंट्स को भी, वो हमारी एजुकेशन था, दैट वी वर नॉट एबल टू अफोर्ड इट. तो हमने सोचा हम क्यों ना गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में अप्लाई करें. गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में हम लोग गए बिकॉज वहाँ पे फ्री एजुकेशन होता है. आई एम फ्रॉम दिल्ली, तो गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में गए बट वहाँ पे सीट्स अवेलेबल नहीं थी बाई चांस. तो दैट वॉज द वर्स्ट डे ऑफ माई लाइफ. क्योंकि हमारी फैमिलीज में क्या होता है, पापा लोग जो होते हैं उनसे थोड़ा सा डरते हैं लोग, एंड रिस्पेक्ट तो बहुत होती है कि पापा ऑफिस से आए, कोई चाय बना रहा है, कोई कुछ कर रहा है, बट पापा आ गए. क्योंकि हमारी फैमिली में भी वैसा था. बट दैट वॉज द वर्स्ट डे. इसलिए मैंने बोला क्योंकि मैंने अपने पापा को पहली बार किसी के सामने हाथ जोड़े हुए खड़ा हुआ देखा था. तो दैट वॉज माई प्रिंसिपल. बट येस आई वॉज हेल्पलेस. बट मैंने कभी प्रॉब्लम्स को नेगेटिव नहीं लिया बिकॉज बैक ऑफ द माइंड मेरी मदर वॉज सेइंग कि प्रॉब्लम्स आर नेवर टू बिग, वी स्टूपिड ह्यूमन बीइंग्स आर टू स्मॉल टू हैंडल देम. तो वहाँ पे मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा था क्या सीखूं, क्या करूं, ऐसा क्या करूं मैं कि अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स का खुद सॉल्यूशन बन पाऊं. बिकॉज आई नेवर ट्राइड टू फाइंड द सॉल्यूशन, आई जस्ट ट्राइड टू बी वन. तो हाँ, मैंने जहाँ तक मैं जो कर सकती थी वो ये था कि मैंने नेक्स्ट एंट्रेंस के लिए प्रिपरेशन करा फॉर अ बेटर स्कूल बिकॉज इट वॉज नॉर्मल गवर्नमेंट स्कूल. प्रिपरेशन करा, आई क्रैक्ड इट, मैंने वहाँ पे एडमिशन लिया. एंड फॉर्चुनेटली वहाँ पे एक प्रोजेक्ट है जहाँ पे स्टूडेंट्स को थोड़े पैसे दिए जाते हैं एंड उनको बोला जाता है कुछ भी एंटरप्रेन्योरियल माइंड आइडिया लाओ, इससे प्रॉफिट कमा के दिखाओ. तो मैंने सोचा बिकॉज पैसे की बात है, मुझे ज़रूरत भी है, आई शुड गो फॉर इट. मैंने स्टार्ट करा पेंटिंग से क्योंकि वही आता था मुझे. तो मैंने पेंटिंग से स्टार्ट करा एंड विद इन अ कपल ऑफ मंथ्स आई जनरेटेड द प्रॉफिट अबव 50-60,000. तो उसने मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा फैसिनेटिंग करा, यार यहाँ से तो पैसा आ रहा है, करना चाहिए. करती गई एंड वो बहुत अच्छा भी होता गया. थोड़ा बहुत हेल्प भी करने लगी घर पे. आई वॉज टू प्राउड कि उस समय मैं अपना इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल, आई कैन प्रॉमिस माई पेरेंट्स कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल मैं देख लूँगी, रेंट मैं देख लूँगी, आप लोग थोड़ा, बिकॉज कॉपरेट करके चलना था. उसके बाद क्या हुआ, 11th-12th तक मैंने सोचा कि अगर मैं एक अपनी फैमिली का सोल्यूशन बन सकती हूँ तो मेरे फ्रेंड्स क्यों नहीं बन सकते. मैंने उसको स्केल अप करने की कोशिश करी. वहाँ पर प्रॉब्लम आ रही थी फंड्स की. बट आपने एक डायलॉग सुना होगा सबने कि जिस चीज़ को आप एकदम शिद्दत से चाहते हो ना, पूरी कायनात जुट जाती है उस चीज़ को मिलाने में. तो फॉर्चुनेटली मेरे को एक पिच सेशन का इन्फॉर्मेशन मिला कि एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स आर गोइंग टू बी देयर. एंड वहाँ पे मेरे एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स थे अर्बन कंपनी, अभिराज सर हु इज़ फाउंडर ऑफ दैट, एंड शीरोज से सायरी चहल मैम. हमारी आस्क बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं थी, हमें लग रहा था शायद पैसे ना मिले तो थोड़ा मांगते हैं, 50,000 मांगा था. बट येस बोथ वर टू इम्प्रेस्ड. Sairi ma'am gave us the grant of 50,000 and urban company gave us 75,000 का order. That was too motivated for me. Start कर दिया. बहुत अच्छा होने लगा. Financially भी थोड़े हम stable होने लगे थे. But हाँ, higher education की बात आई, 12 तक का समय आ चुका था वहाँ तक. Higher education में मैं clear थी. मेरे पास 2 options थे. पहला, या तो 100% scholarship. दूसरा, पूरा year छोड़ दूंगी क्योंकि मेरे पास उतने पैसे नहीं थे. But हाँ, again एक और न्यूज़ मिली कि जो हमने अभी तक काम करा था इट वॉज ट्रेस्ड, वो ट्रेस हो रहा था, हमें मार्किंग्स हो रही थी हमारी उस वेंचर जो मैंने आपको प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में बताया. एंड आई गॉट 3rd पोजीशन इन दिल्ली, जिसकी वजह से 7 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ऑफर्ड मी कोर्स. एंड वहाँ पे सबसे अच्छी बात पता क्या थी, जहाँ पे बच्चे CUET देने के बाद सोच रहे थे, एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि यूनिवर्सिटी हमें चूज़ कर ले, वहाँ पे आई वॉज लाइक कि 7 यूनिवर्सिटी, ऐसे चूज़ एनी वन, कुछ भी चूज़ कर सकती हूँ. उससे भी अच्छी बात ये थी, इट वॉज 100% स्कॉलरशिप और MBA भी मेरा 100% स्कॉलरशिप पे है. करेंटली आई एम परसुइंग माई 2nd ईयर बैचलर्स ऑफ बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन विद द स्पेशलाइजेशन ऑफ इनोवेशन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप विद वेंचर डेवलपमेंट फ्रॉम नेताजी सुभाष यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. और इतनी बड़ी लाइन इंग्लिश में बोलने के बाद मुझे लग रहा है मेरी इंग्लिश कितनी अच्छी है. यस. और अगर मैं अपनी करेंट स्टेटस बताऊँ तो मैं 1 से 2 प्राइवेट लिमिटेड फर्म्स के साथ इंटर्नशिप कर रही हूँ. TND हो गया, नारियो आपने सुना होगा ब्रांड, उसके साथ. प्लस सबसे अच्छा जो मेरा करंट स्टेटस है, इट्स सर्वोद्यम. कुछ टाइम पहले हम मकेन सर से मिले थे एंड हमने बताया कि बिजनेस तो शुरू हो गया है बट काफ़ी सारे यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं. लाइक बिकॉज हमारे मोस्टली फैमिलीज जो हैं, पेरेंट्स हैं, जिस फील्ड से वो आते नहीं हैं, उनको उस चीज़ में एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है और वी वांट समवन कि हमें कोई गाइड कर सके, कि जो उन्होंने फेलियर्स ऑलरेडी देख रखे हमें कोई कर सके गाइड. तो हमने एक कम्युनिटी बनाने की कोशिश अभी भी हम कर रहे हैं, जिसमें कि वी वांट टू बी ईच अदर्स पिलर्स, इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स, एजुकेटर्स, यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, सब लोग. तो यस, दैट वाज ऑल अबाउट माय स्टोरी. और मैं अपनी स्टोरी को अगेन एक स्टेटमेंट में कंक्लूड करती हूँ, मैं ज़्यादा बोर नहीं करूँगी. तो मेरी स्टोरी जो शुरुआत हुई थी वो एक सेंटेंस से हुई थी. यहाँ पे सारी लड़कियों की स्टोरी उसी सेंटेंस से शुरू होती है कि भाई साहब घर में लड़की हुई है एंड आई वॉन्ट टू वर्क सो हार्ड कि मेरे पेरेंट्स इस स्टोरी को कंक्लूड करें कि लड़की हो तो ऐसी. एंड दैट विल बी द बेस्ट डे ऑफ माई लाइफ. थैंक यू सो मच. ऑल्सो
you're still small. Go play, do your homeworks, you're still small. So that time, like, I'm still 9th and 8th. I can do something if you share to me. I can help you. So after 10th, I got some course. So I got in government college. So it's called Beauty and Wellness. It's basically for cosmetic and skincare. So after that, I joined and I missed my brother. And I started to learn what and all the mistake I was doing. I started to work out on that. Maybe marketing, customer reaction. When the customer was coming to me, I don't know how to approach and how to take. Then I started to think, yeah, Priyanka, you're not wrong, you're right. So be in your confidence. Yeah, right now also I am not, the way my English is not grammarly, I can stand. But I have the power, I have the positive, so I can do it that. I have that positive vibe. So someone is going to tell me that you can't do it, I'll make it and I'll do it. If it is not happening, and then I'll show it what I am. So this happens. That attitude I had so much. So that attitude made me to stand here. And then I learned what and all I should make corrective. So I started to do hard work on the points. Maybe interacting the customer, maybe feeling my skills. One of my colleagues have seen me, how I was talking to customer, how I was making a business approach. So he just said, Priyanka, I have a good news for you. And like I was saying, and I think he's going to do me increment. Like he's telling, you're now promoted for a beauty expert. Like I was, sir, it's me. You were scolding me. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. Like I was so shocked. I was so proud also. Like he promoted me a lot, and like my salary was increases too. Like I said, my brother, I'm promoted. I was dancing and I was telling I'm promoted. Like he was like, okay. Every brothers does this, and the sister is going to tell, okay. How this lipstick is there? Okay. When friend is telling, oh, this lipstick red color is so good. When we are wearing, like they'll be, okay, okay. So this happens. So I was so excited and I was informing my mom, I got this opportunity and I'm controlling 12 people under me. Like after that, my ma'am said, "We are really proud of you, Priyanka." I said, "My brother didn't say this word to me, ma'am. You said, I'm so grateful to you." And I was like, and then after 2 minutes, and she called me and she was saying like, "Can you come to my college?" "Yeah, ma'am, sure. Any problem? What happened?" "Priyanka, we are calling for a guest lecturer. You are a guest for our college." "I am the senior of that college. That is my big achievement. I have finished my second PU. I entered the same college. I went, I taught so many people about beauty, cosmetic. I done fantasy makeup, butterflies and normal makeup. And I thought about skin knowledge. It's like they were so proud of me. That was my achievement. Like my principal was, "You said 12 will be finished and you will not be working." I said, "See, sir, now I finished my 12th. I'm learning. I'm getting 32,000. Like I was knowing, Priyanka, one day you will be something. Like not principal, baby, brother, mother, whatever, they'll be taking in me Evangeline."
थैंक यू सो मच प्रियंका फॉर शेयरिंग योर स्टोरी. तो हमारे पास एक और इंस्पिरेशनल स्टोरी है विच इज़ गना बी टू गुड फॉर यू. सो बहुत सारी तालियों के साथ वेलकम करते हैं प्रियंका अनीता का. अनीता प्लीज.
So, thank you, Divyanshi. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I want this reaction also, yes. So, मैं पुणे में रहती हूँ. मेरा नाम अनीता है, जैसे दिव्यांशी ने बताया. वो कहते हैं ना, देखने के लिए सफ़र बहुत आसान है और जिया जाए तो बड़ा मुश्किल है. हाँ, मेरा सफ़र भी देखने के लिए तो आसान है और मैंने जिया है, थोड़ा मुश्किल था. तो 19 साल की उम्र में ना मैंने बहुत सारी चीज़ें देखी. जैसे मैंने ना खुद मम्मी को 12-12 घंटे काम करते देखा. उसके बाद मैंने मेरी बड़ी बहन की शादी देखी जो उसकी मर्जी के खिलाफ हुई थी. मेरी 2 छोटी बहनें हैं, उनको मैंने खेलने की कूदने की उम्र में ना रोता देखा. यस, आई एम क्वाइट नर्वस राइट नाउ. हाँ, बट मुझे पता है कि मैं रुकने वाली नहीं हूँ क्योंकि अभी तक मैं रुकी नहीं हूँ. यस, और हाँ, जो मेन जो रीज़न होता है ना कि ये क्यों है, ऐसा क्यों है, क्यों बहनें रो रही थी, बड़ी बहन की शादी क्यों हुआ. तो यस, मेरे पापा ड्रिंक करते हैं, आज भी करते हैं, और हमने ये एक्सेप्ट किया कि वो अभी नहीं रुकेंगे. वो हमको कुछ सपोर्ट नहीं करते, फाइनेंशियली नहीं करते, मेंटली नहीं करते, बट स्टिल हमने एक्सेप्ट किया. तो मम्मी सारा देखती है, मैं उसके ऊपर छोड़ नहीं सकती. वो बेचारी क्या क्या करेगी यार, घर देखेगी, मेडिकल इश्यूज वो देखेगी, और या पापा ने जो कर्जा लिया था बहन की शादी के वक्त वो फेडेगी. तो 12th तक तो सब सही था कि गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में थी मैं भी, और ज़्यादा फीस नहीं थे तो मैं पढ़ पाई. उसके बाद क्या, मुझे ना फर्स्ट ईयर ऐसा लग रहा था कि बीकॉम कर लो यार, फीस कम होगी, हो जाएगा वो जल्दी से. बट स्टिल एक पैशन होता है ना खुद में कि कुछ तो करना है. तो मुझे ना न्यूज़ रीडर बनना, मुझे जर्नलिस्ट की फील्ड में जाना. तो क्या किया जाए, फीस मैंने सर्च किया, 50,000, 1 लाख, 2 लाख, बहुत सारी फीस. मैं पुणे में पढ़ती हूँ तो ऑफकोर्स वहाँ के कॉलेजेस में फ़ीस बहुत ज़्यादा होती है. तो क्या किया जाए, तब मैं लैंड हायर इंडिया से कनेक्टेड थी. मैंने वोकेशनल एजुकेशन पढ़ा था 4 इयर्स के लिए. मैंने रिटेल सेल्स एसोसिएट्स ये सब्जेक्ट पढ़ा, तो उसकी वजह से मैं लैंड हायर इंडिया से कनेक्टेड. और मुझे पता चला कि वहाँ एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है जिसके लिए मैं अप्लाई कर सकती हूँ, और वो है विदाउट इंटरेस्ट पेड स्कॉलरशिप फॉर 40,000. मैंने बोला ये मुझे हेल्प कर सकती है. और हाँ, मुझे ये पता था कि ऑफ कोर्स 4 साल बाद 5 साल बाद वो मैं पे कर दूंगी, क्योंकि उतना भरोसा है मुझे खुद पे. या मेरे पैर भी कांपने बंद हो गए राइट नाउ, तो आई एम दैट मच कंफर्टेबल. सो मुझे भरोसा था खुद पे. और हाँ, स्कॉलरशिप पे क्यों करनी है पता है फिर से, क्योंकि मुझे ना मेरी 4 और अनीता को स्टैंड करना है अपने खुद के पैरों पे. शायद वो 40,000 जो आज मुझे हेल्प कर रहा है, 4 साल बाद वो किसी और अनीता को जरूर मदद करेंगे. दैट्स व्हाई आई वांटेड टू पे दैट, एंड डेफिनेटली आई विल पे दैट. और हाँ, मैंने एडमिट तो कर लिया, एडमिशन हो गया. मैं अभी फर्स्ट ईयर मास कम्युनिकेशन एंड जर्नलिज्म की पढ़ाई कर रही हूँ पुणे के एक टॉप कॉलेज में, आबा साहेब गरवारे कॉलेज में. और हाँ, प्रॉब्लम यहीं तक रुका नहीं है, आगे भी है. जैसे आई एम फेसिंग सम फाइनेंशियल इश्यूज, सब मम्मी के ऊपर नहीं छोड़ना, क्योंकि ना मेरे रिलेटिव्स ने बोला था कि 4 बेटियाँ यार, अगर एक लड़का होता ना फैमिली को सपोर्ट हो जाता फाइनेंशियली. और हाँ, मुझे भी लगा यार शायद लड़का होता तो कर सकता था क्या, बट नहीं, मैं रुकी नहीं. मैंने बोला यार मैं भी कर सकती हूँ, क्यों नहीं कर सकती. और हाँ, मेरे पास एक इंस्पिरेशन था, मेरी 2 बहनें जो मुझे फॉलो करने वाली थी. तो मैंने सोचा क्या किया जाए. मैंने बोला जॉब कर लेती हूँ यार, कोई ढूंढ लेती हूँ, बट इतनी आसानी से मिलेगा नहीं. तो लिंडा हैंड इंडिया की मदद से मैंने H&M H&M में एज अ सेल्स एडवाइजर अप्लाई कर दिया। तो मुझे पहले लगा यार क्या मेरे में क्या फैशन सेंस है, मैं क्या प्रमोट करूँगी H&M को, ऐसा ऐसे सोच के मैंने बोला यार नहीं होगा शायद। बट हाँ स्टिल मैं रुकी नहीं, उन्होंने मुझे इंटरव्यू के लिए कॉल किया तो मैंने बोला हाँ ठीक है आ जाऊँगी। मैं गई इंटरव्यू के लिए, कुछ प्रिपेयर नहीं किया था, बस आ जाऊँगी, कम्युनिकेशन करूँगी, देखते हैं मैनेजर क्या बोलते, हुआ तो अच्छा है, नहीं हुआ तो देख लेते, रुकना नहीं है। तो यस मैं रुकी नहीं, मैं इंटरव्यू के लिए गई। हाँ एंड फॉर्चुनेटली मुझे एज अ सेल्स एडवाइज़र उन्होंने सिलेक्ट कर दिया। तो अभी मैं अराउंड 15 to 20,000 पर मंथ कमा लेती हूँ। स्टिल मैं फर्स्ट ईयर मास कम्युनिकेशन एंड जर्नलिज्म पढ़ रही हूँ और हाँ फैमिली को सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ फाइनेंशियली। और जो रिलेटिव्स थे ना बोल रहे थे लड़का होता तो शायद हेल्प हो जाती फैमिली को, आज वो कुछ नहीं बोल रहा। और हाँ मेरे स्टेटस देख के जब मैं डेलीगेट से मिलती हूँ, जब मैं स्टेटस स्टोरीज डालती हूँ, तब वही होते हैं जो रिप्लाई नहीं करते, कमेंट नहीं करते, बाकी सब कर देते हैं पता नहीं क्यों। यस अभी ऐसा लग रहा है कि हाँ मैं इंस्पिरेशन बन चुकी हूँ, बाकी किसी के लिए नहीं बट मेरी 2 बहनों के लिए बन चुकी हूँ। मेरा फर्स्ट मोटिवेशन पता है वो दोनों थी, जब मैंने उनको देखा ना कि यार अनु दीदी तुम कर सकते हो और तुमको करना है, और वो मेरे लिए सबसे बड़ा इंस्पिरेशन रहा। जब मैं काम पे जा रही थी, जब मैं कॉलेज जा रही थी, तब जो मम्मी के चेहरे पे खुशी होती थी ना वो मैं देखती थी, और वो मेरे लिए बेस्ट मोटिवेशन रहा है। और उसके वजह से मैं कभी कहीं पे भी नहीं रुकी, और या फाइनली आज मैं भी नहीं, अभी भी नहीं रुकी। और यस अगर कुछ करना है ना आपको तो आपको रुकना नहीं चाहिए, आपको फैमिली सपोर्ट कर रही है, होपफुली वो एक आपके लिए बैकबोन हो सकता है। तब अभी मेरी फैमिली मेरे लिए बैकबोन है, और हाँ फ्यूचर में मुझे मेरी फैमिली का बैकबोन बनना है। जैसे एक लड़का अपनी मम्मी पापा को संभालता है ना, मुझे वैसे संभालना है, बस और क्या ही चाहिए ज़िंदगी में। थैंक यू सो मच। सो अभी हमारे पास, जैसे आपने दिव्यांशी की स्टोरी सुनी, प्रियंका की सुनी, तो अभी हमारे पास गुणश्री है जो अपनी स्टोरी शेयर करेगी, और मैं भी बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ गुणश्री को सुनने के लिए, होपफुली आप भी होंगे। So please.
Okay, so let's welcome Gunushri. Again, one more inspiration for all of us.
I'm Gunashri. Currently, I'm pursuing engineering degree from Bangalore Institute of Technology, Bangalore only. If I should start my story with, I was like many of us, I'm from middle class family. I'm from middle class family. While I was in 3rd standard, I was talking to my father one day at night. I was telling him, Papa, there is one school called Navodaya. It will give free education from 6th to 12th standard. Shall I go there? Should I apply for that? Will I get selected? Like that, I was asking my father. He was like, let's see. It's still it was like Navodaya is basically an exam for rural students. It is conducted at district level. It will be conducted at the age of, I will write the exam at the age of 10. Like in 5th standard, we'll write the exam. If we get selected, we'll get into Navodaya and we'll study from 6th to 12th class. It is under Government of India CBSE curriculum. It is like basically free education for all the students from 6th to 12th class residential school. It is one of the best residential school amongst many schools in India. If I stood at the age of 10, it was not easy for me to get into a residential school, manage my daily works, and study all by myself. Means teachers were there for self-studying and all. It was not easy for me to study at the age of 10 without parents' help and all. After I joined into Navodaya at the age of 6, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. It was like normally it was going well. And then after 10, suddenly, few years back, COVID pandemic started. COVID started and lockdown started. We spent all our 11th class in online mode. It was very difficult for many students like me to manage studies during online classes. Avanti is a trump card for us, like JNV students. Avanti is basically tied up with Navodaya for supporting students in the competitive exams like JEE and NEET exams. They started online courses. We used to have CBSE's classes from morning to afternoon, and then from evening we used to have Avanti classes. And it was like, I stay in village, it was like pura network issues were there, and like that. in that time, Avanti made one. Teachers used to record the sessions. They used to send us the videos. I used to refer the videos, and I used to study with that. Because I couldn't attend online classes, it was pura network problem in my place. Then after that, we switched again from online mode, we switched to offline mode. It was like so difficult for me, my classmates, many of the students to cope up with the 11th class, because everybody knows that 11th and 12th is the most important phase of student life, because it will decide your career, what you'll do in further years, what you'll do in life. And after that, when I entered 12th class, we were like pura blank out, like what we'll do, we don't know anything about 12. Then Avanti came up. They gave us Avanti fellows. They gave us lesson plans. They revised 11th class syllabus full. They revised us, and they started. They gave us periodic test to. Because everybody knows that for some competitive exam, mock tests are very important for anything, for interview also, for exams also. Mock test is very important. They gave us periodic tests. I attended everything. They used to give us results so that we can correct wherever the faults are there. They used to give like that. After completion of my 12th, I wrote session 1 of JEE. Because we are COVID batch, it was like around from 2020 to June, July, we wrote our first session of JEE exam. After JEE exam, my score was not that good, because I didn't study 11th properly because of online classes. After this, they selected some of the students from Navodaya, and they gave special extra classes for the session 2 of JEE exams. And it was like percentile, I got like most 40% extra from session 1. In 1 month gap, I could increase my percentile from 40% to 80%. It was that impactful about the sessions, what they have given for us, like that. Then I entered into engineering college through KCET. Now I am studying at engineering college, second year I am studying now. If I could say, when I was from 6th to 12th standard, I studied like completely free of education. It was so light burden for my parents to see, they'll not pay, no, I have my younger brother. For my younger brother also, they have to take loan, they have to do, they have to take loan, they have to keep gold and all, and they have to study, they have to pay fees for him. And now suddenly I switched to engineering college. As you all know, in Bangalore, it is not like, it is not less fees for engineering college. It is almost like, including hostel, it is almost like about 2 lakh. Then I was like asking with Avanti teachers, what can I do? What should I do about this? Then they suggested many of the scholarship to me. Today I'm getting like pura 100% scholarship from Smile Foundation, and I'm also an Amazon scholar, and I'm getting scholarship from both the foundations, and it is helping me a lot, not like for me and many of my fellow mates, like many of my classmates went to NITs, IITs, they are in best medical colleges and engineering colleges. Because of, I can say it is because of Avanti only. Because like they helped us a lot in JEE and NEET sessions and all. It was like that. And after that, the main thing, when you are studying, you can't you can't say you are stress free. Students' life is full of it's full of stress. That part Avanti focused mainly. Apart from giving coaching, they focused on mentorship, one-on-one mentorship. Like they provided us, after 11th, we came back to offline mode. No, at that time they gave one-on-one mentorship so that we can share our problems with our mentor. Mentors are from IIT Madras, NIT Surathkal, and they were alumni of Avanti also. They gave us one-on-one mentorship, and we were like quite relieved from at that time. And today I'm here, I'm talking with you people because of Navodaya and Avanti fellows. I can proudly say that I'm a proud Navodayan, and I'll thank everyone. I'll thank Avanti teachers for making my life so good. And Avanti, it mainly focuses on STEM courses, getting girls into STEM courses. Today I'm learning engineering. I'm taking engineering. Many of my fellow mates, my batchmates, they are all they have taken engineering. My seniors, they are studying in IITs, NITs, and that is like because Avanti helped us a lot during the thing, and I am thankful for them.
what's happening over there. But yeah, thank you so much. क्या हमारे MCs को हम वापस बुला सकते हैं? To proceed?
Thank you, Divyanshi. Hi. So once again, thank you, Divyanshi and the team. Inspiring story. I hope you all get inspired. Harshita, enthusiasm देखा? मुझे तो लग रहा हमारा काम है.
ये गर्ल पावर है भाई.
Yes, absolutely. Women empowerment, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So मेरे को तो ना बहुत रिलेटेबल लगा ये दिव्यांशी का स्टोरी, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, बिकॉज मैं एंड वो ना सेम बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं. हम लोग दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से स्टार्ट किया, सेम वेंचर स्टार्ट किया, तो इट वाज लाइक ऑलमोस्ट सेम. बट आई मेट Priyanka yesterday.
Okay.
And we are like almost bestie abhi ek hi din mein.
That's
And
great.
she is like skincare specialist, so she's giving me some tips and trick which I really find hard to follow because उन्होंने 12 step बताया मुझे पूरे दिन में, and I don't think so I can follow, but I'll try my best. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I've been seeing Anita from last couple of years. She's my junior. So the transformation she's got, that's truly amazing. I'm really proud to see her here talking very confidently, full of enthusiasm. And Gunashri, obviously, she's doing some J things. I am completely out of those things. So that is. And how Navodaya help her to do those sessions and all, that is very commendable.
Right. For the next session जो हम जा रहे हैं ना, हर्षिता, I think that's really empowering. पता है क्यों? मेरे पास एक fact है, मैं लेके भी आया हूँ. I'll have to use my power class.
Go ahead.
Also for that. पता है, according to 2021 World Population Review, 600 billion people aged between 18 and 35 in India. Isn't it amazing कि हमारे इंडिया में youth कितना सारा है?
That's very amazing. Now let me tell you the fact. 57 out of those, 57% of Indian students in class 5 cannot read a class second level text. 73% of Indian youth don't make it to college. Only 23% Indian workforce possesses formal vocational skills.
Okay,
What do
I
you
didn't
think
know
about
about
this?
those numbers, but I think we should call the expert to know more about it, right? But I have this one question in back of my head.
Yeah.
Ki is there enough opportunity for the youth today?
I'm sure there must be. There are a lot of things happening out there. I'm sure about it. So we have our experts here. Let's hear from them.
Right. Please give a huge round of applause for Makin Maheshwari sir, founder and CEO of Udyam Learning Foundation. And I would like to add this gesture that I have known sir for a long time. He has been helping me with my venture, and whenever I need something, he keep on asking me कि क्या problem है बताओ, I'll figure it out for you. And I'm really thankful for you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Prayaas, second edition, and thank you all for making time to be here. I have the honor of both inviting and then interviewing possibly the most influential person who's shaped the country's thinking around education. She's the winner of the Yadan Prize, which is called the largest education prize on earth. She led to, and she's led USER for years now, which has helped us see where we are. And I think, like the kids said, it's not a very bright picture. But what some of you may not know is that Rukmani is also a child. Her wishes on every occasion, whether it is Christmas or New Year's, and I was just scrolling back on WhatsApp, our interactions have been filled with childlike enthusiasm, especially driven by her granddaughter, who I think now is 10. So can we please welcome the young Rukmani Dadi Amma on stage? Welcome, Rukmani. Okay, so I think the kids posed us some hard questions, so I'll start and continue with some of those for you. That this year's Asar focused on the 14 to 18-year age group, right, and had a bunch of findings. What for you were the most surprising that you didn't expect at all? And then also maybe talk about which do you feel are the most impactful or have touched you the most?
First of all, thank you to Prayaas for inviting me here. And I shouldn't thank you for putting our conversation after these amazing young people who've just spoken before us. So to speak after Priyanka and Devanshi and others, I think is really boring for everybody here. And then to move into numbers and figures when you have real live examples of fantastic stories of change. The Asar of 2023, we are in 24, but the Asar that you're speaking about of 2023 focused on the age group of 14 to 18. And this is the second time that we've done that. The usual Asar, as everybody knows, is on basic, are you in school, can you read, can you do arithmetic, and is done in every rural district in India. But now we do that in every gap year so that you have a middle year in which to think and dive deep into something else. Now, I would say that in terms of surprising results or things that jumped out, before getting to the results, because when you print a report, everybody looks at the outcome. Don't look at the process that goes inside producing something like this. So I think this is quite typical for those who watch TV, that you're asked a question, but you answer something else. So I just follow that Indian tradition to say that when we focused in 2017 on 14 to 18, we actually began work on that a year and a half before. And the idea was to say कि ये 14 से 18 साल के बच्चे कैसे होने चाहिए, आज कैसे हैं, and लोगों के दिमाग में, लोग could be anybody, could be your family, could be your teachers, could be your sarpanch. What is the vision that we have of what a 14 to 18-year-old should be like? We started actually with a bigger age group, and then we brought it down, and I still think 14 to 18 is actually a big range. Even our young people who spoke here are probably at the higher end of this age group. And two things came out from many months of work. If I had to summarize it, and we did this in different, we have Asar teams in all states in India. So these kinds of questions were asked to many, many different kinds of people. And दो चीजें निकल के आई that you could summarize. One was that अच्छा इंसान होना चाहिए. Now what is an अच्छा इंसान can be debated, I think, and दूसरा है कि अच्छे marks आने चाहिए. Now both of these, I think, are probably two ends of a spectrum. So starting from that view to whatever is the actual assessment we did, I think is a journey and is an incomplete journey. And that's why when I invited us, me and some of my colleagues here, because I think that what is this age group? Who are they today? What are they going to become? What is the next generation of 14 to 18-year-olds going to be like? I think these are big questions for which I'm so happy that many people here are working in that space and are discussing it. But between Achhe Insan and Acha marks, I think there is a lot to be done on different fields. Now coming to our actual assessment, you can see that we've done some very simple things, which we do on our normal Asar, because we just feel these are just fundamental questions. आप कहीं पे enrolled हो, school या college or whatever kind of course. Do you have the basics of reading and math? And then I think we tried a couple of different things, which is, can you apply normal everyday kinds of computations or calculations? How well are you able to do it? Because if you look at data across India, especially rural India, many of the kids who are today in this age group, they are the first in their families to have reached up to the end of elementary or going into secondary. So it is likely that a lot of everyday things mein unki madad bhi li jati ho. And then finally, of course, in the last 4-5 years, we just heard kids talk about this as well. There has been a huge explosion of what we can do with technology, digital connectivity. So we also wanted to find out what kids can actually do, not just what they say they can do, but what they can actually do. So I found actually the whole process of developing this one-on-one in the household method of looking at digitally what you can do in some real practical sense, one of the more exciting pieces of this. The results are there in the report, and the results are, I think, people will not be surprised. But I think the process by which this was done, to me, was really interesting. Yeah.
Thank you, Rukmani, for not answering my question. But also, I think pointing us into a meaningful direction, right? Like you said, the results are there, and ASAR report has been talked about by enough people, enough media agencies, so I'm sure that a lot of the audience has had a chance to read it. And if not, I strongly recommend it. If you're working with this age group, I think it's foundational data, please do look it up. The part between Acha Insan and Achhe Marks, और उसके बीच में this what you just said, ki not just what young people say they can do, but what they can actually do. This orientation of actions, ki kya kabiliyat hai, aap kya kar sakte ho. So in your experience with young people and in various parts of the country, what are some actions or capabilities besides what ASAR usually tests, besides the foundational learning and numeracy, literacy and numeracy levels, that you have found to be possibly something that can be very empowering or that can help young people in living good lives, in succeeding in life? So what are some of those actions or abilities जो आपको लगता है, hey, these abilities है तो मतलब हाँ ये बच्चा शायद दूर जाएगा, ये काफी कुछ कर पाएंगे?
I mean, again, I'll go back to the young people who were talking just before us. I think these are all journeys. And journey के शुरुआत में you have a little bit of a sense, like many of them said, कि मुझे तो कुछ करना था. मुझे अपने मुसीबतों से, I didn't want to be held back by my troubles. So one of the things that I think that I'm constantly learning and impressed by young people in general is that what is the first step that can be made available to, as many people as possible. And how many then use that first step to push to the second step and the third step and the fourth step? Now, many of our, like Achhe Marks, there is a destination, which is कि 10th and 12th में आपके अच्छे marks होने चाहिए. But who gets the Achhe Marks and who does well in life, sometimes are not correlated at all. I think of my long ago school and college career, actually all the badmash people are doing very well right now. And all the good people are doing like good jobs and so on. So I wish there were ways in which people on their CV could say who they really are, as opposed to मेरे board exam में मुझे इतने marks मिले थे. I mean, I'm sure both you, I, and everybody in the audience has many stories. That I think that each step that you open up. If I ask people, what is आपको क्या बनना है? So they look at you and say, what kind of answer does she really want to have? And then they give you that answer. Then you push further. And some of my colleagues who are here, we actually, as part of this ASAR, did much more in-depth talking. And I think to really get to who you are and what you want to do, what are you thinking today, and what you're going to influence by, needs much more deeper conversation. And the successes that we saw from these three kids, the four young people here, are that somebody and has persisted with them step by step by step in taking them forward. And the success, I think, is also not just their individual success, but the success of the programs that are supporting them is that perhaps, and I'm sure this is the case, you've been listening hard to many, many such examples and then tweaking and redesigning the next steps as we go forward. And I think that's really what the whole education system needs, the whole social system needs, is give people an opportunity, see what they do, and then shape the next opportunity accordingly. So in my mind, there isn't a set of criteria or a set of characteristics. I think what we really need is a set of diverse opportunities where young kids can actually try themselves out. Last night, we had very interesting many discussions with many of them who are in the room. And I mean, just even the doing of ASAR. So ASAR is done in every rural district, and it's done by a district level institution and organization. So usually colleges, teacher training institutions, self-help groups, NGOs, whoever. But the actual people doing it are in this 18 to 20, 22 age group. And there I find that these are people who are actually studying in higher education, maybe at a district college, but they are not like primary school kids, right? They're much older. how little they have experienced even in their own district. So we have a set of, say, 30 villages randomly picked जहाँ पे आपको जाना है. And time and again people say that the only places I've been to is college, relatives, district headquarters, and to maybe the state headquarters. अपने district में मैंने कभी अनजान जगह पे हम गए ही नहीं हैं. And अनजान जगह पे जाके अनजान लोगों से कभी बात ही नहीं की है. Asar is a 2-day experience, but at the end of those 2 days, you feel that there is a significant improvement, significant change in their own approach about themselves. अच्छा data आता है वो अलग बात है. But that change that you see is just because you haven't had that opportunity. And again, I would say that it is much easier to do this in remote rural areas than closer to what I would say, you know, the capitalists, those who live in cities, state capitals. They are much tougher because they've been exposed to many things and they are choosy. But you go to rural districts, people are really excited कि मुझे opportunity मिली है to go and do something different. So I'm not even sure what you asked me now, and I'm not sure where I've reached, but I feel it's not a set of characteristics. It's a set of opportunities from which to learn how people react to them.
तो मैं रुक्मिणी को पिछले 5 साल से परेशान कर रहा हूँ, and like today, she has been dodging this for 5 years. So I'm at least going to now ask this question directly, hopefully on behalf of all the organizations that work with youth, right? कि भाई आपने असर बना के जो प्राइमरी में काम करते हैं उनके लिए तो अच्छा खासा गोल पोस्ट बना दिया, right? कि यार ये तो आना चाहिए, right? As in, how do we as organizations find direction or goal posts, and even as you look at these diverse journeys, right? How do you find common ground that is that we can unite towards, that is socially acceptable and relevant, without being too reductionist, right? So, and here I'd love for you to share how did Asar come about, probably, कि when you decided कि यार, hey, this is enough, इतना ही काफी है, let's not try and test everything, and this is what is most important. At least guidance to some of us to think about, like, how do we make that decision of what is enough and what can be, even though it will be reductionist, what can possibly pave a path for setting some goalposts that we can unite towards.
So today, Asar is known as a report and as a survey. But actually, we didn't start off as any of this. We did not really want to create an assessment tool or a report or change anybody's thinking or anything like that. This is almost like, I would say, more than 20 years ago. We were working as Pratham with primary school children, and we could see that enrollment levels are rising. And enrollment rising or children coming to school is very visible. You know, you can see कि आजकल हमें सिग्नल पे कम बच्चे दिख रहे हैं, खेत पे कम बच्चे दिख रहे हैं, and everybody knows what that is. Coming to school is a very known phenomena. It means सुबह उठ जाओ, बाल बना लो, breakfast खा लो और नहीं खा लो, and school में आ जाओ. But as the enrollment levels were rising, and at that point we worked largely in the slums of Bombay, ये भी दिख रहा था कि people are happy with that step, but whether it is parents or teachers, सभी को थोड़ा discomfort था कि स्कूल में पहुंचने के बाद जो होना चाहिए ना, शायद वो नहीं हो रहा है. So teachers would say कि हम पढ़ाने की कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं, but the kids are not gaining what I'm trying to do, many of them. And parents would say कि भेज तो रहे हैं हम स्कूल, but उनकी कॉपी देखते हैं तो हमको तो नहीं लगता है कि they are gaining. So there was clearly some, misalignment or something. So we also were working both with out-of-school kids to help them to come to school, and increasingly with in-school kids to help them to do better. And we were also very dissatisfied with whatever progress we were able to make on the learning side. The enrollment into school, we could see ways and means of doing that with tough kids, tough areas, and so on. And so, उसमें धीरे-धीरे, when we really boiled down to saying, एक दो बातें कौन सी हैं जो हमें, that is preventing the progress, you came down to, if you can't read, you really can't move ahead on your own. It is a fundamental thing required both for going ahead in school, and then you have to break down, then what is this reading? When can I say that you're reading fine? And then this stepwise, can you read letters? Can you read words? Can you read a small para? And of course, when you read, you have to comprehend. And people often say, Asar, people don't care about comprehension. I don't know. I mean, clearly they've not done it, so they don't know. But so reading was a clearly building block, and uske saath basic number knowledge and operations was that lot. which doesn't mean कि इसके आगे बहुत कुछ नहीं है, but इतना अगर नहीं होता है, you're dependent on other people. You're dependent on, and the longer it takes you to get to this, the further away you get from the expectations that your grade has for you. So this whole exercise that we did was a way for us to learn how to accelerate this process, especially for children who are already in 3rd and above. Because by that time, वो गाड़ी already बहुत तेजी से चल रही है. The गाड़ी called curriculum and expectations. And the faster that is moving, the slower that you are moving, the gap will increase. And so that was really the genesis. So Asar is very well known, but actually the solution for this, which has been called different names even within Pratham, the Hindi name for it is Kamal. Because jo aapne 5 saal, you're still struggling to read. If in 40 days, 50 days you learn, to wo Kamal, Kamal ki tarif hai, right? In English, somebody gave it a name and we are not sure who. It's called teaching at the right level. According to many good educationists, what other level is there to teach at? You must teach people at the right level, correct? So, but these are ways in which the solution to this problem, and then we decided that one of the reasons that we are struggling with this low level of learning is that people must understand what that means. And once I feel you feel the problem, then you can have many ways of solving it. So on the one side, the teaching at the right level, or Kamal, as a solution to children not making sufficient progress in primary grades, started happening in many places. And on the other side, we felt that feeling the problem, understanding the problem in a way that everybody can participate, that's what turned into Asar. And even before Asar became a national survey, we spent 3-4 years doing village report cards. When you go into a new location, we were doing a lot of rural work in those days. इस गांव की स्थिति क्या है? क्या सब बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं? क्या उनको पढ़ना आता है? क्या उनको गणित आती है? And how do parents, community members, sarpanch, teachers view this? Because if there is a problem, it will need the help of everyone to solve it. So all this became a national survey well after all the groundwork. And our hope was, and I think it has been, it has gone to a logical place, that once you feel the problem, once you discuss the problem, once you have a common understanding of the problem, solutions will then start coming. And so for people working in this age group, what is it that you feel is holding people back? What are you doing about it? There are many different solutions even in this room. So really, I think it's not a question of coming up with a report. It's coming up with a common understanding of how to go ahead and getting a lot of people to feel that issue so very often people say to me, we want to do Asar on Falani. So I said, it's not a cookie cutter thing. It's like we had a certain logic. You may have a different logic, but it's आप कहाँ से शुरू करना चाहते हो, कहाँ तक जाना चाहते हो, and the understanding and the pathways to solving, I really feel have to go together.
No, thank you.
Now I answered his question.
Yes, thank you. First one, right? I got Hema's glare and 2 minutes. Lekin I will still ask one question because I feel ki Rukmini is a brilliant storyteller. At least I have had the benefit of enjoying it, and I'd love for you to tell us a story where some young person really surprised you, right? That you come across a young person and what they do or who they are or how they are with you or doing something else, like really surprised you. And this could be recent or earlier, but would love for you to share.
So, very difficult question because as Pratham, we work largely in pre-primary and primary. That's the bulk of our experience. And then we also, our skilling program works with 18 and above. And so actual ongoing, lots of experience of this 14 to 18 group is much less. However, I think it is difficult to find a situation in which you have not been surprised. Now that could be कि खुद ही बहुत बुद्धू हैं, कुछ नहीं आता है इसलिए anything that anybody does is surprising. Or I think you have to be looking for, on any daily basis, something that you go back home that is saying, I hadn't thought about it. So I'll give you an example. I was sharing it with some people last night and they liked it. So then it is a story that perhaps, so we have a lot of volunteers in our education programs, usually local volunteers, high school kids or older, who help the younger kids. And we've had this view कि वो लोग इतना समय देते हैं तो उनके लिए भी कुछ होना चाहिए. But हम क्या दे सकते हैं? Because we don't have that kind of resources and we are not particularly skilled in things that you all, in fact, I have lots to learn from some of the examples in this room. So we usually do some small, digital readiness, first aid, things like this for them. We do have a skilling program. So at one point in Odisha particularly, we thought, how can we bring, maybe for our village volunteers, many of whom are girls, what of our skilling program can we offer? So our electrical team was doing a community-based skilling model. And our usual skilling program is training, residential program, placement, anywhere in whatever part of the world. Now we knew that these girls may not go that far, but we said, try karke dekhte hain. I went to this course, maybe, I can hear myself. Okay. So I went to this skilling program maybe 3 weeks into it. And the group had large number of girls in it. So I said to them कि आप लोगों को electrician बनना था, aspiration. You're here doing electrical thing because you must be. So I also started giggling. And you could tell from the giggle that there is, basically जब giggling कि इन लोगों को कुछ नहीं आता है ना, उल्टा उठपटांग सवाल करते हैं, kind of giggle. So anyway, we got down slowly and I said, so tell me exactly how you came here and what happened. So the girl said कि पहले तो घर के पास कोर्स हो रहा था, free में था. And all of us friends were there, so we said, चलो try करके देखते हैं क्या है ये. And that's how they came in. Parents said, free में है यार, चले जाओ, time waste मत करो, make sure you go to college and high school, but side में हो रहा है तो कर लो. First week or within the first 10 days, the instructor gave them an assignment कि घर के किसी electrical problem को identify करो and try to solve it. Take a simple problem, probably they were given some simple problem. When they did that, people at home said, what? You're actually learning something. Because we are very used to enrolling in courses and not learning anything but giving the exam. So parents were like, my God, you actually learned कि भाई switch को ठीक करना है. 2 weeks down the road, they were given an assignment कि मोहल्ले में जाके some problem को solve करो as a group. So I said कि 2 weeks में तुमने कितना क्या electrical सीख लिया? They said नहीं, उतना कुछ नहीं सीखा था. But हमारे पास phone था and the sir said कि वहाँ पहुँच के problem को समझ के मुझे video call करो and then together we will solve it. So actually the problem was solved on video calls, different places, but the problem was solved. So मोहल्ले के लोग said, my God, इन लोगों को तो कुछ आता है. Because most of us don't know how to fix a switch or a fuse or whatever it is. So we are also starting as a society from a pretty low level on this. And by this time, the skilling program gave them shoes, the electrical के लिए जो shoes होते हैं, and a shirt and a hard hat. So it took 3 weeks to really get into this fact that this is really a pathway. People are actually giving us some value. We as friends have gained quite a lot of experience. And now it looks like this is a viable thing. So it wasn't like, I think they were surprising themselves as they went along. And I was very surprised as to how rational this whole process was and how as a group. And the girl said कि we can't leave studies in the middle. अभी मुझे high school में खत्म करना है. But don't worry, we have enough traction in our immediate mohalla that हमें electrical का काम मिलता रहेगा. Now this is not a charted path. But if whoever it is hadn't put this opportunity out, we wouldn't have learned कि लोग इस path पे कैसे चलते हैं.
With that, thank you so much, Rukmini, for making time to come all the way and share these insights. Thank you so much. Very, very grateful.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So I'm completely agree to what ma'am said, that अच्छे marks and अच्छा career is not correlating, because I think I'm the right example. Krishna, तुझे पता है, in my school days, I was an average student, right. Not that much. There was very toppers there. There were toppers, right. And that time I used to feel like, okay, they'll go to big universities, big colleges, and I'll be there only. Right. I won't be able to do it like that. So, but after that, now you can see me. I'm working in MNC company as well as studying from BITS Pilani. So I think it's all about opportunity to search, right, and how to grab it. And add on to that, what McKinsey said, guidance. Guidance is very important. Before taking the decision, what has to be done, someone should guide us, so that guidance plays very important role in our life.
Right, exactly. I completely agree with you, Harshita. And as Rukmani ma'am also said, कि accountability भी है. Through the national survey, they are seeing कि हो रही है कि नहीं हो रहा है. The process has been done or not, right? So I think this is the real talk that we need, the conversation that we want for the youth of our country, right? So moving on with the same concept, कि इतना हमने बात किया, लाइक क्वेश्चंस भी थे, सॉल्यूशंस भी मिले, है ना, कुछ बट क्या और कुछ सॉल्यूशन है, कोई सॉल्यूशन मिल सकते हैं?
हाँ, बहुत सारे देयर आर अ लॉट ऑफ सॉल्यूशंस एंड द गुड थिंग इज वी आर हैविंग 8 सॉल्यूशंस आउट ऑफ देम हियर विद अस टुडे फॉर द एंटायर इवेंट. सो विद दैट आई वुड लाइक टू वेलकम राइट वॉक फाउंडेशन, मिस शिप्रा श्रीवास्तवा ऑन स्टेज. प्लीज वेलकम मैम.
Hi, thank you. My name is Shipra and I'm a co-founder in Right Walk Foundation. So I would like to request, can you please play a video?
पर अब आगे क्या करना है कुछ हम लोगों को ITI की डिग्री तो मिल गई, पर अब आगे क्या करना है कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है.
काश कोई प्रोफेशनल ट्रेनिंग मिल जाती तो हमारे नौकरी के रास्ते आसान हो जाते.
हाँ, बिल्कुल सही.
सर, ये देखिए. ये इतनी सारी नई मशीनों का ऑर्डर तो दे दिया है, अब इतने सारे ट्रेन एम्प्लॉइज कहाँ से लाएं जो इन मशीनों के लिए एकदम फिट हो.
आप दोनों की समस्याओं का है सिर्फ एक समाधान, भारत सरकार की नेशनल अप्रेंटिसशिप प्रमोशन स्कीम और उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की सीएम अप्रेंटिसशिप प्रमोशन स्कीम.
केंद्र सरकार एवं राज्य सरकार द्वारा बड़ी संख्या में बच्चों को स्किल ट्रेनिंग प्रोवाइड कराई जा रही है. इसमें ITI के बच्चे भी हैं और कौशल विकास के बच्चे भी हैं. इसके साथ ही साथ बहुत से बच्चे 10वीं और 12वीं पास भी हैं जो कि चाहते हैं कि उनको स्किल में कोई ना कोई ट्रेनिंग मिले. लेकिन बड़ा चैलेंज ये आता है कि स्किल ट्रेनिंग लेने के बाद भी इंडस्ट्री में एक्सपोजर कैसे हो. इसी के लिए सरकार आपके लिए लाई है अप्रेंटिसशिप स्कीम. इसमें आप जॉब के बिना भी इंडस्ट्री में 6 महीने से लेकर 3 वर्ष तक के लिए एज अप्रेंटिस, एज ट्रेनी जुड़ सकते हैं. वहां पर आपको स्टाइपेंड तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, इसके साथ ही साथ आपको इंडस्ट्री के ही मशीनों पे, उनके शॉप फ्लोर पे काम करने का एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा. इस इंडस्ट्री में जहां बच्चों को तो फायदा है ही कि उनको इंडस्ट्री के बारे में पूरी जानकारी मिलती है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ इंडस्ट्री को बहुत बड़ा फायदा है. इंडस्ट्री के जो भी हमारे लोग हैं उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेने के पहले ही अप्रेंटिसशिप के मोड से बच्चों को हायर करने की सुविधा मिलती है.
जहां शिक्षित युवाओं को मिल रहा है 6 माह से 3 वर्ष तक अप्रेंटिसशिप करने का सुनहरा मौका. इस योजना से आप होंगे रोजगार के लिए पूरी तरह तैयार और कंपनीज को भी मिलेंगे ट्रेन्ड एम्प्लॉइज. अप्रेंटिसशिप आपको देता है अपने कौशल विकास का बेहतर मौका.
4 अक्टूबर को फर्स्ट अप्रेंटिसशिप मेला हमारे स्टेट में मनाया जा रहा है. इसका उद्देश्य यह है कि अधिक से अधिक लोगों को, अधिक से अधिक बच्चे जो एलिजिबल हैं अप्रेंटिसशिप करने के लिए, उन्हें जानकारी हो सके और उद्योगों को भी अभी थोड़ी कम जानकारी है कि हम अप्रेंटिसशिप के बारे में, तो उन्हें भी जानकारी हो सके. ये मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि ये उद्योगों के लिए भी लीगली बाइंडिंग भी होता है. जहाँ भी जिस भी उद्योग या फर्म में मोर देन 29 एम्प्लॉय होते हैं, वहाँ पर 2.5% से लेकर के 15% तक उन्हें एम्प्लॉय और अप्रेंटिस के लिए रखने होते हैं. हम लोग जो ITI के बच्चे जो हमारे विभिन्न ट्रेड में ट्रेनिंग प्राप्त कर रहे हैं, उसके अलावा जो अन्य बच्चे हैं जो 10वीं 12वीं के बाद किसी प्रोफेशनल फील्ड में आगे आना चाहते हैं, उनको सामने लाने के लिए और उनको एक ट्रेनिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड करने के लिए, इंडस्ट्री का एक्सपोजर देने के लिए हम लोग अप्रेंटिसशिप मेला आयोजित कर रहे हैं. मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि अधिक से अधिक इसमें उद्योग, फर्म्स पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे और बच्चों को एक अच्छा अवसर मिलेगा.
अधिक जानकारी के लिए अपने जनपद के नोडल राजकीय ITI में संपर्क करें अथवा मिस्ड कॉल दें 07941050777 पर. ऑनलाइन पंजीकरण की सुविधा.
हाँ, हम जो सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं बेसिकली है वो अप्रेंटिसशिप. अप्रेंटिसशिप क्या है, क्यों इसकी जरूरत है?
अभी जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, जैसे अभी ये लोग बता कर गए हैं हमारे पहले कि कितनी यूथ हैं जो अनएम्प्लॉयड हैं या क्या परसेंटेज है यूथ का। बेसिकली यूथ एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पिलर है अभी करंट हमारे जो जनरेशन है उसके लिए, जो करंट सिस्टम है। यूथ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट अगर देखा जाए तो 28 करोड़ यूथ हैं, जिसमें से जो 17 करोड़ यूथ हैं वो कहीं कहीं ऑक्यूपाइड हैं या वो एम्प्लॉयमेंट ढूंढ रहे हैं। 4 करोड़ ऐसे हैं जो अभी स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, वो जाना चाहते हैं हायर एजुकेशन के लिए। 7 करोड़ यूथ अभी भी अनएम्प्लॉयड है, उसको बिल्कुल नहीं पता है कि उसको क्या करना है, कहाँ जाना है, किस तरीके से जॉब करनी है, वो क्या कर सकते हैं, कैसे उनको बेनिफिट मिल सकता है, उनकी अपस्किलिंग कैसे हो सकती है, उनको एम्प्लॉयमेंट कैसे मिल सकता है। तो अप्रेंटिसशिप स्कीम बेसिकली इट्स अ नेशनल अप्रेंटिसशिप प्रमोशन स्कीम। ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम है, 1961 में लॉन्च हुई थी। इसमें सेवरल अमेंडमेंट्स हुए हैं। इसमें कुछ नहीं करना होता है, बच्चे ITIs में होते हैं, पॉलिटेक्निक्स में होते हैं, कुछ बच्चे ऐसे भी होते हैं जो ड्रॉप आउट होते हैं या 10th और 12th पास होते हैं, जैसे आपने वीडियोस में देखा है। बेसिकली उन बच्चों को हम प्रोवाइड करते हैं स्किलिंग साथ में। जैसे आप स्किलिंग भी कर रहे हो, अप्रेंटिसशिप आप ITIs में आपने थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज ले ली, सबको पता है थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज से प्रैक्टिकली आप कुछ भी नहीं समझ सकते, किस तरीके का एजुकेशन सिस्टम अभी करंट प्रिवेलिंग है, किस तरीके का इम्पैक्ट वो क्रिएट कर रहा है, सबको पता है। थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज आपकी ITIs में हो गई, बट उसके बाद क्या? तो ये अप्रेंटिसशिप जो स्कीम है आपको प्रोवाइड करती है एम्प्लॉयमेंट। आप किसी भी इंडस्ट्रीज में जिसमें आपका जो ट्रेड है, आप उस ट्रेड की इंडस्ट्रीज में अपने आप को एनरोल करते हैं। नैप्स पोर्टल होता है, नैप्स पे रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, बच्चे अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट अपना रजिस्टर करते हैं, दोनों का मैच मेकिंग होता है। वहाँ पे वो जो एस्टैब्लिशमेंट्स हैं वो अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट करते हैं, मैच मेकिंग होता है। बच्चा है अगर वो फिटर ट्रेड का है तो फिटर ट्रेड की कोई भी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट है उसमें वो अप्लाई कर सकता है, या जो एस्टैब्लिशमेंट है अगर वो देख रही है कि उसके आसपास कोई ऐसा फिटर ट्रेड का बच्चा है जो उसके वहाँ एज अ अप्रेंटिस रख सकते हैं तो वो उसको ले लेते हैं, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बनता है और वहाँ पे अप्रेंटिसशिप करते हैं। अप्रेंटिसशिप ये ऐसी स्कीम है जिसमें बच्चा सीख भी रहा है, प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज ले रहा है, इंडस्ट्री में सीख रहा है, प्रॉपर उसको नॉलेज मिल रही है, ड्यूरिंग लर्निंग उसकी अर्निंग भी हो रही है। इस अप्रेंटिसशिप स्कीम में स्टाइपेंड होता है 7,000 to 9,000 फर्स्ट ईयर में, 6 to 36 मंथ की आपकी अप्रेंटिसशिप होती है। फर्स्ट ईयर में आपका 7 to 9,000 से वेरी करता है। इसमें कुछ पोर्शन गवर्नमेंट आपको रिम्बर्स करती है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से आता है, कुछ एस्टैब्लिशमेंट को देना होता है। एस्टैब्लिशमेंट के ऊपर कोई भी लेबर लॉ नहीं होता है, इनके ऊपर आप कोई भी लेबर लॉ नहीं लगा है, कुछ भी ऐसा PF ESI जैसा कोई भी कंस्ट्रेंट नहीं है। आप जो भी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट है अगर वो जो भी पैसा दे रही है, स्टाइपेंड दे रही है अपार्ट फ्रॉम जो आपका गवर्नमेंट का पोर्शन है, तो वो भी आप अपने CSR में बुक कर सकते हैं, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट उसको CSR में बुक कर सकती है। एस्टैब्लिशमेंट को क्या फायदा है कि उसको ऐसा मैन पावर मिल रहा है जिसको वो स्किलिंग भी कर रही है, उसको वहां ले जा रही है, उसको बहुत महंगी ट्रेनिंग देने की जरूरत नहीं है, बहुत महंगा मैन पावर हायर करने की जरूरत नहीं है, उन्हीं को वो स्किल करके अपने आप एब्जॉर्ब कर सकते हैं। बच्चों को क्या फायदा हो रहा है? बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग मिल रही है, जो उन्होंने थ्योरेटिकल नॉलेज ली है उसका प्रैक्टिकल इंप्लीकेशन वो देख रहे हैं, किस तरीके से सीख रहे हैं। सीखने के टाइम पे उनको स्टाइपेंड मिल रहा है। जब उनके 6 to 36 मंथ की जो आपकी अप्रेंटिसशिप ट्रेनिंग कंप्लीट हो रही है वो वहाँ एब्जॉर्ब हो रहे हैं, उनको फुल टाइम एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिल जा रहा है और गवर्नमेंट के अपने टारगेट्स पूरे हो जा रहे हैं। एज यूजुअल जो अप्रेंटिसशिप बहुत फेमस हुआ है अभी कुछ टाइम में। तो ये अप्रेंटिसशिप का बेसिकली ये सोल्यूशन जो हमने दिया है, इसमें क्या है कि यूथ, अभी आप देख रहे हैं जो यूथ मतलब अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट है वो सबसे बड़ा प्रेसिंग चैलेंज है कंट्री का। तो उसको हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अपने इस एफर्ट से मैक्सिमम कितना हम उसको इम्पैक्टफुल बना सकते हैं। और स्टेट में करंटली हम यूपी, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला इन 4 स्टेट्स में कर रहे हैं। मैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी कि अगर हम इस तरीके से कोलैबोरेट करके और भी स्टेट्स में अगर इस स्कीम को ले जा सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये सेंट्रल की स्कीम है, सारे स्टेट को इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, बट कुछ स्टेट में ये इम्प्लीमेंट हो रही है, कुछ स्टेट्स में नहीं हो रही हैं। तो या आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट कि अगर कोई ऐसा है जो हमें सपोर्ट कर सकता है इस स्कीम को इम्प्लीमेंट करने में अदर स्टेट में, तो इट विल बी वेरी हेल्पफुल। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू।
मैम, yes. Harshita.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening us. And I believe right work will take us on right pathways. Right. And once again, we would like to thank Amazon for making this event happen.
Right. एंड मेरे को एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी लगी इस सेशन में ना, सोल्यूशन वाले में, कि मैम ने ना फोकस कर प्रैक्टिकल नॉलेज पे भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा। इवन तो मैं स्टडी कर रहा हूँ पूरा थ्योरी वाला, आई एम डूइंग अ BBA कोर्स, बट मुझे ना प्रैक्टिकल चाहिए। तो मेरा इको का सब्जेक्ट है ना, मुझे उसमें भी प्रैक्टिकल चाहिए। तो मैम ना मैं उनको सजेस्ट करता हूँ कि हमको इवेंट्स पे लेके जाएं, एक्सपोजर दें। तो आई थिंक दैट्स द पार्ट विच आई वांट फॉर कि सबको चलना चाहिए, राइट? मूविंग ऑन to
So Krishna, don't you think it's fascinating that how technology is altering everything from classroom to future job skills?
आई थिंक दैट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग हर्षिता, क्योंकि मेरे को भी ये बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी है कि ना ये टीचर्स कैसे कोप अप कर रहे हैं विद द टेक्नोलॉजी विदाउट हैविंग द फियर टू डील विद इट, राइट? कि कैसे डील कर रहे हैं इससे बेसिक लेवल पे। सो आई थिंक दैट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग।
So for that we will be having panel discussion now. So we will have student, we'll have employers, we'll have educational leaders. So definitely you will get your answers. Right. So with that, I would like to invite Mr. Raj Gilda sir on stage, founder and CEO of Lend a Hand India, and he's been supporting me from 3 to 4 years now. So I just want to say thank you, sir. Thank you so much for enlightening me to this world. Welcome. Thank you.
Welcome.
Such a great job from our, anchors for today. Krishna and Harshita are here, so 3 cheers for you guys. You are definitely teaching us some skills, which I'm making note of as, hopefully, we'll go from there. So welcome everybody once again, and especially from Lend a Hand India. This is our first event we are hosting in partnership with Udyam, so very special as well. And just a plug, we are going to set up a Bangalore office as well. So if you're looking for any opportunity, somebody told me, जब भी कोई plug करना होगा तो opportunity lose नहीं करना चाहिए, right? So anyway, so I think today, as Harshita and Krishna mentioned, that we are at the cusp of such a reform, as the cusp of many things changing, and today we are going to speak to, as part of this 30 minutes, upcoming 30 minutes, to variety of our panel members who will throw light on these aspects. So first, we would like to invite Karan Kumar from Shinobadi. So Karan runs a online scraps platform, and has been so I would like you, definitely catch up with him during lunchtime or later as well, what he does further. Srilata ji is the member of the Department of Education in Karnataka State Government, and she has been a headmistress for many years as well. So she'll be wearing 2 hats today, as a headmistress as well as the Department of Education, government official here. Leena ji, hi, Dr. Leena Wadia. She has been sort of a very close friend, and has been part of the drafting committee for national education policy as well. So has had a ringside view of how the things on the policy side happen. And Saurabh from Floor Walk. As the name suggests, Floor Walk. Basically, you walk on the floor and audit, things. So if you want to get paid to do shopping, please hang out with him. So the mystery shopping is, his forte. So thank you all of you, here. So I think I'll start with, Karan here. Given the prominence, and we want to keep young people at the center of the stage here. So Karan, abhi jo aap kar rahe ho, Shinobadi mein, and really very inspiring story. Tell me how the current education system has equipped you, और जो नहीं मिला, जो आपने on the job सीखा, right? In that, because बहुत लोग ऐसा बोलते हैं कि real education की शुरुआत तो first job में होती है. And how do we avoid that, right? Because so just in brief, you can share what has been your experience.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a chance to discuss here. Like a current education system में, sir, please repeat your question.
अच्छा, इतना कठिन सवाल पूछा मैंने, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है मेरे से ही। नहीं, so मेरा सवाल ये था कि करण, आप अभी जो फिनोबाड़ी जैसा बहुत ही अच्छा एंटरप्रेन्योरियल वेंचर चला रहे हो, हाँ, तो कई चीजें आपने स्कूल में सीखी होगी, कई चीजें स्कूल से बाहर सीखी होगी, और आजकल का जो एजुकेशन ऐसे होता है कि हमारा जो एक्सपीरियंस होता है उसकी शुरुआत फर्स्ट जॉब से होती है ना? तो आप बताएंगे कि आपने स्कूल में क्या सीखा और स्कूल के बाहर क्या सीखा, और अगर आप स्कूल की अगर वापस शुरुआत कर रहे हो, सपोज आप 3rd ग्रेड में जा रहे हो, अभी 4th ग्रेड में जा रहे हो, तो क्या सीखना चाहोगे अगर आप अभी शुरू करें तो?
यस सर, अगर अभी फिर से स्कूल स्टार्ट हो तो लाइक क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, अभी हमारे स्कूल में क्या सिखाया जाता है, लाइक थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज। बच्चे पढ़ते हैं तो फोकस्ड होता है कि पेपर के लिए, एग्जाम्स के लिए, कि हमारे नंबर अच्छे आ जाएं, लेकिन लाइफ लेसन के लिए वो नहीं पढ़ते। तो मेरे साथ क्या था, 6th 7th में जब मैं था तो जर्नी की स्टार्टिंग हो गई थी। घर में आयरन प्रेस जो होती है ना इस्त्री, खराब हो गई थी, तो मेरे में मतलब क्यूरियोसिटी जागी कि उसको मैं रिपेयर करूं। तो मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक शॉप पे गया, उसके बाद उसको कैसे रिपेयर करते हैं मैंने वो सीखा, और फिर ज़्यादा क्यूरियोसिटी बढ़ गई तो मैंने धीरे धीरे सारा पूरा का पूरा इलेक्ट्रॉनिक का काम सीख लिया। फिर जब जैसे वीडियोस हम देखते हैं यूट्यूब पे, तो एग्रीगेट मॉडल के बारे में मुझे पता चला, रितेश सर की जो वीडियो थी। तो जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का काम है उसको मैं एग्रीगेट पे ले गया, लाइक 8-10 इलेक्ट्रिशियन मैंने हायर कर लिए, कनेक्ट में ले लिए, उसके बाद व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे उनको बना के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का काम करने लग गया। तो मेरी जो लर्निंग थी स्कूल के बियॉन्ड, बाहर जो जॉब जैसे आपने बताया, तो वहां से हो रही थी। स्कूल में मैं क्या कर रहा था कि बस पढ़ पढ़ के नंबर के लिए तैयारी कर रहा था कि जैसे भी नंबर आ जाए।
ओके, तो फिर ये बताइए, तो स्कूल में हम ये कैसे कर सकते हैं?
लाइक अभी स्कूल में जब हमें पढ़ाया जाता है तो वो सिखाते हैं हमको कि हमको क्या सोचना है, ये नहीं सिखाते कि कैसे सोचना है। अगर हमें ये पता चल जाए कैसे सोचना है और अपने बारे में कैसे सोचना है, अपनी लाइफ के बारे में, लाइक क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, तो हम खुद से सोच पाएंगे कि हमें क्या आगे करना है।
बढ़िया। एंड आई थिंक 3 cheers टू करण हियर। आई थिंक जो आपने 3 मिनट में जो बात बताई है, जिंदगी का बहुत बड़ा सच आपने बताया, तो जरूर आपसे वापस विल कम बैक टू यू। श्रीलता जी, namaste. She has been a partner for Lenda in India for almost 7 years now. So have had a wonderful, experience of working with her. बहुत बार ऐसा बोला जाता है कि पॉलिसी बनाना इजी होता है, सॉरी लीना, लेकिन उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना या और बहुत बार वी थिंक कि सरकार तो काम ही नहीं करता है ना, यानी द गवर्नमेंट डजंट वर्क एंड अदर थिंग्स टू, वी एज सिविलियंस वी थिंक लाइक दैट। तो आज हमने श्रीलता जी को इसलिए इनवाइट किया कि एक तो वो इनका जो सवाल था कि स्कूल में क्या नहीं पढ़ाया जा रहा है, हाउ डू वी सॉर्ट ऑफ एड्रेस दैट, and secondly also please educate us how smallest of things are difficult to make it happen when you are working with the government sort of system, right, and especially with regards to education. Thank you.
Basically thank you very much, sir, for inviting me. In fact, I was very impressed seeing all these young people here, their confidence in speaking and all. Sir, this is what we lacked when we were young. When we were young, no matter we had our dreams, we had so many things to do, but we actually lacked that confidence. And maybe I can proudly say that this confidence is what is being taught in our schools now. Maybe. No matter the new education policy says so many things, but they are in books. But putting them into practice is really a big thing. Especially in government schools, where you have children coming from a background where the parents are totally illiterate or maybe first generation learners. So first of all, our turn is to change their perception of what exactly is education. So education doesn't only mean to provide them a piece of bread or their livelihood, but it also means to bring the interest, to bring the aspirations of young minds into practice. This is what I came to know once I saw these children on stage. First thing. Secondly, what I thought was, see, education is something, as rightly said, it can bring about many policies. But the policies, when it is rightly put into practice, only then the effort comes. But there are so many things that also fail, sir. Because all policies, all recommendations of the policies are not in the same way. Because while you actually put that into practice, especially in schools like ours and government schools, there are so many problems coming in between to putting that into the implementation. One thing that, as I told you, it is the perception of people. Let me speak about vocational education only, sir. See, vocational education, no matter it's not a new concept to us, especially for Indians. We have thought about this right from the basic education policy itself. But what people think is that, see, there is, if you just introduce a vocational education course in a school, they say, ma'am, this course is for only those people who are average. It is not for students who have good scholastic knowledge. Or especially the same problem rose to me when we wanted to introduce this in Adarsh Vidyalayas in the state of Karnataka, which are supposed to be the model schools of Karnataka. So once we thought of actually proposing them for the to get the approval from the Ministry of Education, the first thing that I got was from my own officers saying, "Arey, Adarsh Vidyalaya, why do you want to take up Adarsh Vidyalaya?" Because, see, no matter they are the schools of excellence, they did not even think that vocational education can really inspire those children also there. But the thought was that the vocational education by itself is only for average children, for those of them who cannot do in the vocational subject. The same thought is also even with ITIs also. People say those people who are financially not very sound or something, or maybe they have got less marks, those children will be the students for ITI or diploma or anything. For those students who can aspire more, they'll be in the engineering college. But that perception has to change. And unless that perception is changed, you cannot get all the policies, all the recommendations of the policies into practice. So that was the first thing which I thought. And that was a major hindrance to me also. Because being a part of vocational education program for the past 7 years, this is the fight that I have been making all these days. We'll be given the last priority, or even now that I have entered into the middle priority, from the last stage I have come to the middle stage now. So allotting funds also for providing such trainings also are a hindrance to us. First of all, once the budget is announced, I think most of us know, the top priority will be of the primary education background. I really say, because that is the basic necessity of any government or any other thing. The second portion will be for the higher education concept. But less focus is given to the secondary and the senior secondary stage, which we call from the age 14 to 18, whatever you say. That is the place, or that is the time where you are supposed to give more importance, but it is given the least. So the implementation portion, no matter you have an attitude to implement or you have people who can do it, funds are again another crux to us. So implementation of any policy should also depend upon the fund flow that comes to you, and that fund flow should be so free that it can be implemented as it is been recommended in the policy. So these are the major two things that I feel that schools, should need. Because as he said, schools are providing, but whatever his experience is only from outside the school. But even inside the school, if we have to give, these are the two major hindrances that we are facing.
Thank you, Shriyuta ji. और I think हमारा प्रयास रहेगा कि हम कैसे इन bottlenecks को address कर पाएं, right? So Leena ji, coming to you. You had a very eventful 2-3 years, I would say, drafting the policy, and one can imagine, I always say that India is like United States of India, each and every state is a different country, and to have a national education policy in that is such a mammoth, task to happen. So if you can just share your, few stories, your few war, battle cries while drafting the same and how it has come about now, it will be great. Thank you.
I have to tell you a story because we are sitting in Karnataka and we are sitting in Bangalore, and I discussed this outside this morning. In 2015 was the first time HRD Minister Smriti Irani announced the education policy. And at that time, Siddaramaiah government was in place, actually. And they immediately said that Karnataka state must have its own policy. And so in 2015, under Dr. Kasturi Rangan, because he was chairman of the Karnataka Knowledge Commission, we made the Karnataka state education policy first. And most people who worked on the national education policy, many people were involved in that too. I think there's a keynote speech by Manish Sabarwal and Anurag Bihar and so many, all of us. So all of us learned from there. And what I find tragic is that today we are still waiting for Karnataka government to come out with another Karnataka state education policy. For the same Siddaramaiah government. I was the member secretary. I wrote the document. It was there in the Karnataka Knowledge Commission website and distributed widely, and we've just sort of just thrown it away. So we are losing a lot of time in trying to come up with state policies. But if only the states would actually focus a bit more on implementation. You talked about, different states needing different things. And if anybody has read the draft National Education Policy 2019, you will realize that the main focus there, and Dr. Kasturi Rangan was very clear about this, is that we should have enough flexibility to help every child develop as per their own interests and aspirations. Interests, abilities, and aspirations. So the era of industrial age is finished. We don't want everybody to be taught the same things. We don't want everybody to get the same high marks and, like somebody said, not do that well relative to those who didn't get high marks. We want every child to be given a choice, and we want every child to be given guidance on how he or she, based on what they like to do. Today one of our speakers spoke about how she knew only painting, and she's luckily, thanks to Delhi government, she's managed to create a venture from there. So we want every child to discover their abilities and confirm that that's their interest, because they may have multiple abilities, and then develop as per that. So the space for states to provide locally relevant education is there in the document. What I find also tragic is that many people have not read it, and those who have read it have not absorbed it, especially governments, because you need to understand that this is a very big transformative change, that you're not doing anymore everybody should have the same exam and the same marks. You need every child to develop separately. So so we try to make the policy as flexible as possible, to allow for electives, a few core courses, and then lots of electives with lots of vocational education thrown in. And since we are talking about vocational education, the introduction of vocational education starting from grade 6 was supposed to achieve many goals. The main one was to introduce experiential learning. And another important one from the perspective of state governments was to encourage governments to make some investment. He talked about how the education has become only about theory, because that is the least cost route. My daughter went to 11th standard in a very well-known, autonomous college in Mumbai, and she went to the physics lab, and they told her that, oh, these potentiometer bridges are not working, but here are the readings, that you can put in your report. So imagine, very well-known colleges don't have equipment in 11th and 12th standard. So if you don't have investment in education, then you can't do experiential learning. So what can you learn from there? So then what you do is just keep on harping on exams and narrow competition on the basis of a few marks. So we hope that there will be more investment in education and more investment in labs and opportunities to do group projects and things like that. And I think a collective like this, a Prayaas Collective, must also actively engage with all state governments to nudge them to do the investment that is needed for this purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Leena. I have joked, thank you. Many times कि हमने अगर forget the NEP 2020, अगर 1968 का कोठारी कमीशन का रिपोर्ट भी implement कर दिया, तो भी काफी है, in that, right? So, but I think on the NEP 2020, we are going to have a quick 15-minute session later on, which will throw some light on what is happening there as well, and looking forward to implementation there. So, coming to from policy to school to venture to Saurabh on your part, so reveal the mystery. What is needed in the school education today? That what you're running the firm which is into mystery shopping and other things too. And as you look at your employees, or as you look at the people whom you are recruiting, what is the gap that you undersee, and how can we address that?
First, thank you. Hello. Yeah. First, thank you for inviting me. बहुत छोटी सी चीज़ है. I come from a very different background. I think opportunities जो बोली जाती है. So I come from a tier 3 city where we used to sit on ground, study. Experiential learning क्या होती है, इसकी definition ही नहीं पता थी. हमारे पापा मम्मी को ही नहीं पता थी कि क्या होती है. और एक्सपीरियंशियल लर्निंग जो होती थी वो पापा के साथ दुकान जाके समझ में आती थी कि कैसे परचेज किया जाता है, कैसे सेल किया जाता है. सो ऑल ऑफ दीज थिंग्स वेयर पार्ट ऑफ आवर लाइफ फ्रॉम वॉट एवर वी कुड लर्न फ्रॉम आवर फैमिली. बट एजुकेशन सिस्टम से सिर्फ बुक्स की बातें करी गई है आज तक. जब हम हायरिंग के प्रोसेस में देखते हैं इस पूरे स्ट्रक्चर को, तो सिर्फ एक सवाल पूछते हैं कैंडिडेट से, और कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं है. एक फ्रेशर से कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशन है ही नहीं कि आपको कुछ आता होगा. द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज आवर्स. वी विल स्किल यू, वी विल ट्रेन यू. वी जस्ट नीड वन थिंग फ्रॉम यू, दैट्स सिंसेरिटी. नाउ सिंसेरिटी इज अ वेरी जेनेरिक टर्म. यू कांट रियली से 1 kilo sincerity. That's true. But there is we sort of try and bifurcate that term, saying कि आप अपनी लाइफ में कभी फेल हुए हो, और अगर फेल हुए हो तो आपने उस फेलियर से डील कैसे किया है. I can assure you 95% of the people cannot answer that questions, because the foundation says कि फेल बच्चे को होने ही नहीं देना है. मम्मी पापा फेल नहीं होने देना, बेटा गिर जाओगे, ये ट्राई करोगे तो गिर जाओगे. एजुकेशन सिस्टम में फेल होगा यानी बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है. सो when we ask those students, we ask about programs, that something that they have attempted to do, and have they been able to overcome the challenges. ये एक बहुत बड़ा डिस्कनेक्ट हमें कॉन्टिन्यूस दिखता आ रहा है. जब भी मैंने 4 स्टूडेंट्स को सुना, तो हमें यही चाहिए, हमें कुछ नहीं चाहिए. आपकी लाइफ में कोई दिक्कत आई, आप खड़े हुए और आपने उसको एक्सेप्ट किया, एक्सेप्ट नहीं भी किया, उससे डील किया, जिस तरीके से डील किया, हमें वही कहानी सुननी है, हमें और कुछ नहीं सुनना है. We don't want you to know, 2 years of experience in coding. I've built this website, I've done that. I don't want that. I want you will, whatever task you are given, in a challenging situation, you will stand up, you will do things as they come to you, and then it's our responsibility. We will train you, we will guide you, we're there for you. But पहला effort तो आपको लेना पड़ेगा ना. तो लाइफ में आपने पहला एफर्ट कब लिया, क्या लिया? I think that's the moral background that education system, if they are trying to implement, how they can implement it. हर बच्चे के लिए कुछ एक मैंडेटरी प्रोग्राम हो जो उन्हें उनके हॉबी से या उनके हट के कुछ ट्राई करने का मौका मिले और फेल होने का मौका मिले. वो एक बहुत बेसिक एक्सपेक्टेशन होती है.
That is wonderful. I think very well said. ट्राई करने का मौका मिला और फेल होने का मौका मिले, because that is what is life sort of all about, right? So coming back to Shrilata ji, if you can share with us ki what are the innovations which are in the pipeline, in spite of all the constraints we speak about, but we can't give up, hope से ही तो दुनिया कायम है जैसे बोलते हैं. तो please share with us, what is in the pipeline.
Sir, in spite of all these hindrances, we have been being in the department, it is really proud for me to say. Once I entered into the department as an officer, I thought I was just an officer, come to the office and then finish my work and go. But it's not like that now, because I have so many other things to do. Government, on the other hand, is not only helping. See, funds are always there, sir. Fund crux are always there. But it's not that it is hindering our way, like our work. We from the government of Karnataka, initially we had a course called JOC. I think most of us from Karnataka would be knowing. It's a job-oriented course. And this was for students of senior secondary schools, as madam also knows that. That paved a way for a otherwise entry into the course and for the student to pass out of 12th standard. Because people were scared to enter the PUC structure because they were sure that they were going to fail, as he said. Failure was their fear, actually. And when JOC came out like this, the government thought that this would be an alternate way, so we would like to close that course. So it is only after 2014 and onwards we started off with vocational education, that too when RMSA came, the Rashtriya Madhyama Shiksha Abhiyan, which was launched by MOE, and then we started off with vocational education. Initially, Karnataka government was scared to implement the project because we had already seen the failure of JOC. And as the government said, no, we are not going to take up this course. But it was actually forcibly put upon us by the government of India that, no, you are supposed to take up this course. And that's how we started with occasional courses and NSQF, whatever it is. Since 2014, sir, we were only 100 for so many years, 100 schools. And it was taken upon as a very leisure period, you know, it was taken very coolly by people. And they said, there will be an exemption given to you. You need not study the third language. So you can, for those people who were scared of Hindi, they got an opportunity to get into our course because that was an easy way. Doing something in beauty and wellness, doing something in automobile and retail, that would just pass them out of 12th standard. But later on, when people came to know what exactly is going on in our labs, what exactly is going on in our classes, the real interest started. And now that no matter on the government scale, we are only in 528 schools, just 7 years. That's what I was telling Leena madam the other day. She said, when we were writing the position papers, it was only 240, Srilata, and now that it is really raised. We have doubled ourselves, ma'am. But there are so many other ways of how we were able to double. Well, I don't call it an innovation, sir, but I can tell you that this is the way forward that we have come from our days where we had thought it in a different way. And now that it has been implemented in a different way, we have, as madam said, lack of labs. There were lack of labs for children and all. The government came forward to establish around 12 labs in the KKRDB division, which is considered to be a very economically backward districts of Karnataka, Kalyan Karnataka regions. And these skill labs, which are called as Kaushalya skill labs, were introduced. And we are now in the field of introducing vocational education, not only in the major 5 sectors, ma'am. We have actually marched forward. We have brought in electronics, we have brought in agriculture, we have also brought in apparel sector, and we are now looking into media and entertainment. We are also looking forward to have something in aeronautics and aerospacing. And the government is now very interested in introducing trades with tourism as one job skill, because Karnataka is a state which with good heritage and also the government is now thinking about bringing something for the tourism thing. And we are also very good at hospitality. So these are the 4 major areas, madam, which the government is now considering to do. And along with that, keeping NEP in mind, well, we are not exactly introducing the pre-vocational course. We have not yet exactly come out to the curriculum of the pre-vocational course, but we have started providing exposure to students of higher primary schools. I think every year we have a project for that. We call it as Project Innovation, and through which we had trainers coming up with their own innovation in their schools. A trainer from Badgi. Badgi is a small town and it is very famous for chilies. The Badgi chilies are famous. So actually when this project innovation was introduced, they said, madam, we don't have any such local artisan or local skill that we can propagate to the state, saying that we from Badgi we can do this. So an innovative idea came out from the trainer himself. Said, ma'am, we'll take the students to the nearby market area, that the APMC yard or something. So the student all these days knew that the chilies were plucked from the fields, and then their fathers would take it to the market and sell. But that was the first time a student from a school in Badgi went to the real APMC market, saw exactly how the chilies are weighed, how they'll be sold in the market, and what is the quality that is being given more amount. So all this, it was one such great experience that our students got.
Great.
And this was really great that we had this, and this will be continued also. In further years, even the same procedure will be continued.
Great, thank you so much. From chili to the robotics, right? That is the, this thing we are going for. I'm getting signals from Hemlata here, but quick, I'm going to put three of you on spot. One wish from each of you, what the education policy should include or should have the implementation about, right?
My statements. You have the microphone.
एक बहुत छोटी सी पॉलिसी अगर मेरे टाइम पर होती तो बहुत फायदा होता। जिस जगह पे मैं पढ़ रहा था, काश उस जगह के लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आकर हफ्ते में एक बार एक गेस्ट लेक्चर ले लेते और बताते कि वो काम कैसे कर रहे हैं, तो मजा आ जाता।
We'll talk about it in the next session.
My wish is that ever since the policy came out, we've been going to so many gatherings to discuss the policy and its implementation, and one group of people are completely absent, and those are the teachers. And I think that without including teachers in these conversations, we will do ourselves a very huge disfavor, because the teachers need to be involved in the discussion, because their service time is 30, 40 years. They will bring their experiences and their learning back, and you can tweak the models, improve it, and so on. So we need teachers in the room every time we have a discussion about anything.
Absolutely. Karan, your
यस सर, जैसा भी सर ने बताया कि वीकली में या फिर मंथली में जो लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है वो आके क्लासेस ले लेते तो बढ़िया रहता। हमारे दिल्ली में तो वैसा होता है उद्यम के थ्रू, लाइक एंटरप्रेन्योर्स आते हैं और क्लासेस लेते हैं, और जो पॉलिसीज है लाइक न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, मेरे हिसाब से ये पॉलिसी और सब जो बन रही है मतलब बढ़िया है। लेकिन जब ग्राउंड जीरो पे इसका इम्प्लीकेशन देखेंगे कि लाइक जैसे स्कूल्स के अंदर टाइम टेबल भी आ गया शेड्यूल की तरह, उसमें स्पोर्ट्स का करिकुलम है कि बच्चों को कराना है, लेकिन टीचर्स का क्या होता है कि उनको अपना सिलेबस कंप्लीट करना है, तो वो अपना सिलेबस पे फोकस करते हैं, बच्चों को खेलने नहीं ले जाते। और जस्ट लाइक खेलने का भी, और टीचर का एक तरीके से ना फेवर हो जाता है कि लाइक जैसे फाउंडर्स जो होते हैं उनको अपने प्रोडक्ट्स जो पहला प्रोडक्ट बनाया उससे मतलब इतना लगाव हो जाता है कि वो क्विट नहीं करते, अगर वो चले ना चले तो भी, मतलब फेलियर से इतना वो डरते हैं। तो टीचर्स का भी ऐसा होता है कि साइंस में अगर ये बच्चा अच्छा है तो ये साइंस से ले आगे जाके, ये आर्ट्स में ना जाए, कॉमर्स में ना जाए, लेकिन बच्चे की चॉइस है कि वो बिजनेस करे, वो कॉमर्स से लेना चाहे, तो वहां पे भी थोड़ा डिस्प्यूट होता है।
तो करण, ये भी विश आपकी जल्दी ग्रांट होने वाली है। आई एम फीलिंग सो लाइक अ गॉड ना, ऐसे हो रहा है वगैरह। बट नो वंडरफुल। आई थिंक करण कुमार Finobody, if there is any scrap you want to sell, please go to online site of Finobody, right? Once again, free shopping, floor walk here. Anything to do with policy, Lina is your person, or government of Karnataka, Shrilita is always there, our champion, right? So thank you so much. Thanks for being wonderful participants. Thanks.
If you want to open a recycle bank in India, anywhere, you can contact me. Like recycle bank, deposit your trash and withdraw cash. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you.
हर्षिता, मतलब how amazing that was, है ना? Like student का perspective भी सुनने को मिला, educator का भी.
Got all your answers, right?
Maybe not every, but I think I should clarify this कि मेरे को ना ये बहुत सही लगता है कि जो बात बार बार छिड़ रही है कि vocational courses होने जरूरी हैं. As for me, Gen Z, we are not so much fond of reading, so please कुछ करो उसका. And this is all Prayaas. What is it about? And I have one example also. Add bungee jumping as to define gravity also, है ना? ये अच्छा curriculum हो सकता है. But moving on with our next segment, I think this is the most important, जो सारे youth के लिए होना चाहिए. How a youth can get into industry, right? And I, for one, and I've seen you, and you are the best example that can be given here. कि you also are working as a software engineer, है ना? And such young age, I truly admire you. So how do you do that?
After 12th, I joined HCL. So that time I was 19 years old. So I think it just like you should like you just need to find a platform to connect youth to industries. That's all about it. And I mean, my question is, why can't we do that? One particular project, like I'm working in particular project, so I'm a tech B, I am a youth. So why can't we do that like all youths, children's like me, kids like me who completed their 12th grade, they skilled on particular technology and now they're working in projects. So the whole team, the project team, why can't we do that? Whole youth, like youth panel. So what do you think about it?
I think it's an amazing idea and what you have done so far. And I think with that, we should invite our expert to get more into the next section or the segment, which is fireside chat. And there will be some questions at the same time answers, and it's going to be really fun. So I would really like to invite Mekin Maheshwari sir again, once again. Please give a huge round of applause for him. Thank you.
All right. Others suggested that I use this space क्योंकि यहाँ पे कैमरा अच्छा दिखता है या कैमरे को अच्छा दिखता है. I'm like अच्छा अच्छी बात है. And yeah, as in sorry you have to see me again, but this time in a slightly different avatar. In my past life before I entered education, I used to work in the industry, in technology and in e-commerce, and trying to facilitate a conversation of bringing the industry perspective into our conversations today. And for that, I would love to invite my partner in this conversation, Gaurav Bhatnagar. Gaurav is Amazon India's leader for seller development and leads key programs like Saheli and Karigar, which have enabled and partnered with a bunch of nonprofits to help people from backgrounds which you wouldn't necessarily think would succeed on a platform like Amazon succeed. So Gaurav, please welcome. Sorry, can I have a louder round of applause, please? I think...
Thank you. I'm sure the folks are wondering what's the picture there and the gentleman sitting here is different. But yeah, this is the real Gaurav Bhatnagar.
Yeah. Yeah. So Gaurav, you've had wide, vivid experiences across the country, and you were with Unilever for a long time, selling a large variety of things. As you have seen the world change and India change in the last few years, what do you think are new trends that are emerging, which are important to keep in mind for young people as they think about possibly selling on platforms like Amazon and generally about careers?
Sure, Mekin. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. I've been listening intently for the last maybe an hour or so. And I think already the conversations in terms of how we are building through this Prayaas of inculcating entrepreneurship right at the grassroots, it's truly inspiring. Yeah. So a big thank you to you and the team for inviting me here on behalf of Amazon. Going back to your question, if you look at, the way I look at is that there are three large emerging trends which are evolving. And some of it is also to do with what we just heard a little while back in the previous panel, esteemed panel which was there. Yes, what has happened is that the first is really about digital transformation and e-commerce boom in the country and the world. That's the first thing which has happened. The second aspect which has happened is also the rise of a lot of purpose-led ventures, right? And I'll talk about it. And the third is really about diversification of skill set per se. And let me talk with the third one first. Diversification of skill set is really where earlier it was about specialization. Either you can be an engineer or a doctor. Today we are talking about entrepreneurs, young youth who are looking at being self-reliant, who are looking at making sure that they understand various dimensions of business and therefore stand on their own feet and truly be Atmanirbhar. Yeah? And that is a large trend which is happening. Going back to the first one, the digital transformation has truly democratized entrepreneurship. Today, with the kind of tools and scalable solutions that many of the marketplaces or social platforms offer, today our youth and young entrepreneurs are able to actually start up an idea into execution right from the comfort of their homes. Yeah. The third, which is really about purpose, rise of really purpose-led ventures. Today's youth is really conscious about what impact they create on society, what impact they create on environment. And we are seeing that today's entrepreneurs are building the impact on society, environment into their ventures, yeah, and making sure that what the values that they are passionate about, they are reflecting in the work they are doing, yeah, and that is very different from many decades back when we grew up per se, yeah, where our focus was very specific to doing certain things the way they were probably cast in stone. Versus today, the experimentation is there, the platforms are allowing the experimentation, and diversification of skill set is today allowing our youth to truly demonstrate the innovation that they are capable of.
Yeah, no, very true. Like, I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and I can relate to what you're saying, which is the focus was get good marks, get a good job, start earning money, right? Ye purpose kya hota hai? Yeah, as in, hey, what about the environment? And any of these things came much later for me. And it's amazing to see that you at Amazon are also seeing that kind of awareness in the kind of things that both youth are doing and what youth are probably buying. Yeah, I think again, for a young entrepreneur, and we saw the Finobadi entrepreneur, and before that, earlier in the morning, we had a bunch of other entrepreneurs here. For them to sell on a platform like Amazon and possibly on other, and maybe broaden the question to selling digitally or selling in this digitally enabled world, what are some of the new trends that are emerging that they should keep in mind? And what might be some challenges that people find that, this people struggle with? And these might be examples from the Saheli or the Karigar programs where some of the youth or some of the women have struggled with doing certain things. And here in our audience, we have a whole bunch of organizations, civic society organizations, who work with young people, who could take some of these learnings and help young people build those capabilities.
Yeah, sure, Mekin. So, some of the things that I believe are important for our young entrepreneurs to look at, and I'll probably talk about three things and then talk about some of the challenges. The first one is really about embracing technology. Yeah, and I think technology across digital literacy and including new trends like artificial intelligence and machine learning. Really, digital literacy is what allows our entrepreneurs to really make effective decision making, customize a lot of offerings for customers, equally optimize a lot of investments that they may be doing on supply chain or product development, and that in many ways is one of the key things to really embrace digital learning, literacy, and a lot of ways in which we as an organization do that is through webinars, through today across the internet, there are huge amount of digital learning opportunities which are available today. But the first thing is to really have that mindset to embrace that. It is a new area. It is not an area to, it's not an area where we grew up learning from childhood, and therefore it is stepping out of comfort zone. But to be able to do that will allow you to actually stay ahead of the curve in terms of, being successful. So that's the first, key area. The second is as we work through and evolve our entrepreneurship journey, the second is truly about customer obsession. It is about customer centricity to say that how do we think first principles, how do we think about what is the customer problem that we are trying to solve, and really have a feedback loop to understand. E-commerce today, for example, allows you to get a feedback loop in minutes or hours from somebody buying a product to getting a feedback, for example. Versus the cycle times that were there earlier from innovation to feedback were years, if not less. Today you get that not in months or weeks, but in days. Yeah? And therefore customer obsession to build and continuously innovate for customers becomes an extremely critical aspect, keeping in mind what you are, who are you developing for? What is the problem that you are solving? And therefore, how do you make that better, right? And keeping that abreast with the changing trends in terms of how customers are looking at what are their needs and how are they evolving. The third aspect is really about, really as a skill set, it's about agility and adaptability, yeah, as a superpower. And that's really key in terms of saying that how do you pivot if and it was amazing to hear the panel talk about learning to fail and an acceptability to fail and not then have the fear of failure. At Amazon today, we encourage our builders and our entrepreneurs and our sellers to not have the fear of failure, because you learn more from failure than you learn from success. Yeah? And therefore, to have the agility and adaptability to fail fast, to learn from it, to adapt from what you've learned from it, and therefore pivot to what the customer needs going forward, become the three key skills that I see for any entrepreneur to really be successful, and of course on the e-commerce space. Yeah.
Before you start on the challenges, I just want to come in and again just underscore what you've said, and it resonates so deeply because both at Udyam and what we saw early morning when there were 4 young inspiring stories talking about exactly these things, about experimentation, about trying new things, about failing, about agility. So I'm just joyous to hear it in the industry perspective too, that hey, this is what matters to industry as well.
Sure, Michael. No, great, absolutely. If you look at challenges and some of the challenges that our entrepreneurs who work with us face, the first one is really about, the expertise of entrepreneurs is really about product development. It is really about customer service. It is about marketing, right? A lot of that is really the true spirit in which entrepreneurs work today. Really designing products, bringing their idea and innovation to reality. So the challenge therefore there is really about the operations part of it, which is truly about logistics, because ultimately as you are building an entrepreneurship venture, it is about, how do you bring it to the customers? And that entire execution machinery from a logistics and supply chain management is a very complex machinery. And I think that's one of the challenges that we see entrepreneurs and sellers on the marketplace face. And as an industry, for example, Amazon, a couple of years back, launched a product called Fulfilled by Amazon. And today also, for example, a lot of products you buy on Amazon, you will find Fulfilled by Amazon per se. And now what that does is it makes sure that the headache of the entrepreneurs on managing this complex supply chain is taken over through product technology that Amazon offers, through an end-to-end solution between, making sure that the storage of goods, making sure that it is getting to the customers, order management is managed end-to-end by Amazon, so that the entrepreneurs can focus on what they truly are finding and what they are bringing to the table in terms of ensuring the innovation is brought to life. Yeah. The second thing is really about really standing out in a crowded marketplace, right? So ultimately you have, hundreds of thousands of sellers or entrepreneurs who are looking at saying how do they bring their product and technology and innovation to the customers. And therefore standing out in a marketplace is, of course, a relevant challenge where entrepreneurs would face, saying that, hey, I have an innovation, but how do I make sure that it is brought to life for the customers on the right platforms and, various e-commerce opportunities. So that's second, and that's a second challenge which exists. And in that, for example, what Amazon does is a lot of SMB programs, which is small and medium business programs we have, like Karigar, Saheli, Launchpad, or a series of education programs on seller or entrepreneurship webinars that we attend or we organize for our entrepreneurs, is to really make sure that we give them the tools, we give them the advisory to be able to stand out on a crowded marketplace. Yeah. The third is really about, the entire aspect of financial machinery in terms of financial acumen, and therefore how do you make sure that the new entrepreneurs are able to have the right information for them to make the right decisions on where to invest, what are the actions they need to take in terms of driving growth of business. And therefore, again, a lot of marketplaces, including Amazon, for example, we particularly look at saying, how do we simplify products? How do we provide recommendations to the entrepreneurs to make sure that they can take the next best decisions in their own entrepreneur journey? So those are the three challenges that we see entrepreneurs face, and how we do our bit to help some of the entrepreneurs who work with us for them to be successful.
No, thank you. And helpful for us in the education and skilling space to also think about these challenges and see how some of us could incorporate learnings that could help young people overcome these challenges. In your experience, have you seen examples of success stories that have been able to overcome some of these, or that just are inspiring to others?
Oh, I mean, there have been, I must say, there are thousands and hundreds of thousands of them as we see. And truly, when I say that e-commerce has democratized entrepreneurship, it is in reality. It is not that this can happen or this may happen. It is a reality. Today we have entrepreneurs who are, innovating mosquito nets which are magnetic, and make sure that they can, just ensure that the right customer problems of if somebody is walking out of a door, the mosquito net is not left open behind but auto closes. To somebody looking at pimples is a very real problem and not solved at scale by a lot of current solutions, to really innovate and bring solutions there, to really crafts of the country, which, and they're preserving the crafts of the country. Like there is a Bunkar, entrepreneur, his name is Aman Jain, for example. He set out to make sure that across the length and breadth of the country, how the artisans who are in the weaving industry and traditional crafts, working with them, working with NGOs to make sure that we preserve that and have the opportunity through Amazon Karigar program to actually preserve those arts and for them to provide the livelihoods and make sure that they are actually doing well. Or from, let's say, a sports entrepreneur in Shastri Nagar, Meerut, young chap, met him who, had a business of their grandparents, but it wasn't doing well in that catchment. But the person, instead of stepping out and trying to do something, the person actually said that I can take it to, the strength is there, the skill set is there, how do I take it to the world? And then joined us as part of the Launchpad program, and then now today does some 14 lakhs a month kind of a sale. So the stories are, I mean, multifold, and it's just humbling for me. And I joined Amazon 2 years back, working with Unilever for over 17 years. And it's been a humbling experience seeing the kind of work that our entrepreneurs in our country are doing and truly transforming the solutions that they bring to the customers across the length and breadth of the country.
No, thank you. Very inspiring. I think my last question to you is around how Amazon has worked closely and partnered with NGOs or nonprofits, right? And it's a good opportunity to thank Amazon for being a sponsor for Prayaas as well. They have been a supporter of Prayaas both this year and last year. They continue to be a big supporter of the work that we do at Udyam. But I think, like, how does an industry or how does a corporate like Amazon think about working with non-profits? Because rarely do you see these partnerships, right? And given Amazon has had a bunch of these successful partnerships with NGOs and non-profits, would love to learn from you about what does it take for these partnerships to get built, and what are some of these partnerships at Amazon that in your mind have succeeded?
Yeah, sure. No, I think, again, an area which I'm truly proud of. And I think that's another aspect of purpose that we as a company look at, which is to do good for India. And the work that we've been doing with Udyam Learning Foundation is one of the big highlights that we have. We feel proud today that, we've been able to impact close to over 4.5 lakh students, over 15,000 teachers. As part of this year, we are working on impacting them with over 18 hours of learning to each of these students and teachers, for them to build that entrepreneurial Bharat. That's the common vision that we really get inspired by as we've built it together. And again, right, not just the entrepreneurial stories that I talked about, but 18,000 of these students, seeing them actually develop products from a snake detector in Andhra Pradesh to let's say pesticide spray in agri areas, to as amazing as missed call alert on water tanks which might be leaking. These are outstanding stories, right? These are real problems that are there in an ecosystem where you need true innovation. And that's the kind of work that entrepreneurs, students are doing today as part of this work that Udyam is doing, and we are very proud to partner the team.
Now I am feeling shy, so maybe you should talk about some of the other partnerships as well.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to
tell
you what I feel truly inspired by and share with the audience here. So that's something which we feel really great about. I think the second area is really the programs that we have on Amazon, Saheli and Karigar, where we work with NGOs to impact hundreds of thousands of women entrepreneurs and artisans. We look forward to working with NGOs where the NGOs help provide basic startup support to these entrepreneurs and artisans, which essentially means helping them get a GST. And from there on, we provide the onboarding support, the account management support for them to list their products, make sure that they are, having all the digital marketing support to get their products stand out in a crowded marketplace. Yeah, and therefore have a platform for them to really showcase the work that our women entrepreneurs and artisans are doing across the country. And we partner with government, corporations, NGOs extensively as part of these programs. I think another one which, in fact, I saw Krishna on the stage. It was such a great thing to see. Krishna was one of the young entrepreneurs that we at Amazon, what we did was we looked at a pilot where we said, can we have the top leadership of Amazon, 22 of the senior leadership, spend some time with the young entrepreneurs who've been on a journey to build their businesses and provide them with speed mentoring. Yeah, and I must tell you, the kind of insights that a Krishna had, who is standing right here, they were rooted in real customer problems. They were rooted in saying his vision was clear, his clarity of how he's solving that problem has been clear. And when we had those speed mentoring sessions, I was glad that I could spend some time with him to share a perspective of how does he take to market, what are the things in terms of the marketing, the financial decisions, but let me tell you, he was already very, very clear. Yeah. So it's some great work that the team is doing. We also have a program called Amazon Future Engineers, which again we work with students per se, where we work to help them develop. I talked about the digital literacy, I talked about artificial intelligence, robotics, and we work with them to inculcate that learning at an early stage of their student life. And then from there on, they have a course and career path coming into Amazon as well. So that's another very, very philanthropic, but more importantly, and it's more for the underserved students, and something which we feel good about. And it's a pilot where we started off last year, and we are going to double our footprint into that going this year into future.
No, this is fascinating, and it's amazing to see the amount of work Amazon is able to do with nonprofits, and an example for both nonprofits to partner with industry, but also for industry to think about working more closely with nonprofits. To broaden this conversation, I now have the pleasure of inviting Lokesh. Lokesh, if you could join us on stage. Can we have a chair, please? You decide, boss. Thank you so much. Thanks, Gaurav. Thanks, Lokesh, for joining us. Sorry, is that mic work? No.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. I met Lokesh yesterday at our dinner, and Raj introduced us, and I was preparing for this panel, and we were talking about like, okay, Lokesh, can you bring in industry insights? And Raj's suggestion was, I can start with Lokesh's story, and that will bring in a hell lot of industry insights. So Lokesh, if I might request you to start with your own journey, and from there, I feel like there are a bunch of insights for how, as in what might be right for young people, the kind of skills that can help them get into jobs, and the way you have gone about your career.
Thank you. So I think I was talking, Raj, I happened to meet Raj in Pune. I was really inspired from what Lend a Hand India does in Pune. My association with them has just been about 6 months that I got to know there's something called Lend a Hand India. And I did visit Pune, and they showed me the skill development center that they've done. Is an awesome job. So we just had an impromptu chat, and that's what initiated me to come here. So I work for this company called MSI. So it's been, the company's formed in 1975, and I joined them in 97 as a quality control inspector or a product planner. And the journey has been, I've started at that, and then I've taken on many hats in the company. And today I'm a senior VP in the organization. I've completed 26 plus years. I think the message which you want me to give to the youth is longevity pays. So I think Saurav mentioned that failure is shunned in today's youth, which is not a good thing. I think I've been here or been successful in life is adapting to failures and learning from failures, and failures is good for you to grow. So in terms of skill set, we spoke about digital. I think we are associated with 200 plus manufacturing units in India, where we buy many containers every month out of India. One of the challenges that we face on the youth side is not enough skill is available when it comes to manufacturing side. So I think Mr. Gilda has addressed some of those issues by adding electrician and stuff like that. There's a lot more opportunity in that, where we think the manufacturing in India is on a very nascent stage. With China situation which happens, India's Make in India concept is growing by the day. And with that, I think the youth has a lot more opportunity, apart from the digital wave that is there, to grow within the manufacturing sector. and the infra is being built as we speak. Along with the infra, the new youth should be also looking at that aspect of growth.
No, thank you. Actually, would love your perspective on building a little bit on what Lokesh said. Like, what skills do you think could help youth in in thinking about the future, right? Like, you talked about digital literacy, and which are very useful from thinking about if they want to be entrepreneurs and if you want to be selling. But in general, for life, what are some of the skills that might be useful for young people to be prepared for life?
Sure. So thanks, Mekin. I'll talk about it. I think there are a couple of things, and I was recently reading about this concept of anti-fragility. Yeah, and we've always talked about resilience per se as one thing. Resilience is about where something can withstand stress. You know, and I was going through this concept, which is, which I really liked, and I felt that's what we've seen do well over a period of time, is anti-fragility. Anti-fragility is about where, things which not just withstand stress, but actually get better because there is stress. Yeah, so they actually gain from disorder. Yeah, gain from. So one of the skill sets is really about when you fail, right? It's not about that you were not resilient, but the fact is, if you're anti-fragile, you will look at saying that I learned from the failure and improved something for the better. Yeah. So these are the things which gain from disorder and chaos. Yeah. So that's one thing that I've seen. And if you really look back, this is a term, right, which you could read, but in reality, that's what we've experienced, a lot of us, over many decades, right? That's when you gain. So that's one thing which really about anti-fragility, that how we can, as entrepreneurs, think from that lens for our youth per se. I think that to my mind is one big area.
No, awesome. I think the amount of conversation around failure is like validating a lot of our brainstorming and planning, where Raj pushed a lot for, like, we need a failure session. So we have a failure file session coming right after in some time during the conference. Lokesh, back to you on, as in you see. You talked about you work with a lot of manufacturing units, right? And then there is a skill gap that you see. But there's also automation that's happening in some of these spaces. Now, some of this is not clear to people, right? A lot of us, and especially a lot of young people, only read headlines that, automation will, or Industry 4.0 will basically mean all of manufacturing will get automated. And so there may not be manufacturing jobs. I'm sure neither of those extremes are true, but I think your perspective and nuance on, hey, what do you see happening in terms of jobs of the future, especially around manufacturing, but your perspective overall would be very beneficial.
Yeah, so I think, there is a lot of truth in that, where AI related or engineering in terms of automation is taking place. But so since I've been associated with this industry over 20 plus years, the evolvement is a slow progress. It doesn't happen overnight. And there's not going to be a point where there'll be no human involved. That's not the reality when it comes to product. When it comes to product, we are associated with a lot of flooring products. It has its own human touch which is required, and that will continue to be there. The human touch cannot come from AI. It can come, but not to the extent that it's required. And we think what it's going to do is it'll take the low-hanging fruit, is what we say, versus the high-hanging fruit will always be humans who will be involved. So just the scale of work is going to improve, versus it's not going to be that jobs are not going to be there. We think it's just a start of the industry where there's a lot more opportunity for India to grow on many items that are not available in India today for us. So we buy a lot of our products, we buy from 36 countries. India is one of them, and there are other 35 countries that we buy stuff out of. We can buy all of that from India, but I think the lack of infra as well as lack of manufacturing is there, which is evolving as we speak. So there's a lot of landscape for improvement on that, or opportunity for the youth to evolve over that. So I think the fear of automation is going to be there or AI is going to take over. It's too big spoken about, but at ground reality, yes, it's going to be there, but humans will prevail.
Yeah, I'd like a little more, like, so for say some young people sitting here, or some organizations that work with young people, what might be the specific skills that we could help the young people gain, or young people could learn, that will help them both in the current manufacturing scenario and the manufacturing scenario as you see it, say 5-10 years from today? Because your guess is going to be much better than ours.
Yeah, so I did speak to Raj on working with him on coming up with those situations or scenarios where we think certain skills can help. Like, I'll give you an example that today our infrastructure overall in India, whether it's a tier 1 city, tier 2 or tier 3, the construction is in a large scale. When it comes to installation, floor installation, counter installation, all of that, we don't see enough skills or skilled labor available. So today I do my own when I constructed our own office, and if I see my friend's office, the workmanship is really average when it comes to the people who have done the other office, because I know the people who do. Now the challenge is, in this industry, if I'm a mason or if I am a fabricator or basically an installer, I am hiring a guy from my village or from my circle and I'm teaching. If I have learned something wrong, I'm teaching that guy wrong as well. And that goes on. So this industry lacks that in a big way, which is one of the essence. In that there are many folds which we can suggest to improve, which overall on the flooring side or on the lot of products that we deal in can evolve. So I intend to get associated on that.
No, fantastic. And maybe my last question to actually both of you, right? That what you touched upon, which is average workmanship or chalta hai, right? Or like being okay with mediocre or low quality. What might be some things that we could do culturally, or that if any of you have seen in your work, right, that actually has been able to change this mindset of mediocrity, to move away from mediocrity or average quality to actually pursuing good quality, or I think Gaurav, like you called customer obsession, like and this iteration and improvement. What could we do in our education system or skilling system that will, or in our society, that will help build this mindset towards higher quality?
Sure. So I believe that a lot of quality is a function of, are you invested in what you are passionate about? Are you invested in something which is what you find purpose in, and therefore you persevere with that? I think the first step is really allowing our entrepreneurs and our youth to be able to have the opportunities to do what they want to do. Yeah, what is it that they are passionate about, what they find purpose in, and therefore they can persevere with that. And I think in many ways that is the starting point of them to be invested in that, and therefore create something that they are proud of. And that automatically drives quality, right? That's a starting point. And yes, as you look at customers, the customers are very demanding. And if you stay customer focused and obsessed, you will automatically equally make sure to be successful, you are driving up that quality and not mediocrity in terms of your offering and what you are doing, right? So these are the two things which to my mind are important as we build this mindset of quality per se.
Thank you.
So, just to add to what he said, is I think when it comes to the new youth, there's a lot of not chalta hai attitude. The new youth doesn't have that chalta attitude, it's changing. And also the difference is, when I studied or when I took up my job, I had to take the job because it was a necessity. It was not what I liked. Among today's youth, they have so much choice, which if I have to say that many people or many youth today take up jobs which they like. So like he said, if I take up something I like, I would obviously do a better job. So it's evolving and the attitude is changing in the youth. And I think there is a lot of work being done on various sides, which today that India is no more chalta hai attitude.
Thank you so much. It's been a fascinating conversation. You generally do not expect industry conversations to center on ideas of failure, on passion, on purpose. But I feel like these two industry leaders bringing back the importance of these core human values and mindsets and traits. Like to me, it's just a lot of reaffirmation that, hey, these core things are super important and we need to work more towards building these in our education and skilling system. So thank you Gaurav and Lokesh for joining us and enriching this audience. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello. So we are back again. So how do I put this? So I'm really overwhelmed by what are the things that Gaurav sir mentioned about me. I'll just give a quick review what he was mentioning. So in November, Udyam flight 35 students from Delhi to Bangalore for leadership session. And in that session, I got the opportunity to sit with Gaurav sir and जो उन्होंने insight बताया मुझे, I think मुझे लगता है कि that was the first time that I could say कि यही मेरे को चाहिए था, needed था मेरे business के लिए. I implemented that. जो मेरी packaging problem था, वो sorted हुआ. I think अगर यहाँ पे जितने भी youth भी बैठे हैं, अगर उन्होंने सही से सुना होगा what he was referring to, तो मुझे लगता है उनका तो चल जाएगा, निकल जाएगा काम, है ना? तो that's something, and I'm really thankful, sir. So thank you so much for that.
Lokesh sir is having 20 plus years of experience in manufacturing industry, so that's really huge. And they explained very well that how, like what skill could required for the manufacturing industry to get in, and so how we can take that to youth, how we can give them opportunities. So thank you, sir. That was very inspiring session.
Right. So next session, I think ये वाला session ना हर्षिता तुमको बहुत पसंद है, क्योंकि मैंने I've heard about it, but मुझे ना कभी chance नहीं मिला कि मैं जाऊँ. So it's Jagitri Yatra. So I think I don't need to say more, and you will be continuing from here because you have visited, right?
Yeah. So पहले तो बहुत मजा आता है, trust me. So Jagriti Yatra is basically 14 days of entrepreneurial journey. You have to stay 14 days in train, ongoing train. You have to bath ongoing train, that too with cold water. Don't worry. So with that, you will meet people all over the globe. Yeah, I said all over the globe. Foreigners also are like joining Jagriti Yatra. So you will hear people all over the globe. There, many of them having startups, their innovations. You will hear their opinions, innovations, and many more things. So it's incredibly wonderful journey. I'm a part of Jagriti Yatra. I was a yatri last year. So मेरे पास बहुत कुछ है बताने के लिए एकदम. लेकिन we have Chinmay sir here from Jagriti Yatra. Welcome, sir. So he'll introduce you to Jagriti Yatra.
Thanks, Ashita. Can we play the video first and then we can start? Yeah?
के हैं अब सारे लोग तेरे एक वतन तुझे नारों से अब ये जमीन और ये गगन कल तक में तन्हा था सुने थे सब हंसते कल तक में तन्हा था पर अब है साथ मेरे लाखों दिलों की धड़कन देख वतन।
आप कर सकते हैं, बशर्ते कि एक बार वो लक्ष्य तय कर लीजिए।
Thanks. So, I'm part of Jagriti Yatra. My name is Chinmay. Jagriti Yatra is a train journey, a special charter train journey of 20 bogies, wherein we circumnavigate the length and breadth of the country. We meet various role models, enterprises, institutes, startups, with the intent that what inspiration can we draw from these role models to start our own enterprise. That's what Jagriti Yatra in a nutshell is. Every year, this journey starts in the month of December. This year, this journey will be starting from November. It's a 15-day train journey wherein we onboard 500 youth who are selected from about 30 to 40,000 applications that we receive every year. Most of them are from small towns and villages of our country. About 40% of them are women. About 10% are from international participants. Now, what we do in this 15 days, we meet, as I said earlier, role models, enterprises, startups, with the intent to start our own enterprise. The whole philosophy of Jagriti is to building India through enterprise. That's what we do at Jagriti Yatra. Apart from bringing this a beautiful journey, it's also a journey of collaboration. So, in the Yatra, you will meet various role models, at the same time, various Yatris, who about 500 of them on the Yatra, they get inspired, they meet, they speak. One such story is of Rasik and Chirag. Rasik was from Nasik. Chirag was from Delhi. They both had a common problem. Their problem was, यार देश में पार्किंग की समस्या बहुत है. इस पार्किंग की समस्या को कैसे हल करें? That's how they started Get My Parking. And today, Get My Parking is operational in more than 6 countries. Likewise, हमारे पास ऐसे बहुत सारे stories हैं. We have stories of inspiration, transformation, collaboration in Jagriti Yatra. Harshita, who was the MC right now, she was also a Yatri. Saurabh Nasaria, who was the panel recently, he was a Yatri. Likewise, we've created several such change makers entrepreneurs, builders of this nation across this country. Slide. Our recent fame was some of the yatri's were also featured on Shark Tank. Like for example, Jatan and Tushar. They came on the yatra. एक दूसरे को जानते नहीं थे. पहली बार यात्रा में आए. एक दूसरे को मिले. They thought that let's collaborate. Like we can create something amazing. And they formed Perfora and they also got some funding. Same is the case with Divyanshu and Dharmil, who started Bull Spree. Likewise, there are several such collaborations that happen on the yatra. And that's what Jagriti Yatra is. Till date, Jagriti Yatra, more than 8,000 plus people, Yatris we call them, have participated in this train journey. And more than 28% of them have turned into entrepreneurs. Our intent is, thank you. Our intent is that if you are a change maker, if you want to create the change in that society, we strongly believe that get out of your comfort zone, understand the country, meet the real India, which is there in small towns and villages, and we will take you there. So if you are about 21, if you want to be a change maker, if you want to be an entrepreneur, if you want to see the change in that country, come join the Yatra. We have a stall here. Please come and visit. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. आपने तो मुझे यात्रा में ही भेज दिया वापस. सो या दैट वाज अ यात्रा.
एंड मुझे तो लगता है कि मुझे भी जाना चाहिए. एंड
course,
मे बी वन
you
डे
have
आई विल बी आल्सो इन शार्क टैंक इंडिया.
We'll go together, okay?
हाँ, we'll go together and collaborate with people.
Yeah.
I think बहुत interesting है ना, like get to meet new people है ना, उनका क्या चल रहा है, get to know. ऐसे exposure मिलना ना बहुत कम होता है. तो like different kind of people, different ideas. This is the kind of exposure we need, right?
Exactly.
So I think that's incredible. I'll do that definitely. Yes. And without going forward, I would like to sincerely apologize for the delay in lunch. We started late, so I thank you so much for your patience. So we'll start with our next segment, which is on HCL.
HCL Tech
The
Bees.
quick solution.
Quick solution showcase of HCL Tech Bees. So since morning I'm talking about I'm working in this company, that company, I'm studying also. So let's see how it happened, like what is the procedure of all that. I would like to invite Pawan sir on stage.
Please give a huge round of applause for.
I would like to invite Sundaraman sir on stage.
Sorry.
Welcome sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think this is a difficult session. Holding you all before lunch is very, very difficult, right? I'd like to thank Prayaas, especially Lahi and Udayam. We have been working very closely with Lahi for the past 3 years. Pawan, can you put on the video?
Hi everyone, I am Indulakshmi from Tirupur district, Tamil Nadu. I did my schooling at Bharatiya Centenary Government Girls Higher Secondary School, Odmalpete. I joined a Tech Bee HCL early career program last year and here I am working with HCL Tech. My family comprises of my father, mother, brother and sister, and my father is a small businessman. So like everyone, I was worried about my future, that what should I pursue after my class 12th? Will I be able to get job after that, choosing that particular course or not? Then I came to know about Tech Bee program and the support provided to the aspiring students of Tamil Nadu by Tamil Nadu Skills Development Corporation under Naan Mudalvan project, where they are providing the financial support to the Tamil Nadu students who are poor to build their career towards tech. As required, I have cleared my interview and entrance exam conducted by HCL Tech in our school. I have successfully completed my 1-year training and I am full-time employee at HCL Tech now. Through this program, I learned many new things which helped me to improve my technical and communication skills. Now I can speak confidently and share my thoughts and ideas in person. Furthermore, I got an opportunity to pursue my higher education from BITS Pilani. I'm happy that I don't have to depend on my parents anymore, as they have already did many things to me till my class 12th, and it's my time to do something for them. And I'm very hopeful about my siblings' education, who I can guide and help now. I would like to thank HCL Tech and TNSDC Government of Tamil Nadu for this wonderful opportunity and support. I hope many more children will get inspired from my journey. This is where you can learn how to be smart professional early in life and prove your mettle.
Okay. From morning we have been seeing kids talking. So we just wanted to show a small motivational video here. Fine. How many of you think that graduation is important for a job? Not many. So how many of you think that engineering graduates are required for IT job? Fine. I could see very few hands. Fine. Let me take you through this presentation. See, HCL Tech, how many of you know HCL Technologies? I can see only very few hands. Good. Right. So HCL, if you see the IT giants in India, there are 4 IT giants: TCS, Infosys, HCL, Wipro. These are the 4 Indian IT giants. Coming to HCL, we are spread across 60 countries. Right? And we have somewhere around 2.5 lakh employees across these 60 countries. Started in the year 1976. So if you see all these IT companies, they are into IT services. They are into IT services, right? It is not a product. Everyone will serve various clients like Amazon or Flipkart. Everyone will have their own IT clients, vendors who will help them coming out with a solution, right? So when we started and we thought, okay, we take lots of graduates, engineers. Right? What has happened over the years is, one is retaining the engineers is very difficult. Number one, they keep jumping. They see a small amount and they jump. So retaining them is very, very difficult. Number two, the academic and the industrial requirements. Currently, if you see, there will be lots of engineering colleges that has mushroomed. Many engineers are being produced. Only 13% of the engineers coming out are getting a campus placement, right? Rest 87, they do various other jobs. They don't get into a campus placement. They do jobs that is not relevant to what they have studied. So what we thought is, why do we need engineers? Anyhow, after they come in, they are not matching our requirements. We have to train them, skill them for almost 6 months. They jump very frequently. Then we came out with the process called as Tech B, which is meant for candidates who complete standard 12th, right? Mathematics is important. They have to undergo a assessment. It will have 20 questions in mathematics, 20 in logical reasoning, 20 questions on English. Why we are keeping English as mandatory is because we are spread across 60 countries. They have to address all the client requirements. They need to interact with the clients, right? Once they clear that, 40% in each session they have to clear. Once they clear that, we put them on another assessment, which is called as, I do not know how many of you know CEFR, right? It is on the communicative part. Listening, reading, speaking, writing. These 4 will be tested. Once they clear that, we move them into an interview. Why interview for 12th standard kids? We don't test them on any technical part. We see whether these kids are interested in IT or not. Someone is pushing them into the system, or they are really interested. Whether they will cope with the pressure, whether they will be in a position to learn, upskill. That is required. So we put them under an interview, give them an offer letter, right? So once they come into the system, they have to pay a fee of 1.4 lakhs. That is a fee. 6 months will be a training. Due to COVID, it was online. Slowly we have moved into a dual thing, online as well as the in-person. From April onwards, it will be continuously in-person training only. Right? We will do it in various offices which we have across India. Once the 6 months training is done, they clear everything, they'll be into internship. 6 months of internship, it differs from project to project. Sometimes it will be 6 to 8 months. If it is 8 months, CRT will be only 4 months. Right? So it will be totally the training part and the internship part is for 12 months. They have to clear all the process. If they don't clear the process, we give them 3 attempts, else we refund the fee to them. Whatever they are paying, that 1.4 lakhs, it will be refunded to them. For this 1.4 lakhs also, 30,000 they have to down pay. The rest they can take from the banks which we have associated with, like State Bank, Axis Bank, all those things. No collateral is required. Only our offer letter is sufficient. Right? That is the provision which we have made for the kids. If they don't clear, the fee will be refunded. Right? Once they complete the 12 months training and the internship, they will become a full-time employee of HCL Technologies. Once they become a full-time employee, they will start with a salary of 2.2 lakhs. Every year, based on their performance, there will be increment. Right? They also have to mandatorily do their graduation. So we have graduation. These are some of the, some of the job roles which the candidates will be into. People need not think they will be into BPO or something. They will be into development side, they will be a coder, they will be into infrastructure, network managers, they will be working on clouds, they will be into research. All those things they will be doing. And we segregate them during the initial 2 months itself. We'll put them into the basics, we'll test them where they are good at, what is that they can do, and then we'll finally fine-tune them into the domain skilling. So that is what will happen. Once they become a full-time employee with 2.2 lakhs, they can take graduation from BITS Pilani, IIT Guwahati, IIIT Kottayam, IIM Nagpur, Amity Shastra, KL University, few more universities are coming up. So graduation is compulsory for these kids. We don't keep them as 12th. Right? After graduation, 2 years of service agreement will be there. Few people break that and go. But we want to ensure that these kids complete their graduation so that their career going forward will be much better. Right? So these are the universities which we have. For higher education, HCL part sponsors their fees. For example, if you take BITS Pilani 4-year course is 2.42, HCL sponsors them 1.4 lakhs. If it is IIT Guwahati, there will be entrance exam to get into it. 3.49 is the fees. HCL will part sponsor 1.4 lakhs. So similarly, for each university, the part sponsoring will be there. Right? I would really thank Lahi. They have been supporting us. I would like to request Harshita and Rahul to come on stage. These are two tech bees. Harshita is from Lahi. She was supported by Lahi for school education. Then she came into TechBee. So she is working with us for the past 2 years. So we have partnership with various governments as well. So we have tied up MOU with various departments of the governments so that this can be taken into schools. The major challenge for us is only 30% of the kids who take exam clear our assessment, the initial assessment, only 30%. Right? Then when we go into the communication CEFR, another 30% will move out, only 70% clears. My request to all the NGOs, whoever is working on education, especially on quality education, my request is we can also join hands with you. Kindly ensure that the kids are trained on the communication skills. If the communication skills can be built, especially for the government school candidates, I am sure that they will crack these exams, they can get into this, their life will be much, much better rather than spending too much of money in the engineering colleges, wasting 4 to 5 years in that. Right? Harshita, please come here. So she is, she has been campaigning right from morning, Rahul. These two kids are with us for the past 2 years plus. He has also become a full-time employee. He has also registered into BITS. He is from KV, KV, basically from Kerala but settled in Karnataka. She is from Pune. Can you just give me a brief background about yourself?
I'm from Pune. I've completed my 12th from government school, and yeah, currently I'm studying BSc Computing and Designing from BITS Pilani. So till 12th I studied in government school. I wanted to become computer engineer only. Like I wanted to do something in IT field only. So I knew that I wouldn't get. Even if I got like basis on marks, percentile, even if I got admission in big universities or well-known universities, I won't be able to make that because of financial kind of thing. So I thought if I'm getting degree from like local some college, that won't help me. So that's how if I would be not here in HCL, I would be definitely doing some part-time job or some degree in local college. So that's it.
Yes, Rahul. Switch it on.
So hi guys, Rahul here, and I
keep it a bit close.
And as you all know that, like as Sir said, I completed my 10+2 from Kendriya Vidyalaya, and the fees was very minimal. And then I was thinking of something different. Like all the graduates, like all the 12th graduates, basically they go into engineering background, engineering or doctorate. But then I wanted something different. I wanted to earn in a age where my friends are studying. So then I got an opportunity. Actually, not I wanted an opportunity where I need to earn something. So surfing through internets and many things, I got to know about HCL technologies. And my uncle is an ex-employee who actually showed me what is HCL tech. And then from there on, it began. And right now, I'm in a position where my friends are not earning anything, and I am earning something which I can say I am dependent on myself.
Thank you, Harshita and Rahul. See, we are trying to reach the unreached or unreachable people, right? We are ready to join hands with anyone, be it government or NGOs, to go reach to the kids, ensure that their career is streamlined and put on the right path. So we are there to join hands. So whoever is willing to join hands with us, we are ready to be there, right? Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. I think there is, take the mic. There is no much of a need to give the example. We have Zinda Jata example here, and thank you. We're moving on with the last session before lunch, which is on NEP, National Educational Policy. And Harshita, I had this question मेरे पास कि मैं BBA तो कर रहा हूँ business studies के लिए, but ना मेरा ना psychology करने का भी बहुत मन है. तो can I do that? Is it possible?
That's so clever of you, Krishna. मतलब customer को handle करते time तुम उनकी psychology भी जान लोगे, right?
Yeah, you got me there, right? Yeah. That's the strategy behind understanding human mind.
I think we can do it. I don't know. I'm not sure about it. There must be something in NEP about that. There must be some solution, some schemes, something like that. So we will be having NEP lightning quiz now. I would like to invite Raj sir on stage. Please welcome sir. Raj sir and Amrita also.
Thank you.
So first of all, I think 3 cheers to Jagriti Yatra. Even we have Deepika, one of my colleagues, also has gone to Jagriti Yatra. So all of you are sort of considering, please go. And then, of course, so happy to see Harshita as part of the HCL Tech B here when she got to know about the program through the counseling session we are doing. And I also would like to share that when she was visiting our center once, and she was sharing with one of our donor visitor, what is this HCL Take B all about? There was another student called Vaibhav. He was studying gardening at our center. He heard about, Harshita talking about it, and very happy to share that Vaibhav is also now a HCL Take B. Imagine he was studying gardening, and after listening to what was going on, he gone on to further do this. So very thankful for all this. But today I'm here with my partner in crime, Amrita Iyer. हमने बहुत कुछ बातें की एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में, एंड क्या होना चाहिए, कैसे होना चाहिए. तो अभी हमने सोचा कि बातें बहुत हो गई, लेकिन अभी जानना चाहेंगे कि अमृता आपके दिमाग में या दिल में क्या चल रहा है.
Okay, so hello everyone, my name is Amrita. I am one of the youth entrepreneurs who is here to sharing their showcase their ventures. So मेरे भी दिमाग में बहुत सारे questions हैं regarding new education policy जो 2020 में आई है अभी. So I would love to ask you sir, and I hope कि आप best person होंगे to answer my questions. जब मैं स्कूल में थी, I am currently in second year graduation. From NSUT, which is in Delhi. My course is BBA with IEV specialization, which stands for Innovation Entrepreneurship with Venture Development. So when I was in school, तो हमारा सबसे ज़्यादा हेक्टिक दिन जब जाता था, जिस दिन हमारी कोई क्लास होती थी फिजिकल एजुकेशन की या फिर आर्ट एजुकेशन की, एंड जब भी हम लोग अपनी क्लास के लिए हमें पता चलता था कि हमारे टाइम टेबल में वो शेड्यूल है, एंड सडनली जब हम लोग अपनी क्लास से बाहर निकलने का ट्राई करते थे, हमारे मैथ्स के टीचर हमारे कॉरिडोर में आते थे एंड दे रैन इनटू आवर क्लास कि कोई बाहर नहीं जाएगा, कोई खेलने नहीं जाएगा, क्योंकि मैथ्स का सिलेबस तो यूनिवर्सल है. मैथ्स का सिलेबस कोई भी डिजास्टर हो जाए कभी कंप्लीट नहीं होता ऑन टाइम. वो कभी कंप्लीट नहीं होगा, तो वो आएंगे एंड दे टुक आवर आर्ट पीरियड कि नहीं, हम तुम्हारी आर्ट की क्लास नहीं है, इट्स ओके, बाद में खेल लेना, बाद में वो कर लेना, अभी मैथ्स पढ़ लो. तो ये चीज़ हमें बहुत बुरी लगती थी और हम फिर से ऐसे थक के बैठ जाते थे कि यार फिर मैथ्स पढ़ेंगे. सर मुझे ये पूछना था कि हमने तो चलो निकाल ली अपनी 12th, जो आगे आने वाले बच्चे हैं, क्योंकि अभी यूथ बहुत स्मार्ट हो रहा है, अभी बच्चे डे बाय डे बहुत स्मार्टर होते जा रहे हैं, उनके अंदर इतनी क्यूरियोसिटीज़ हैं, इतने सारे क्वेश्चंस हैं, इतने सारी फील्ड एक्सप्लोर करना चाहते हैं, तो उसके लिए एनईपी क्या कर रहा है?
हाँ, तो एनईपी ने इन्होंने मेरा एक्चुअली सीक्रेट खोल दिया. दिस स्लाइड वाज सपोज्ड टू बी डिस्प्लेड as a response to that. So please wait for my cue before you change the slide. So anyway, so this is a secret, of NEP 2020 की art education, sports and vocational education. जो तीनों चीजें बच्चों को बहुत अच्छी लगती है. They want to get more of it. हमने बहुत सारे लोगों ने, SUPW सुना होगा, socially useful productive work. लेकिन most of the time वो some useful period wasted, हो जाता है. So to address all these, issues and address all this, the NEP 2020 has made that art education, sports and vocational is going to be compulsory till grade 10. So यानी मैथ्स के टीचर अभी चाहिए तो भी वो आपके पीरियड नहीं ले जा सकते, because इसका अभी परीक्षा होगा, असेसमेंट होगा and सब कुछ होगा. So here is your wish granted, right? Okay. आगे बताओ, अभी आगे क्या चाहिए आपको?
सर आगे तो ये चाहिए कि आपने बोल दिया कि क्लासेस बिल्कुल वैसे ही होंगी, कंपल्सरी होंगी, बट हमारे पास टाइम की भी तो रिस्ट्रिक्शंस हैं. हमारे पास एक सर्टेन कुछ घंटों का स्कूल है, उसमें अगर ये चीज़ें कंपल्सरी होंगी तो बाकी सब्जेक्ट्स कहीं ना कहीं लैग करेंगे. तो उस चीज़ का कोई अच्छा आंसर?
ऑफ कोर्स हमारे पास है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. So, सबसे पहले तो I think what NEP 2020 is going to do is to allocate 30% of the school time for art education, sports and vocational education. So it's a pretty significant, as you can see. In fact, what you can see also here, कि and sorry to keep picking on maths again and again कि maths के लिए they are going to be 135 hours, arts के लिए 115 hours. Physical education ke 90 hours and vocational education ke 110 hours, right? So you can see what a great parity has been given as compared to the languages, mathematics and social sciences to these, subjects as well, which will give you time, for this, right? Okay. आगे बोलो.
सो सर ये भी ठीक है, उसके बाद अगर हम आगे बढ़ें तो हम लोगों के पास बहुत सारे वोकेशनल सब्जेक्ट्स हैं, अभी सर ने बताया कि सिर्फ आर्ट या ड्राइंग ही नहीं है। इतना यूथ का जो माइंडसेट होता है जब वो अपनी स्टार्टिंग स्टेज में होता है, 6 से 10 तक जा रहा होता है या फिर उससे भी आगे, वो इतना फ्लक्चुएटिंग होता है क्योंकि अब उन्हें स्किल एजुकेशन की इम्पॉर्टेंस पता है कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम मैथ्स एंड साइंस दे वांट टू लर्न स्किल्स बिकॉज वो उनकी आगे उनकी चीज़ों के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो कौन सी स्किल उनके लिए किस टाइम पे सही रहेगी और क्या 14 साल की एज में सेलेक्ट किया हुआ स्किल उनको 22 साल की एज में भी उतना ही हेल्पफुल रहेगा या नहीं, इस चीज़ को आंसर कैसे करेंगे सर आप?
अरे 14 साल तो छोड़ो, मैं 56 इयर्स का होगा तो भी पता नहीं है, सो you're still further ahead. Next thing please, anyway, तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो ये है कि स्कूल टाइम टेबल में जब हम बोल रहे हैं कि 30% टाइम विल बी अलोकेटेड फॉर वोकेशनल एजुकेशन एंड sort of arts and sports and all that, वो टाइम आएगा कहाँ से, right? If you know many of the schools, there is a very limited amount of time which is available. So another thing which NEP is bringing about is there will be almost 30% reduction in the academic load. हम सुबह से सुन रहे हैं बहुत, आई थिंक 20 बार सुन लिया हमने कि थियरी अच्छा नहीं लगता, थियरी नहीं अच्छा लगता एंड ऑल दैट, तो वो भी विश ग्रांट हो गया। 30% थियरी कम हो रहा है अभी, और 30% थियरी कम करके वो जो टाइम बचेगा स्कूल के टाइम टेबल में, वही हमें वो आर्ट्स और वोकेशनल और इसके लिए मिलेगा। कमिंग टू योर नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन कि हम स्कूल में एक्सप्लोर करना चाहते हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैं इंजीनियर हूँ, आई डोंट नो व्हाई आई बिकेम वन, 6 महीने में पता चला था कि अरे दिस शुड नॉट बी समथिंग विच आई बीन डूइंग, लेकिन वो तब तक बहुत देर हो चुकी थी। सो आई थिंक NEP इज गोइंग टू आंसर दैट क्वेश्चन अगेन। नेक्स्ट, सो इसमें क्या होगा, 9th और 10th में आपको 6 स्किल कोर्सेज पढ़ाए जाएंगे। ये सिर्फ इलस्ट्रेटिव एग्जाम्पल है कि यू मे लर्न गार्डनिंग, यू लर्न कोडिंग, यू लर्न फैशन डिजाइन, यू लर्न फाइनेंस, यू लर्न कुकिंग एंड culinary आर्ट्स, यू लर्न वुड वर्क। ये तो, और देयर विल बी अ बुफे ऑफ सच स्किल्स, 6 इधर दिखाए, और 9th और 10th में आप वो करोगे so that you are able to explore variety of things. 11th में you may say that I like fashion design, so then you can specialize in fashion design during grade 11th and इसका objective ये है कि by the time you finish your 11th and 12th in fashion design, you should be at least be able to do a part-time job in fashion design, in that, जो work study program. I'm a big fan of HCL Tech B, कि it's a work study, work integrated higher education. So इस तरह से जब हम ऐसे इस तरह से 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th में 9th, 10th में 6 I mean exploration of skills, and then 11th, 12th में हम एक skill में specialize करेंगे, it will equip you to get a part-time job and pursue the study at the same time, so truly sort of giving you opportunity to explore. और ये भी काफी जरूरी है कि many times it is very necessary to know in life not only what you like but also what you don't like, right? Because that is also very, very critical to figure out what you don't like and sort of stay away from it. Okay, आगे बोलो।
Sir, that did a true justice जो बच्चों की एज में जो फ्लक्चुएटिंग उनके स्विंग्स होते हैं उस चीज का, एंड अगर वो एक टाइम पे एक चीज सीख के नेक्स्ट चीज भी स्विच करेंगे तो वो उनके लिए ही बहुत अच्छी चीज है। तो बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है, होपफुली ये मेरे टाइम पे होता तो शायद ज्यादा बेटर होता, बट इट्स ओके, लेट्स मूव फॉरवर्ड। सो ये सारी चीजें तो हो गई। नेक्स्ट, अप टू 10th आपने बात कर ली, अप टू 12th बात कर ली। I took PCMB in my class 11th and 12th, maths, bio both, and trust me बहुत हेक्टिक था सर, बहुत ज़्यादा हेक्टिक था। आई एम नॉट एट ऑल अ मैथ स्टूडेंट, मतलब मेरे से मैथ्स होती ही नहीं है, बट माई फादर इज एन इंजीनियर, सो ही फोर्स मी कि तुम मैथ्स भी लो, इट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट फॉर योर ग्रोथ, करिकुलम, ये सब। और अगर मुझे, जैसे अभी कृष्णा ने बोला कि मुझे साइकोलॉजी भी लेनी चाहिए थी टू अंडरस्टैंड एंटरप्रेन्योरल माइंडसेट बाकी लोगों का, एज आई एम ऑल्सो इन एंटरप्रेन्योरल जर्नी, तो शायद मैं भी ये सोचती थी कि मुझे अगर अपनी 11th-12th में फाइनेंस या अकाउंट्स मिलती तो शायद अभी मेरी फाइनेंस और अकाउंट्स में जो गलतियां हो जाती हैं कभी कभार, वो काफ़ी हद तक सॉर्ट हो जाती है, नहीं भी होती। सो NEP इस चीज़ में क्या करेगा?
अभी आपको पता है मैं आंसर तो देने वाला हूँ ऐसे। योर विश इज ग्रांटेड एज वेल। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। सो इट इज कमिंग आउट विथ मिक्स एंड मैच। हम जब भी चौपाटी पे भेल खाने जाते हैं ना, तो हम क्या बोलते हैं, थोड़ा नींबू ज्यादा डालो, थोड़ा नमक कम चाहिए, थोड़ा मिर्ची ज्यादा चाहिए, एंड यू मेक योर ओन भेल, राइट, जो आपको बहुत अच्छी लगती है, वापस वापस खाते हो आप। अभी तक का एजुकेशन सिस्टम में ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, once you choose arts, then for next 5 years you are studying arts. Once you choose commerce, for next 5 years you are studying commerce. And life is not linear like that, right? Life will keep you in variety of directions. And how do you get ready for that? And that is where the mix and match is going to come. You can literally combine any subject in arts with any subject in science, with any subject in commerce. यानी science student भी gardening, science student भी banking पढ़ सकता है, कॉमर्स स्टूडेंट भी हेल्थ केयर पढ़ सकता है, ऐसे आर्ट्स स्टूडेंट कैन also learn automobile engineering if he wants, right? If she wants. So this way it is all about going to be a mix and match, and you achieve your credit hours. There will be a credit hour concept कि आप इतना 30 credit hour 60 credit hour finish करो और उसकी वजह से आपको फिर वो डिग्री या सर्टिफिकेट मिल सकता है. सो इक्विवेलेंसी बोल सकते हैं. जैसे मैंने यूएस में भी पढ़ाई किया तो वहाँ पे जब एमबीए किया तो गोल्फ पढ़ने के लिए मुझे 1 क्रेडिट आवर मिला, बिकॉज जब एमबीए करते हो तो गोल्फ जाना काफी जरूरी है, इट इज अ क्रिटिकल बिजनेस स्किल, और उसका मुझे 1 क्रेडिट आवर मिला था. तो उस तरह से अब जो नई प्रणाली आएगी उसमें ये भी हम सॉर्ट ऑफ कर पाएंगे. तो अपनी भेल आप खुद बेसिकली बना सकते हो, जैसी चाहिए ऐसा चटपटा मजेदार ऐसे. और क्या चाहिए आपको?
सर ये भेल आगे बहुत सारे बच्चों का फ्यूचर बहुत अच्छा शेप कर देगी ताकि उनके टेस्ट बर्ड्स कभी खराब ना हो. सो अपार्ट फ्रॉम मिक्स एंड मैच, मैं अभी सेकेंड ईयर में हूँ. मेरे साथ बहुत सारे ऐसे मेरे पेयर्स हैं, मेरे साथ के बच्चे हैं जिन्होंने 1 साल 2 साल 12th के बाद उन्होंने अपनी तैयारी को दिया, अपने आप को दिया, टाइम ले लिया, ड्रॉप ले लिया, एंड देन दे स्टार्टेड देयर कॉलेज जर्नी, देयर हायर एजुकेशन. एंड आफ्टर हायर एजुकेशन, फॉर एग्जाम्पल आफ्टर यूर ग्रेजुएट, कुछ ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिनका ये प्लान है कि वो 2 साल पॉज लेके अपना पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन या फिर कोई एक्स्ट्रा चीज़ करेंगे. तो ये पॉज जो है, ये पॉज कभी कभार आपके लिए बेनिफिशियल भी होता है एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम आपके लिए आपके सपोर्ट में नहीं रहता. बिकॉज अगर आप किसी भी कंपनी में जाओगे, अपार्ट फ्रॉम एंटरप्रेन्योर, अगर आप किसी भी कंपनी में जा रहे हो फॉर गेटिंग एन जॉब, वो आपके सीवी में वो पॉज देख के दे विल क्वेश्चन यू कि ये पॉज क्या है, एंड इज दिस पॉज, कि वो जो पॉज जो बच्चा ले रहा है वो उसे पता है उसके लिए अच्छा है, बट वो उसके लिए और बेनिफिशियल हो सकता है क्योंकि ये पॉज वो कभी भी ले सकता है.
Yes, yes. So next please. Yes, so now the policy is going to allow multiple entry and exit. So in the sense that because many times you need to take a year off to learn something new, you need to take a year off because there is family में emergency है, you need to take a year off because there is another exciting opportunity you want to pursue and all that. अभी के ज़माने में अभी अगर मैंने ऐसा year off लिया तो drop out बोलेंगे, right? अरे he has dropped out of the college or he has dropped out of the 11th and 12th or anything like that. The new policy, what it is going to facilitate is entry, come in please, and exit, come back please. तो come back please is very very important, right? ये come back please कभी होता नहीं था. एक बार आप सिस्टम से बाहर गए तो गए. Like for example, अगर आप फर्स्ट ईयर के बाद रुकना चाहते हो because you have something else to do, you will get a certificate. If you stop after second year, you will get a diploma. If you stop, if you finish your third year, of course, you will get a degree. So I think this is a very, very critical, multiple entry and exit, which is going to come through this NEP 2022 come about, right? और क्या चाहिए? अभी मेरे पास सिर्फ एक ही विश बचा आपको देने के लिए, ओके? आपको 9 विश दे दिए, अभी 10वां विश क्या चाहिए? बाद में हम खत्म करते हैं कि लोग खाना भी खाना है, ओके?
श्योर सर, इतने अच्छे जिनी मिल जाए जो 10-10 विश पूरी कर दे तो और भी अच्छी बात है. सो एट लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, सारी पढ़ाई हो गई सर, बारी आती है एग्जाम की, जो हर एक बच्चा जिसकी शक्ल पे दिख जाता है कि अब उसका पेपर चल रहा है, उसके मिड सम्स चल रहे हैं, उसके एंड सम्स चल रहे हैं. तो ये हर बच्चे के फेस पर दिख जाता है फियर. तो इस जो चीज़ को कैसे टेकल करेंगे? फॉर एग्जांपल बोर्ड एग्जाम हो गए या फिर उसके बाद भी जो भी एग्जाम्स होते हैं, हमारे हर पेपर में 2-2 3-3 एग्जाम्स होते हैं, तो ये कैसे?
अच्छा, तो नेक्स्ट प्लीज. ओके, सो बोर्ड एग्जाम्स, आई थिंक मैं पुणे से हूँ. पुणे का ऐसा कभी कभी ऐसे माना जाता है कि अगर घर में बहुत शांति दिखा उधर, वेरी पीस एट समबडीज होम, आइदर कोई मर गया है या बोर्ड एग्जाम चल रहा है. Those are the only two sort of possibilities, right? And actually कल से ही 22nd, आज से ही बोर्ड एग्जाम भी शुरू है. We actually wanted to invite few headmasters for the event as well, but none of them could join because there is a board exam which has started today. So what is NEP 2020 doing about it? One thing is कि there are going to be 2 attempts. It's not कि आप एक बारी जो भी मिला उससे ये रहो. आप जैसे कैट एग्जाम होता है, जीमेट होता है, जिसमें आप वापस अटेम्प्ट दे सकते हो, उससे बोर्ड एग्जाम का भी सेकंड अटेम्प्ट आप दे पाओगे सेम ईयर में, एंड इट विल नॉट बी कंसिडर्ड एज अ फेल्यूर और एनीथिंग लाइक दैट. सेकेंडली, इवेंचुअली द आइडिया इज कि आपका जो एग्जाम 2 साल में एक बार होता है, 9, 10, 10th का बोर्ड एग्जाम, इट विल बी सेमेस्टर वाइज एग्जाम. यानी आपको जो रट्टा मारना है वो सिर्फ एक सेमेस्टर का रट्टा मारना है, पूरे 2 साल का नहीं मारना है. उसकी वजह से पढ़ाई हो. और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि एग्जाम इज गोइंग टू फोकस ऑन what you have learned rather than what you have mugged in the whole process. In fact, आज ही मैंने इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में पढ़ा कि CBSE is trying out open book exam now. There is a pilot which they are going to launch about open book exam. मैं वो देख के टाइटल पढ़ के तो बहुत खुश हुआ, लेकिन बाद में आर्टिकल पढ़ा तो समझा ये तो मैं कभी पास नहीं कर पाऊंगा, क्योंकि वो बुक पढ़ा हुआ होना चाहिए एग्जाम के पहले. You can't just open the book during the exam itself, but that is what is this thing are also coming down the pipeline. So अब खुश हो?
हाँ सर, बहुत ज़्यादा, क्योंकि ये चीज़ बहुत अच्छी है कि एक सेमेस्टर 2 अटेम्प्ट्स हैं, सेमेस्टर वाइज एग्ज़ाम है, ईजी हो जाता है थोड़ा कि थोड़ा सिलेबस पढ़ना, एंड अगर वो बहुत ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिकल हो, ओपन बुक हो तो और भी अच्छी बात है. So, sir, this is all. Thank you so much for answering my questions, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You have been wonderful audience. Thanks.
We want to thank all the participants for the amazing engagement that you have done with us. We are serving lunch on the terrace. We would love for all of you to join us. And please do come back by 2:30. We have some exciting discussions for all of you. Thank you.
मेरे घर के पास जो आंटी रहती है, वो मेरे माँ से एक बार बात करने आई थी. वो रो भी रही थी. मेरे माँ से बोल रही थी कि हमारी जो खेती है वो बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण नुकसान हुआ है उसका. तो मेरे ख्याल में आया कि मैं उन्हें खुश देखना चाहती हूँ.
किसान को जब खेती करनी होती है तब उनको पता नहीं होता ना कब बारिश आएगी, कब ऊन पड़ेगा.
इसलिए हमने ये सॉल्यूशन निकाला कि हम वेदर स्टेशन बना सकते हैं, कि हम छोटे हैं लेकिन हम बना सकते हैं। जब हम न्यूज़ देखते थे उसमें जो पुणे का वेदर स्टेशन है बड़ा वाला, वो हम देखते थे। फिर हमें एक आइडिया आया कि हम थोड़ा ये ऐसा कुछ तो भी कर सकते हैं, ये प्रॉब्लम्स इससे सॉल्व हो सकते हैं क्या। वेदर स्टेशन में बहुत सारे सेंसर्स होते हैं। वेदर स्टेशन में एक फ़ैन जैसा एक गोल घूमने वाला एक ये होता है। हमारी हवा चलती है ना, उसका हम वेग जो होता है वो हम कलेक्ट करते हैं उसकी वजह से। और उसमें एक डायरेक्शन का भी लगा होता है, मतलब एक वो उसको एक पट्टी होती है और वो उसको गोल जैसा होता है, वो घूमता है, तब हमें विंड का डायरेक्शन बताता है।
ये जो स्कूल से आप जैसे देख रहे हैं कि मैंने कहा गांव में स्थित है, सिटी से काफ़ी दूर है, तो यहाँ के बच्चों को वो जो टूल के एक्सेसिबिलिटी है वो थोड़ा लिमिटेड हो जाती है, जिस वजह से वो एक्सप्लोर कर नहीं पाते हैं चीज़ों को।
तो Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर ने हमारी हेल्प की लैब सेटअप करने में और टीचर को कोडिंग और कंप्यूटर साइंस में ट्रेन करने में, ताकि हम बच्चों को सिखा सके।
तो हमने मतलब हमारा कंप्यूटर क्लासेस से चालू हुए थे, तो हमने सर को ये प्रॉब्लम बताया, तो सर बोले हम कर सकते हैं।
जब हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे थे वेदर स्टेशन का, तो वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने मल्टीपल कैटेगरीज में ये चेंजेस देख पाए बच्चों में। तो उनका एक माइंडसेट लेवल में चेंज आया कि प्रॉब्लम्स को देख के अब वो इग्नोर नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि अब उनको पता चल गया कि हमारे पास वो नॉलेज है, हमारे पास वो रिसोर्सेस हैं जिससे हम लोग इसको सॉल्व कर सकते हैं।
हमारा वेदर स्टेशन सक्सेस होने के बाद मेरी पड़ोसन आंटी मुझे आके बोली कि तुम्हारे इस उपाय के कारण हमारा खेती का नुकसान हो रहा था वो बच गया। और वो बोली कि तुम इतनी छोटी हो फिर भी तुमने ये कर दिया।
कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवलं आणि त्यांच्या चेहऱ्यावर आनंद पाहिला, तो आनंद पाहून असं मला मनामध्ये वाटलं की आपण सुद्धा शिक्षक बनण्याच्या माध्यमातून जे मी स्वप्न पाहिलं होतं ते कुठेतरी साकार होताना दिसत आहे। माझे नाव मनोज पंडित पांचाळ, मी या जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक शाळा बहुली या ठिकाणी गेली 5 वर्ष काम करत आहे। तंत्रज्ञान अधिक प्रगत झालेलं आहे। 21वे युग 21वे शतक हे जे आहे हे टेक्नॉलॉजीचं युग आहे। माझ्या टीचिंग स्टाईलमध्ये सुद्धा मी असंच करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, तंत्रज्ञानाला आत्मसात करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला। लीडरशिप फॉर इक्विटी आणि पायजम फाउंडेशन यांच्या माध्यमातून आम्हाला तशी संधी उपलब्ध करून देण्यात आली। अतिशय चांगला कोर्स होता आणि नवीन कम्प्युटिंग स्किल याच्यामध्ये होत्या। त्यामध्ये क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग असेल, डिझाइन थिंकिंग असेल, सिक्वेन्सिंग आहे, लूपिंग आहे, त्याचबरोबर व्हेरिएबल्स, अशा प्रकारचे नवीन कन्सेप्ट होत्या। जेव्हा मी हा कोर्स पूर्ण केला आणि विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत हा कोर्स घेऊन गेलो, स्क्रॅचच्या माध्यमातून आणि ब्लॉक कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून अतिशय मजेशीरपणे फनद्वारे हा गेम विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत आपण घेऊन गेलो। याचा वापर मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवण्याच्या पद्धतीमध्ये करू शकतो। वेगवेगळ्या कन्सेप्ट आहेत त्या क्लिअर करण्यासाठी करू शकतो। माझ्या शाळेचे मुख्याध्यापक श्री किशोर भावाळकर सर आणि त्याचबरोबर माझे सहकारी शिक्षक यांच्या सपोर्टमुळे मला हे नवीन ज्ञान शिकण्याची, आत्मसात करण्याची संधी मिळाली आणि ते मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचवू शकलो।
तर ते योग्य प्रकारे ॲमेझॉनची टीम यामार्फत जर करणार असेल की मला कोणते इंजिनिअरिंग योग्य आहे, तर ते नक्कीच त्यांच्या आयुष्यावर किंवा भारताच्या देशाच्या प्रगतीसाठी ते फायद्याचं ठरणार आहे। नुसतं त्यांची प्रगती नाही तर देशाचाही विकास त्यामधून होणार आहे।
कंप्यूटर में बहुत स्कोप था क्योंकि अब तो कोडिंग ही ट्रेंड में है, कोडिंग कंप्यूटर में था। तो मेरा ये था कि कोडिंग से मतलब हम उससे पैसे ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट ना करके अपने ब्रेन का इस्तेमाल करके कुछ ऐसा इन्वेंट कर सकते कि वो हमारे कंट्री को या हमारे कंट्री में रहने वाले लोग हैं उनको भी उससे फ़ायदा ज़्यादा हो सकता है। सिर्फ अपने ब्रेन चलाना है, बाकी उसमें कुछ इन्वेस्ट भी करना है।
Information technology has already transformed the world and it will continue to do so. Therefore, I wanted to pursue computer science and engineering so that I can contribute my part in helping and serving the people to lead a better life.
I chose computer science because I studied biology science in my +2 and I have no base in this computer science. But today we all know that the technology has developed a lot, so I want some knowledge in this field, so that I chose computer science as my stream.
Having lost my father in COVID has put a lot of pressure on me and my mother on how we'll manage all the things alone, especially my higher education.
मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ तो स्कॉलरशिप की वजह से मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस मिला कि मैं लाइफ में खुद का कुछ कर सकती हूँ, खुद के दम पे कुछ कर सकती हूँ। लाइफ में मुझे आगे बढ़ना हो तो मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं मिलेगी। जब मेरे पास टैलेंट होगा तो सब कुछ मेरे पास आएगा।
This scholarship is helping me to get prepared for the real world, to make better connection and to get ready for the tech industry, how it actually works.
I got FFE Amazon scholarship and I got very excited and very happy for that, and my family also get very happy because I think they are more happier than me because they get very worried as they can't help their child to achieve her goal. So that I am very proud of that.
Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर प्रोग्राम में हमारे हार्डवर्क को समझकर हमारे पैशन को फॉलो करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया स्कॉलरशिप देकर। उसके लिए मैं उनका बहुत सारा थैंक्स बोलना चाहूँगी क्योंकि उससे मेरी लाइफ की बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स भी कम हुई और उससे मुझे बहुत सारा सपोर्ट भी मिला।
பவர் கட் அப்புறம் ஆகிறப்போ எங்களுக்கு வந்து எல்லா சிஸ்டம் வந்து ஆஃப் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டு இறங்கிடுவாங்க। எல்லாம் உட்காந்தப்போ டீச்சர் வந்து போர்டில் சொல்லி தருவாங்க, இப்போ இதுமாரி தான் பண்ணணும், ஓப்பன் ஆஃபீஸில் போயிட்டு இதெல்லாம் பண்ணணும்।
இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி கேம்ஸ்லாம் ரொம்ப பசங்களுக்கு பிடிக்கும், ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து அதில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக நிறைய விஷயங்களை கொண்டுன்னு போகும்போது அவங்க புதுசாக ஒன்று கற்றுக்கிறதும் இல்லாமல் அதை இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணியும் பார்க்குறாங்க, பார்க்கும்போது அவங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கும்। என் பேர் சீதழிலரசி। 2015 தான் எனக்கு ஆஷா பற்றி இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன் தெரியும்। நம்ம ஆஷாலேயே வேலை செஞ்சிருந்த ஒரு டீச்சர் தான் எனக்கு சொன்னாங்க। ஸோ டெய்லியும் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸை தான் நடத்திட்டு இருந்தோம்। அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர்லேருந்து தான் எனக்கு வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர் டீச்சராக ப்ரமோட் பண்ணாங்க। ஃபஸ்ட்டு எனக்கு முதல் வருஷம் எனக்கு அந்தளவுக்கு சேஞ்ச் அந்தளவுக்கு தெரியல, ஆனால் செகண்ட் இயரில் நல்லா சேஞ்ச் நான் பசங்கக்கிட்ட பார்த்தேன்। ஏன்னா பசங்க வந்து இதை ஸ்கூலில் கிளாஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸில் அவங்க இது செய்கிறதோ இல்லையோ, ஆனால் கம்ப்யூட்டரை சூப்பராக பண்ணுறாங்க பசங்க। எதை சொல்லி கொடுத்தாலும் பசங்க கற்றுப்பாங்க।
ஏன்னா கம்ப்யூட்டர் கிளாஸ் அன்றைக்கி டீச்சர் வந்து புதுசாக சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பாங்க। எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போது பிளாக் லீக்லம்ஸ்லாம் வந்து 7th சொல்லி தந்துருந்தாங்க, இப்போ கூட ஸ்க்ராட்ச் தான் பண்ணியிருந்தோம் கம்ப்யூட்டரில்। இதெல்லாம் வச்சு ஒரு கேம் வந்து நம்மளால் ரெடி பண்ண முடியும்। இப்போ வந்து ஒரு வழி மாதிரி போட்டு இப்போ சொன்ன பஸ்ஸில் அதுமாரி கூட ரெடி பண்ணலாம் ஸ்க்ராட்சில் போய்ட்டு। கரண்ட் இல்லைன்னா கிரிட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி பண்ணுவோம், அப்புறமா ரெண்டுத்துமே பண்ணுவோம், கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டி கூட பண்ணுவோம்।
ஸோ இந்த அன்பிளாக்ட் ஆக்டிவிட்டியில் வந்து இப்போ கிரிட் கேம் எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா நான் பிளாக்லி சொல்லி கொடுக்கும் போது ரிப்பீட் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் வருது। அதே மாதிரி ஒரு கோடிங் நான் முன்னாடி எழுத போகிறோம், ஸ்க்ராட்ச்குள்ளே ஒரு இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கோடிங் எழுத போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் முதல்ல கோடிங் எழுதுறதுக்கு நமக்கு என்ன வேணும், நம்ம அது மாதிரியே திங்க் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றத அவங்களுக்கு எது மூலமாக, அந்த கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் மூலமாக, இந்த டிராயிங் கிரிட் மூலமாக நாங்கள் அப்போ தான் கோடிங்கை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுவோம்। ஒன் டைம் வந்து இங்கே கீழே ஒரு வாட்டி செஞ்சு காட்டினதுக்கப்புறமா அங்கே போனதுக்கப்புறம் அவன் ஈஸியாக ரிப்பீட் மிஸ் சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, ஸோ அதை தான் நான் அங்கே பண்ணணும்னு அவனுக்கு ஈஸியாக அது புரிஞ்சிடும், அவன் செய்யவும் ஆரம்பிச்சிருவான்। ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் எங்களுக்குலாம் வந்து முதல்ல லேப்டாப்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப நிறைய உடஞ்ச மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு, கீபோர்ட் சரியாக யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் அதுக்கு அவங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போ புதுசாக அவங்கவுங்களுக்குன்னு நம்ம இருக்கிற ஒரு 60 டீச்சர்ஸ்க்கும் தனித்தனியாக லேப்டாப்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ தனித்தனியாக லேப்டாப்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். இப்போ எங்கள் வேலைகளும் ஒழுங்காக செய்ய முடியுது. இப்போ அதுவும் ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டராக பசங்களுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுது. அது இல்லாமல் எல்லா ஸ்கூலும் வந்து என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருந்தாங்க. எங்களுக்கும் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சொல்லிக் கொடுங்க. ஸோ அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம்னா நிறைய டீச்சர்ஸை ஹையர் பண்ணி நாங்கள் அதை கொடுத்துருக்கோம். ஸோ நாங்கள் எங்களால் முடிஞ்ச ஹெல்ப்பை அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் மூலமாக செஞ்சிடுறோம்.
तुम अकेली लड़की हो और कोई नहीं है क्या? तुम वहां अकेले जाओगी? नहीं जाना चाहिए, ऐसा हुआ था कि इट्स बेटर इफ यू डोंट गो. बट यू नो मेरे पेरेंट्स ने कहा कि आई बिलीव इन यू, यू कैन डू इट. I'm Khan Nikhat Naeem Ahmed. I am 16 years old. I was a part of अफसरा organization. तो वो एक्चुअली हमने पैंडेमिक में ज्वाइन किया था, तो वहाँ पे हमने ऑनलाइन था. हमारा एक्चुअली था कि हम स्टार्ट करें कि नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे पास लैपटॉप्स वगैरह किसी के पास नहीं थे और लॉकडाउन था, तो हम यहाँ कोई भी लैब जा नहीं सकते थे. तो हमें अमेज़ॉन फ्यूचर इंजीनियर्स ने हम सभी को लैपटॉप्स प्रोवाइड किए थे. उस टाइम पे उन्होंने हमें HTML सिखाया, जिसमें हम सब ने एक वेबसाइट्स बनाई थी एंड CAD सिखाया था. आई एम एक्चुअली मोर इंटरेस्टेड इन constructing and building things, so I even learned that, and I even made a raw plan, like raw design of robot on laptop. Construction is like I'm saying not easy, क्योंकि जैसे हम करते जाते हैं ना, हमें ऐड करनी होती है. हम ऐसा स्टार्टिंग में नहीं बोल सकते ये मेरी फाइनल डिज़ाइन है और ये मैं एंड तक ये एकदम ऐसे ही दिखने वाला है.
So TIS is really fortunate to have a partner as the Amazon Future Engineer. I mean, we wouldn't have achieved anything that we set out to if we didn't have them to support us. And the best part is both of us have the same end game in terms of the same mission, which is to, have CS education.
मेरे घर के पास जो आंटी रहती है, वो मेरे माँ से एक बार बात करने आई थी. वो रो भी रही थी. मेरे माँ से बोल रही थी कि हमारी जो खेती है वो बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण नुकसान हुआ है उसका. तो मेरे ख्याल में आया कि मैं उन्हें खुश देखना चाहती हूँ.
किसान को जब खेती करनी होती है तब उनको पता नहीं होता ना कब बारिश आएगी, कब ऊन पड़ेगा।
इसलिए हमने ये सॉल्यूशन निकाला कि हम वेदर स्टेशन बना सकते हैं, कि हम छोटे हैं लेकिन हम बना सकते हैं। जब हम न्यूज़ देखते थे उसमें जो पुणे का वेदर स्टेशन है बड़ा वाला, वो हम देखते थे। फिर हमें एक आइडिया आया कि हम थोड़ा ये ऐसा कुछ तो भी कर सकते हैं, ये प्रॉब्लम्स इससे सॉल्व हो सकते हैं क्या। वेदर स्टेशन में बहुत सारे सेंसर्स होते हैं। वेदर स्टेशन में एक फ़ैन जैसा एक गोल घूमने वाला एक ये होता है। हमारी हवा चलती है ना, उसका हम वेग जो होता है वो हम कलेक्ट करते हैं उसकी वजह से। और उसमें एक डायरेक्शन का भी लगा होता है, मतलब एक वो उसको एक पट्टी होती है और वो उसको गोल जैसा होता है, वो घूमता है, तब हमें विंड का डायरेक्शन बताता है।
ये जो स्कूल से आप जैसे देख रहे हैं कि मैंने कहा गांव में स्थित है, सिटी से काफ़ी दूर है, तो यहाँ के बच्चों को वो जो टूल के एक्सेसिबिलिटी है वो थोड़ा लिमिटेड हो जाती है, जिस वजह से वो एक्सप्लोर कर नहीं पाते हैं चीज़ों को।
तो अमेज़ॉन फ्यूचर इंजीनियर ने हमारी हेल्प की लैब सेटअप करने में और टीचर को कोडिंग और कंप्यूटर साइंस में ट्रेन करने में, ताकि हम बच्चों को सिखा सके।
तो हमने मतलब हमारा कंप्यूटर क्लासेस तो चालू ही थे, तो हमने सर को ये प्रॉब्लम बताया, तो सर बोले हम कर सकते हैं।
जब हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे थे वेदर स्टेशन का, तो वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने मल्टीपल कैटेगरीज में ये चेंजेस देख पाए बच्चों में। तो उनका एक माइंडसेट लेवल में चेंज आया कि प्रॉब्लम्स को देख के अब वो इग्नोर नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि अब उनको पता चल गया कि हमारे पास वो नॉलेज है, हमारे पास वो रिसोर्सेस हैं जिससे हम लोग इसको सॉल्व कर सकते हैं।
हमारा वेदर स्टेशन सक्सेस होने के बाद मेरी पड़ोसन आंटी मुझे आके बोली कि तुम्हारे इस उपाय के कारण हमारा खेती का नुकसान हो रहा था वो बच गया। और वो बोली कि तुम इतनी छोटी हो फिर भी तुमने ये कर दिया।
कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवलं आणि त्यांच्या चेहऱ्यावर आनंद पाहिला, तो आनंद पाहून असं मला मनामध्ये वाटलं की आपण सुद्धा शिक्षक बनण्याच्या माध्यमातून जे मी स्वप्न पाहिलं होतं ते कुठेतरी साकार होताना दिसत आहे। माझं नाव मनोज पंडित पांचाळ। मी या जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक शाळा बहुली या ठिकाणी गेली 5 वर्ष काम करत आहे। तंत्रज्ञान अधिक प्रगत झालेलं आहे। 21सावं युग 21सावं शतक हे जे आहे हे टेक्नॉलॉजीचं युग आहे। माझ्या टीचिंग स्टाईलमध्ये सुद्धा मी असंच करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, तंत्रज्ञानाला आत्मसात करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला। लीडरशिप फॉर इक्विटी आणि पायजम फाउंडेशन यांच्या माध्यमातून आम्हाला तशी संधी उपलब्ध करून देण्यात आली। अतिशय चांगला कोर्स होता आणि नवीन कम्प्युटिंग स्किल याच्यामध्ये होत्या। त्यामध्ये क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग असेल, डिझाईन थिंकिंग असेल, सिक्वेन्सिंग आहे, लूपिंग आहे, त्याचबरोबर व्हेरिएबल्स, अशा प्रकारचे नवीन कन्सेप्ट होत्या। जेव्हा मी हा कोर्स पूर्ण केला आणि विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत हा कोर्स घेऊन गेलो, स्क्रॅचच्या माध्यमातून आणि ब्लॉक कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून अतिशय मजेशीरपणे फनद्वारे हा गेम विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत आपण घेऊन गेलो। याचा वापर मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवण्याच्या पद्धतीमध्ये करू शकतो। वेगवेगळ्या कन्सेप्ट आहेत त्या क्लिअर करण्यासाठी करू शकतो। माझ्या शाळेचे मुख्याध्यापक श्री किशोर भावाळकर सर आणि त्याचबरोबर माझे सहकारी शिक्षक यांच्या सपोर्टमुळे मला हे नवीन ज्ञान शिकण्याची, आत्मसात करण्याची संधी मिळाली आणि ते मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचवू शकलो।
तर ते योग्य प्रकारे ॲमेझॉनची टीम यामार्फत जर करणार असेल की मला कोणते इंजिनिअरिंग योग्य आहे, तर ते नक्कीच त्यांच्या आयुष्यावर किंवा भारताच्या देशाच्या प्रगतीसाठी ते फायद्याचं ठरणार आहे। नुसतं त्यांची प्रगती नाही तर देशाचाही विकास त्यामधून होणार आहे।
कंप्यूटर में बहुत स्कोप था क्योंकि अब तो कोडिंग ही ट्रेंड में है, कोडिंग कंप्यूटर में था। तो मेरा ये था कि कोडिंग से मतलब हम उससे पैसे ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट न करके अपने ब्रेन का इस्तेमाल करके कुछ ऐसा इन्वेंट कर सकते कि वो हमारे कंट्री को या हमारे कंट्री में रहने वाले लोग हैं उनको भी उससे फ़ायदा ज़्यादा हो सकता है। सिर्फ अपने ब्रेन चलाना है, बाकी उसमें कुछ इन्वेस्ट भी करना नहीं।
Information technology has already transformed the world and it will continue to do so. Therefore, I wanted to pursue computer science and engineering so that I can contribute my part in helping and serving the people to lead a better life.
I chose computer science because I studied biology science in my +2 and I have no base in this computer science. But today we all know that the technology has developed a lot, so I want some knowledge in this field, so that I chose computer science as my stream.
Having lost my father in COVID has put a lot of pressure on me and my mother on how we'll manage all the things alone, especially my higher education.
मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ तो स्कॉलरशिप की वजह से मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस मिला कि मैं लाइफ में खुद का कुछ कर सकती हूँ, खुद के दम पे कुछ कर सकती हूँ। लाइफ में मुझे आगे बढ़ना हो तो मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं मिलेगी। जब मेरे पास टैलेंट होगा तो सब कुछ मेरे पास आएगा।
This scholarship is helping me to get prepared for the real world, to make better connection and to get ready for the tech industry, how it actually works.
I got FFP Amazon scholarship and I got very excited and very happy for that. And my family also get very happy because I think they are more happier than me, because they get very worried as they can't help their child to achieve her goal. So that I am very proud of them.
Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर प्रोग्राम ने हमारे हार्डवर्क को समझकर हमारे पैशन को फॉलो करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया स्कॉलरशिप देकर। उसके लिए मैं उनका बहुत सारा थैंक्स बोलना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि उससे मेरी लाइफ की बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स भी कम हुई और उससे मुझे बहुत सारा सपोर्ट भी मिला।
பவர் கட் அப்புறம் ஆகிறப்போ எங்களுக்கு வந்து எல்லா சிஸ்டம் வந்து ஆஃப் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டு இறங்கிடுவாங்க. எல்லாம் உட்காந்தப்போ டீச்சர் வந்து போர்டில் சொல்லி தருவாங்க, இப்போ இதுமாரி தான் பண்ணணும், ஓப்பன் ஆஃபீஸில் போயிட்டு இதெல்லாம் பண்ணணும்.
இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி கேம்ஸ்லாம் ரொம்ப பசங்களுக்கு பிடிக்கும். ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து அதில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக நிறைய விஷயங்களை கொண்டுன்னு போகும்போது அவங்க புதுசாக ஒன்று கற்றுக்கிறதும் இல்லாமல் அதை இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணியும் பார்க்குறாங்க. பார்க்கும்போது அவங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கும். என் பேர் சீதழிலரசி. 2015 தான் எனக்கு ஆஷா பற்றி இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன் தெரியும். நம்ம ஆஷாலேயே வேலை செஞ்சிருந்த ஒரு டீச்சர் தான் எனக்கு சொன்னாங்க. ஸோ டெய்லியும் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸை தான் நடத்திட்டு இருந்தோம். அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர்லேருந்து தான் எனக்கு வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர் டீச்சராக ப்ரமோட் பண்ணாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு எனக்கு முதல் வருஷம் எனக்கு அந்தளவுக்கு சேஞ்ச் அந்தளவுக்கு தெரியல. ஆனால் செகண்ட் இயரில் நல்லா சேஞ்ச் நான் பசங்கக்கிட்ட பார்த்தேன். ஏன்னா பசங்க வந்து இதை ஸ்கூலில் கிளாஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸில் அவங்க இது செய்கிறதோ இல்லையோ, ஆனால் கம்ப்யூட்டரை சூப்பராக பண்ணுறாங்க பசங்க. எதை சொல்லி கொடுத்தாலும் பசங்க கற்றுப்பாங்க.
ஏன்னா கம்ப்யூட்டர் கிளாஸ் அன்றைக்கி டீச்சர் வந்து புதுசாக சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பாங்க. எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போது பிளாக் லீக்லம்ஸ்லாம் வந்து 7th சொல்லி தந்துருந்தாங்க. இப்போ கூட ஸ்க்ராட்ச் தான் பண்ணியிருந்தோம் கம்ப்யூட்டரில். இதெல்லாம் வச்சு ஒரு கேம் வந்து நம்மளால் ரெடி பண்ண முடியும். இப்போ வந்து ஒரு வழி மாதிரி போட்டு இப்போ சொன்ன பஸ்ஸில் அதுமாரி கூட ரெடி பண்ணலாம் ஸ்க்ராட்சில் போய்ட்டு. கரண்ட் இல்லைன்னா கிரிட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி பண்ணுவோம், அப்புறமா ரெண்டுத்துமே பண்ணுவோம், கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டி கூட பண்ணுவோம்.
ஸோ இந்த அன்பிளாக்ட் ஆக்டிவிட்டியில் வந்து இப்போ கிரிட் கேம் எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா நான் பிளாக்லி சொல்லி கொடுக்கும் போது ரிப்பீட் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் வருது. அதே மாதிரி ஒரு கோடிங் நான் முன்னாடி எழுத போகிறோம், ஸ்க்ராட்ச்குள்ளே ஒரு இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கோடிங் எழுத போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் முதல்ல கோடிங் எழுதுறதுக்கு நமக்கு என்ன வேணும், நம்ம அது மாதிரியே திங்க் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றத அவங்களுக்கு எது மூலமாக, அந்த கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் மூலமாக, இந்த டிராயிங் கிரிட் மூலமாக நாங்கள் அப்போ தான் கோடிங்கை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். ஒன் டைம் வந்து இங்கே கீழே ஒரு வாட்டி செஞ்சு காட்டினதுக்கு அப்புறமா அங்கே போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் அவன் ஈஸியாக ரிப்பீட் மிஸ் சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, ஸோ அதை தான் நான் அங்கே பண்ணணும்னு அவனுக்கு ஈஸியாக அது புரிஞ்சிடும், அவன் செய்யவும் ஆரம்பிச்சிருவான். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் எங்களுக்குலாம் வந்து முதல்ல லேப்டாப்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப நிறைய உடஞ்ச மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு, கீபோர்ட் சரியாக யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் அதுக்கு அவங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போ புதுசாக அவங்கவுங்களுக்குன்னு நம்ம இருக்கிற ஒரு 60 டீச்சர்ஸ்க்கும் தனித்தனியாக லேப்டாப்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ தனித்தனியாக லேப்டாப்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். இப்போ எங்கள் வேலைகளும் ஒழுங்காக செய்ய முடியுது. இப்போ அதுவும் ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டராக பசங்களுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுது. அது இல்லாமல் எல்லா ஸ்கூலும் வந்து என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருந்தாங்க. எங்களுக்கும் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சொல்லிக் கொடுங்க. ஸோ அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம்னா நிறைய டீச்சர்ஸை ஹையர் பண்ணி நாங்கள் அதை கொடுத்துருக்கோம். ஸோ நாங்கள் எங்களால் முடிஞ்ச ஹெல்ப்பை அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் மூலமாக செஞ்சிடுறோம்.
तुम अकेली लड़की हो और कोई नहीं है क्या? तुम वहाँ अकेले जाओगी? नहीं जाना चाहिए, ऐसा हुआ था कि इट्स बेटर इफ यू डोंट गो. बट यू नो मेरे पेरेंट्स ने कहा कि आई बिलीव इन यू, यू कैन डू इट. I'm Khan Nikhat Naeem Ahmed. I am 16 years old. I was a part of अफसरा organization. तो वो एक्चुअली हमने पैंडेमिक में ज्वाइन किया था, तो वहाँ पे हमने ऑनलाइन था. हमारा एक्चुअली था कि हम स्टार्ट करें कि नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे पास लैपटॉप्स वगैरह किसी के पास नहीं थे और लॉकडाउन था, तो हम यहाँ कोई भी लैब जा नहीं सकते थे. तो हमें अमेज़ॉन फ्यूचर इंजीनियर्स ने हम सभी को लैपटॉप्स प्रोवाइड किए थे. उस टाइम पे उन्होंने हमें HTML सिखाया, जिसमें हम सब ने एक वेबसाइट्स बनाई थी एंड CAD सिखाया था. आई एम एक्चुअली मोर इंटरेस्टेड इन constructing and building things, so I even learned that, and I even made a raw plan, like raw design of robot on laptop. Construction is like I'm saying not easy, क्योंकि जैसे हम करते जाते हैं ना, हमें ऐड करनी होती है. हम ऐसा स्टार्टिंग में नहीं बोल सकते ये मेरी फाइनल डिज़ाइन है और ये मैं एंड तक ये एकदम ऐसे ही दिखने वाला है.
So TIS is really fortunate to have a partner as the Amazon Future Engineer. I mean, we wouldn't have achieved anything that we set out to if we didn't have them to support us. And the best part is both of us have the same end game in terms of the same mission, which is to, have CS education.
मेरे घर के पास जो आंटी रहती है, वो मेरे माँ से एक बार बात करने आई थी. वो रो भी रही थी. मेरे माँ से बोल रही थी कि हमारी जो खेती है वो बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण नुकसान हुआ है उसका. तो मेरे ख्याल में आया कि मैं उन्हें खुश देखना चाहती हूँ.
किसान को जब खेती करनी होती है तब उनको पता नहीं होता ना कब बारिश आएगी, कब ऊन पड़ेगा।
इसलिए हमने ये सॉल्यूशन निकाला कि हम वेदर स्टेशन बना सकते हैं, कि हम छोटे हैं लेकिन हम बना सकते हैं। जब हम न्यूज़ देखते थे उसमें जो पुणे का वेदर स्टेशन है बड़ा वाला, वो हम देखते थे। फिर हमें एक आइडिया आया कि हम थोड़ा ये ऐसा कुछ तो भी कर सकते हैं, ये प्रॉब्लम्स इससे सॉल्व हो सकते हैं क्या। वेदर स्टेशन में बहुत सारे सेंसर्स होते हैं। वेदर स्टेशन में एक फ़ैन जैसा एक गोल घूमने वाला एक ये होता है। हमारी हवा चलती है ना, उसका हम वेग जो होता है वो हम कलेक्ट करते हैं उसकी वजह से। और उसमें एक डायरेक्शन का भी लगा होता है, मतलब एक वो उसको एक पट्टी होती है और वो उसको गोल जैसा होता है, वो घूमता है, तब हमें विंड का डायरेक्शन बताता है।
ये जो स्कूल से आप जैसे देख रहे हैं कि मैंने कहा गांव में स्थित है, सिटी से काफ़ी दूर है, तो यहाँ के बच्चों को वो जो टूल के एक्सेसिबिलिटी है वो थोड़ा लिमिटेड हो जाती है, जिस वजह से वो एक्सप्लोर कर नहीं पाते हैं चीज़ों को।
तो Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर ने हमारी हेल्प की लैब सेटअप करने में और टीचर को कोडिंग और कंप्यूटर साइंस में ट्रेन करने में, ताकि हम बच्चों को सिखा सके।
तो हमने मतलब हमारा कंप्यूटर क्लासेस तो चालू ही थे, तो हमने सर को ये प्रॉब्लम बताया, तो सर बोले हम कर सकते हैं।
जब हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे थे वेदर स्टेशन का, तो वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने मल्टीपल कैटेगरीज में ये चेंजेस देख पाए बच्चों में। तो उनका एक माइंडसेट लेवल में चेंज आया कि प्रॉब्लम्स को देख के अब वो इग्नोर नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि अब उनको पता चल गया कि हमारे पास वो नॉलेज है, हमारे पास वो रिसोर्सेस हैं जिससे हम लोग इसको सॉल्व कर सकते हैं।
हमारा वेदर स्टेशन सक्सेस होने के बाद मेरी पड़ोसन आंटी मुझे आके बोली कि तुम्हारे इस उपाय के कारण हमारा खेती का नुकसान हो रहा था वो बच गया। और वो बोली कि तुम इतनी छोटी हो फिर भी तुमने ये कर दिया।
कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवलं आणि त्यांच्या चेहऱ्यावर आनंद पाहिला, तो आनंद पाहून असं मला मनामध्ये वाटलं की आपण सुद्धा शिक्षक बनण्याच्या माध्यमातून जे मी स्वप्न पाहिलं होतं ते कुठेतरी साकार होताना दिसत आहे। माझे नाव मनोज पंडित पांचाळ। मी या जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक शाळा बहुली या ठिकाणी गेली 5 वर्ष काम करत आहे। तंत्रज्ञान अधिक प्रगत झालेलं आहे। 21वे युग 21वे शतक हे जे आहे हे टेक्नॉलॉजीचं युग आहे। माझ्या टीचिंग स्टाईलमध्ये सुद्धा मी असंच करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, तंत्रज्ञानाला आत्मसात करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला। लीडरशिप फॉर इक्विटी आणि पायजम फाउंडेशन यांच्या माध्यमातून आम्हाला तशी संधी उपलब्ध करून देण्यात आली। अतिशय चांगला कोर्स होता आणि नवीन कम्प्युटिंग स्किल याच्यामध्ये होत्या। त्यामध्ये क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग असेल, डिझाइन थिंकिंग असेल, सिक्वेन्सिंग आहे, लूपिंग आहे, त्याचबरोबर व्हेरिएबल्स, अशा प्रकारचे नवीन कन्सेप्ट होत्या। जेव्हा मी हा कोर्स पूर्ण केला आणि विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत हा कोर्स घेऊन गेलो, स्क्रॅचच्या माध्यमातून आणि ब्लॉक कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून अतिशय मजेशीरपणे फनद्वारे हा गेम विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत आपण घेऊन गेलो। याचा वापर मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवण्याच्या पद्धतीमध्ये करू शकतो। वेगवेगळ्या कन्सेप्ट आहेत त्या क्लिअर करण्यासाठी करू शकतो। माझ्या शाळेचे मुख्याध्यापक श्री किशोर भावाळकर सर आणि त्याचबरोबर माझे सहकारी शिक्षक यांच्या सपोर्टमुळे मला हे नवीन ज्ञान शिकण्याची, आत्मसात करण्याची संधी मिळाली आणि ते मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचवू शकलो।
तर ते योग्य प्रकारे ॲमेझॉनची टीम यामार्फत जर करणार असेल की मला कोणते इंजिनिअरिंग योग्य आहे, तर ते नक्कीच त्यांच्या आयुष्यावर किंवा भारताच्या देशाच्या प्रगतीसाठी ते फायद्याचं ठरणार आहे। नुसतं त्यांची प्रगती नाही तर देशाचाही विकास त्यामधून होणार आहे।
कंप्यूटर में बहुत स्कोप था क्योंकि अब तो कोडिंग ही ट्रेंड में है, कोडिंग कंप्यूटर में था। तो मेरा ये था कि कोडिंग से मतलब हम उससे पैसे ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट ना करके अपने ब्रेन का इस्तेमाल करके कुछ ऐसा इन्वेंट कर सकते कि वो हमारे कंट्री को या हमारे कंट्री में रहने वाले लोग हैं उनको भी उससे फ़ायदा ज़्यादा हो सकता है। सिर्फ अपने ब्रेन चलाना है, बाकी उसमें कुछ इन्वेस्ट भी करना है।
Information technology has already transformed the world and it will continue to do so. Therefore, I wanted to pursue computer science and engineering so that I can contribute my part in helping and serving the people to lead a better life.
I chose computer science because I studied biology science in my +2 and I have no base in this computer science. But today we all know that the technology has developed a lot, so I want some knowledge in this field, so that I chose computer science as my stream.
Having lost my father in COVID has put a lot of pressure on me and my mother on how we'll manage all the things alone, especially my higher education.
मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ तो स्कॉलरशिप की वजह से मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस मिला कि मैं लाइफ में खुद का कुछ कर सकती हूँ, खुद के दम पे कुछ कर सकती हूँ। लाइफ में मुझे आगे बढ़ना हो तो मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं मिलेगी। जब मेरे पास टैलेंट होगा तो सब कुछ मेरे पास आएगा।
This scholarship is helping me to get prepared for the real world, to make better connection and to get ready for the tech industry, how it actually works.
I got FFP Amazon scholarship and I got very excited and very happy for that. And my family also get very happy because I think they are more happier than me, because they get very worried as they can't help their child to achieve her goal. So that I am very proud of them.
Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर प्रोग्राम ने हमारे हार्डवर्क को समझकर हमारे पैशन को फॉलो करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया स्कॉलरशिप देकर। उसके लिए मैं उनका बहुत सारा थैंक्स बोलना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि उससे मेरी लाइफ की बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स भी कम हुई और उससे मुझे बहुत सारा सपोर्ट भी मिला।
பவர் கட் அப்புறம் ஆகிறப்போ எங்களுக்கு வந்து எல்லா சிஸ்டம் வந்து ஆஃப் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டு இறங்கிடுவாங்க. எல்லாம் உட்காந்தப்போ டீச்சர் வந்து போர்டில் சொல்லி தருவாங்க, இப்போ இதுமாரி தான் பண்ணணும், ஓப்பன் ஆஃபீஸில் போயிட்டு இதெல்லாம் பண்ணணும்.
இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி கேம்ஸ்லாம் ரொம்ப பசங்களுக்கு பிடிக்கும். ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து அதில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக நிறைய விஷயங்களை கொண்டுன்னு போகும்போது அவங்க புதுசாக ஒன்று கற்றுக்கிறதும் இல்லாமல் அதை இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணியும் பார்க்குறாங்க. பார்க்கும்போது அவங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கும். என் பேர் சீதழிலரசி. 2015 தான் எனக்கு ஆஷா பற்றி இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன் தெரியும். நம்ம ஆஷாலேயே வேலை செஞ்சிருந்த ஒரு டீச்சர் தான் எனக்கு சொன்னாங்க. ஸோ டெய்லியும் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸை தான் நடத்திட்டு இருந்தோம். அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர்லேருந்து தான் எனக்கு வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர் டீச்சராக ப்ரமோட் பண்ணாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு எனக்கு முதல் வருஷம் எனக்கு அந்தளவுக்கு சேஞ்ச் அந்தளவுக்கு தெரியல. ஆனால் செகண்ட் இயரில் நல்லா சேஞ்ச் நான் பசங்கக்கிட்ட பார்த்தேன். ஏன்னா பசங்க வந்து இதை ஸ்கூலில் கிளாஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸில் அவங்க இது செய்கிறதோ இல்லையோ, ஆனால் கம்ப்யூட்டரை சூப்பராக பண்ணுறாங்க பசங்க. எதை சொல்லி கொடுத்தாலும் பசங்க கற்றுப்பாங்க.
ஏன்னா கம்ப்யூட்டர் கிளாஸ் அன்றைக்கி டீச்சர் வந்து புதுசாக சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பாங்க. எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போது பிளாக் லெக்லம்ஸ்லாம் வந்து 7th சொல்லி தந்துருந்தாங்க. இப்போ கூட ஸ்க்ராட்ச் தான் பண்ணியிருந்தோம் கம்ப்யூட்டரில். இதெல்லாம் வச்சு ஒரு கேம் வந்து நம்மளால் ரெடி பண்ண முடியும். இப்போ வந்து ஒரு வழி மாதிரி போட்டு இப்போ சொன்ன பஸ்ஸில் அதுமாரி கூட ரெடி பண்ணலாம் ஸ்க்ராட்சில் போய்ட்டு. கரண்ட் இல்லைன்னா கிரிட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி பண்ணுவோம், அப்புறமா ரெண்டுத்துமே பண்ணுவோம், கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டி கூட பண்ணுவோம்.
ஸோ இந்த அன்பிளாக்ட் ஆக்டிவிட்டியில் வந்து இப்போ கிரிட் கேம் எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா நான் பிளாக்லி சொல்லி கொடுக்கும் போது ரிப்பீட் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் வருது. அதே மாதிரி ஒரு கோடிங் நான் முன்னாடி எழுத போகிறோம், ஸ்க்ராட்ச்குள்ளே ஒரு இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கோடிங் எழுத போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் முதல்ல கோடிங் எழுதுறதுக்கு நமக்கு என்ன வேணும், நம்ம அது மாதிரியே திங்க் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றத அவங்களுக்கு எது மூலமாக, அந்த கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் மூலமாக, இந்த டிராயிங் கிரிட் மூலமாக நாங்கள் அப்போ தான் கோடிங்கை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். ஒன் டைம் வந்து இங்க கீழே ஒரு வாட்டி செஞ்சு காட்டினதுக்கு அப்புறமா அங்க போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் அவன் ஈஸியா ரிப்பீட் மிஸ் சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, சோ அதை தான் நான் அங்க பண்ணணும்னு அவனுக்கு ஈஸியா அது புரிஞ்சிடும், அவன் செய்யவும் ஆரம்பிச்சிருவான். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் எங்களுக்குலாம் வந்து முதல்ல லேப்டாப்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப நிறைய உடஞ்ச மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு, கீபோர்ட் சரியா யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் அதுக்கு அவங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போ புதுசா அவங்கவுங்களுக்குன்னு நம்ம இருக்கிற ஒரு 60 டீச்சர்ஸ்க்கும் தனித்தனியா லேப்டாப்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ தனித்தனியா லேப்டாப்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். இப்போ எங்க வேலைகளும் ஒழுங்கா செய்ய முடியுது, இப்போ அதுவும் ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டரா பசங்களுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுது. அது இல்லாம எல்லா ஸ்கூலும் வந்து என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்கா இருந்தாங்க, எங்களுக்கும் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சொல்லி கொடுங்க. அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் நாங்க என்ன பண்ணோம்னா நிறைய டீச்சர்ஸை ஹையர் பண்ணி நாங்க அதை கொடுத்துருக்கோம். ஸோ நாங்க எங்களால முடிஞ்ச ஹெல்ப்பை அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் மூலமா செஞ்சிடுறோம்.
तुम अकेली लड़की हो और कोई नहीं है क्या? तुम वहां अकेले जाओगी? नहीं जाना चाहिए, ऐसा हुआ था कि इट्स बेटर इफ यू डोंट गो, बट यू नो मेरे पेरेंट्स ने कहा कि आई बिलीव इन यू, यू कैन डू इट. I'm Khan Nikhat Naeem Ahmed. I am 16 years old. I was a part of Avsara organization. तो वो एक्चुअली हमने पैंडेमिक में ज्वाइन किया था, तो वहाँ पे हमने ऑनलाइन था. हमारा एक्चुअली था कि हम स्टार्ट करें कि नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे पास लैपटॉप्स वगैरह किसी के पास नहीं थे और लॉकडाउन था, तो हम यहाँ कोई भी लैब जा नहीं सकते थे. तो हमें अमेजॉन फ्यूचर इंजीनियर्स ने हम सभी को लैपटॉप्स प्रोवाइड किए थे. उस टाइम पे उन्होंने हमें HTML सिखाया, जिसमें हम सब ने एक वेबसाइट्स बनाई थी एंड CAD सिखाया था. आई एम एक्चुअली मोर इंटरेस्टेड इन constructing and building things, so I even learned that, and I even made a raw plan, like raw design of robot on laptop. Construction is like, I'm saying not easy, क्योंकि जैसे हम करते जाते हैं ना, हमें ऐड करनी होती है. हम ऐसा स्टार्टिंग में नहीं बोल सकते ये मेरी फाइनल डिज़ाइन है और ये मैं एंड तक ये एकदम ऐसे ही दिखने वाला है.
So TIS is really fortunate to have a partner as the Amazon Future Engineer. I mean, we wouldn't have achieved anything that we set out to if we didn't have them to support us. And the best part is both of us have the same end game in terms of the same mission, which is to, have CS education.
मेरे घर के पास जो आंटी रहती है वो मेरे माँ से एक बार बात करने आई थी, वो रो भी रही थी। मेरे माँ से बोल रही थी कि हमारी जो खेती है वो बहुत ज़्यादा बारिश होने के कारण नुकसान हुआ है उसका। तो मेरे ख्याल में आया कि मैं उन्हें खुश देखना चाहती हूँ।
किसान को जब खेती करनी होती है तब उनको पता नहीं होता ना कब बारिश आएगी, कब ऊन पड़ेगा।
इसलिए हमने ये सॉल्यूशन निकाला कि हम वेदर स्टेशन बना सकते हैं, कि हम छोटे हैं लेकिन हम बना सकते हैं। जब हम न्यूज़ देखते थे उसमें जो पुणे का वेदर स्टेशन है बड़ा वाला, वो हम देखते थे। फिर हमें एक आइडिया आया कि हम थोड़ा ये ऐसा कुछ तो भी कर सकते हैं, ये प्रॉब्लम्स इससे सॉल्व हो सकते हैं क्या। वेदर स्टेशन में बहुत सारे सेंसर्स होते हैं। वेदर स्टेशन में एक फ़ैन जैसा एक गोल घूमने वाला एक ये होता है। हमारी हवा चलती है ना, उसका हम वेग जो होता है वो हम कलेक्ट करते हैं उसकी वजह से। और उसमें एक डायरेक्शन का भी लगा होता है, मतलब एक वो उसको एक पट्टी होती है और वो उसको गोल जैसा होता है, वो घूमता है, तब हमें विंड का डायरेक्शन बताता है।
ये जो स्कूल से आप जैसे देख रहे हैं कि मैंने कहा गांव में स्थित है, सिटी से काफ़ी दूर है, तो यहाँ के बच्चों को वो जो टूल के एक्सेसिबिलिटी है वो थोड़ा लिमिटेड हो जाती है, जिस वजह से वो एक्सप्लोर कर नहीं पाते हैं चीज़ों को।
तो Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर ने हमारी हेल्प की लैब सेटअप करने में और टीचर को कोडिंग और कंप्यूटर साइंस में ट्रेन करने में, ताकि हम बच्चों को सिखा सके।
तो हमने मतलब हमारा कंप्यूटर क्लासेस से चालू हुए थे, तो हमने सर को ये प्रॉब्लम बताया, तो सर बोले हम कर सकते हैं।
जब हम लोग प्रोजेक्ट बना रहे थे वेदर स्टेशन का, तो वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने मल्टीपल कैटेगरीज में ये चेंजेस देख पाए बच्चों में। तो उनका एक माइंडसेट लेवल में चेंज आया कि प्रॉब्लम्स को देख के अब वो इग्नोर नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि अब उनको पता चल गया कि हमारे पास वो नॉलेज है, हमारे पास वो रिसोर्सेस हैं जिससे हम लोग इसको सॉल्व कर सकते हैं।
हमारा वेदर स्टेशन सक्सेस होने के बाद मेरी पड़ोसन आंटी मुझे आके बोली कि तुम्हारे इस उपाय के कारण हमारा खेती का नुकसान हो रहा था वो बच गया। और वो बोली कि तुम इतनी छोटी हो फिर भी तुमने ये कर दिया।
कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवलं आणि त्यांच्या चेहऱ्यावर आनंद पाहिला, तो आनंद पाहून असं मला मनामध्ये वाटलं की आपण सुद्धा शिक्षक बनण्याच्या माध्यमातून जे मी स्वप्न पाहिलं होतं ते कुठेतरी साकार होताना दिसत आहे। माझे नाव मनोज पंडित पांचाळ, मी या जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक शाळा बहुली या ठिकाणी गेली 5 वर्ष काम करत आहे। तंत्रज्ञान अधिक प्रगत झालेलं आहे। 21वे युग 21वे शतक हे जे आहे हे टेक्नॉलॉजीचं युग आहे। माझ्या टीचिंग स्टाईलमध्ये सुद्धा मी असंच करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, तंत्रज्ञानाला आत्मसात करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला। लीडरशिप फॉर इक्विटी आणि पायजम फाउंडेशन यांच्या माध्यमातून आम्हाला तशी संधी उपलब्ध करून देण्यात आली। अतिशय चांगला कोर्स होता आणि नवीन कम्प्युटिंग स्किल याच्यामध्ये होत्या। त्यामध्ये क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग असेल, डिझाईन थिंकिंग असेल, सिक्वेन्सिंग आहे, लूपिंग आहे, त्याचबरोबर व्हेरिएबल्स, अशा प्रकारचे नवीन कन्सेप्ट होत्या। जेव्हा मी हा कोर्स पूर्ण केला आणि विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत हा कोर्स घेऊन गेलो, स्क्रॅचच्या माध्यमातून आणि ब्लॉक कोडिंगच्या माध्यमातून अतिशय मजेशीरपणे फनद्वारे हा गेम विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत आपण घेऊन गेलो। याचा वापर मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांना शिकवण्याच्या पद्धतीमध्ये करू शकतो। वेगवेगळ्या कन्सेप्ट आहेत त्या क्लिअर करण्यासाठी करू शकतो। माझ्या शाळेचे मुख्याध्यापक श्री किशोर भावाळकर सर आणि त्याचबरोबर माझे सहकारी शिक्षक यांच्या सपोर्टमुळे मला हे नवीन ज्ञान शिकण्याची, आत्मसात करण्याची संधी मिळाली आणि ते मी माझ्या विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचवू शकलो।
तर ते योग्य प्रकारे ॲमेझॉनची टीम यामार्फत जर करणार असेल की मला कोणते इंजिनिअरिंग योग्य आहे, तर ते नक्कीच त्यांच्या आयुष्यावर किंवा भारताच्या देशाच्या प्रगतीसाठी ते फायद्याचं ठरणार आहे. नुसतं त्यांची प्रगती नाही तर देशाचाही विकास त्यामधून होणार आहे.
कंप्यूटर में बहुत स्कोप था क्योंकि अब तो कोडिंग ही ट्रेंड में है. कोडिंग कंप्यूटर में था तो मेरा ये था कि कोडिंग से मतलब हम उससे पैसे ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट ना करके अपने ब्रेन का इस्तेमाल करके कुछ ऐसा इन्वेंट कर सकते कि वो हमारे कंट्री को या हमारे कंट्री में रहने वाले लोग हैं उनको भी उससे फ़ायदा ज़्यादा हो सकता है. सिर्फ अपने ब्रेन चलाना है, बाकी उसमें कुछ इन्वेस्ट भी करना है.
Information technology has already transformed the world and it will continue to do so. Therefore, I wanted to pursue computer science and engineering so that I can contribute my part in helping and serving the people to lead a better life.
I chose computer science because I studied biology science in my +2 and I have no base in this computer science. But today we all know that the technology has developed a lot. So I want some knowledge in this field, so that I chose computer science as my stream.
Having lost my father in COVID has put a lot of pressure on me and my mother on how we'll manage all the things alone, especially my higher education.
मैं आज यहाँ पे हूँ तो स्कॉलरशिप की वजह से मुझे कॉन्फिडेंस मिला कि मैं लाइफ में खुद का कुछ कर सकती हूँ, खुद के दम पे कुछ कर सकती हूँ. लाइफ में मुझे आगे बढ़ना हो तो मुझे किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं मिलेगी. जब मेरे पास टैलेंट होगा तो सब कुछ मेरे पास आएगा.
This scholarship is helping me to get prepared for the real world, to make better connection and to get ready for the tech industry, how it actually works.
I got FFP Amazon scholarship and I got very excited and very happy for that. And my family also get very happy because I think they are more happier than me, because they get very worried as they can't help their child to achieve her goal. So that I am very proud of that.
Amazon फ्यूचर इंजीनियर प्रोग्राम में हमारे हार्डवर्क को समझकर हमारे पैशन को फॉलो करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें बहुत सपोर्ट किया स्कॉलरशिप देकर. उसके लिए मैं उनका बहुत सारा थैंक्स बोलना चाहूँगी, क्योंकि उससे मेरी लाइफ की बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स भी कम हुई और उससे मुझे बहुत सारा सपोर्ट भी मिला.
பவர் கட் அப்புறம் ஆகிறப்போ எங்களுக்கு வந்து எல்லா சிஸ்டம் வந்து ஆஃப் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டு இறங்கிடுவாங்க. எல்லாம் உட்காந்தப்போ டீச்சர் வந்து போர்டில் சொல்லி தருவாங்க, இப்போ இதுமாரி தான் பண்ணணும், ஓப்பன் ஆஃபீஸில் போயிட்டு இதெல்லாம் பண்ணணும்.
இப்போ அந்த மாதிரி கேம்ஸ்லாம் ரொம்ப பசங்களுக்கு பிடிக்கும். ஏன்னா நம்ம வந்து அதில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக நிறைய விஷயங்களை கொண்டுன்னு போகும்போது அவங்க புதுசாக ஒன்று கற்றுக்கிறதும் இல்லாமல் அதை இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணியும் பார்க்குறாங்க. பார்க்கும்போது அவங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருக்கும். என் பேர் சீதழிலரசி. 2015 தான் எனக்கு ஆஷா பற்றி இன்ட்ரடக்ஷன் தெரியும். நம்ம ஆஷாலேயே வேலை செஞ்சிருந்த ஒரு டீச்சர் தான் எனக்கு சொன்னாங்க. ஸோ டெய்லியும் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸை தான் நடத்திட்டு இருந்தோம். அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர்லேருந்து தான் எனக்கு வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர் டீச்சராக ப்ரமோட் பண்ணாங்க. ஃபஸ்ட்டு எனக்கு முதல் வருஷம் எனக்கு அந்தளவுக்கு சேஞ்ச் அந்தளவுக்கு தெரியல. ஆனால் செகண்ட் இயரில் நல்லா சேஞ்ச் நான் பசங்கக்கிட்ட பார்த்தேன். ஏன்னா பசங்க வந்து இதை ஸ்கூலில் கிளாஸ் சப்ஜெக்ட் வைஸில் அவங்க இது செய்கிறதோ இல்லையோ, ஆனால் கம்ப்யூட்டரை சூப்பராக பண்ணுறாங்க பசங்க. எதை சொல்லி கொடுத்தாலும் பசங்க கற்றுப்பாங்க.
ஏன்னா கம்ப்யூட்டர் கிளாஸ் அன்றைக்கி டீச்சர் வந்து புதுசாக சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பாங்க. எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போது பிளாக் லீக்லம்ஸ்லாம் வந்து 7th சொல்லி தந்துருந்தாங்க. இப்போ கூட ஸ்க்ராட்ச் தான் பண்ணியிருந்தோம் கம்ப்யூட்டரில். இதெல்லாம் வச்சு ஒரு கேம் வந்து நம்மளால் ரெடி பண்ண முடியும். இப்போ வந்து ஒரு வழி மாதிரி போட்டு இப்போ சொன்ன பஸ்ஸில் அதுமாரி கூட ரெடி பண்ணலாம் ஸ்க்ராட்சில் போய்ட்டு. கரண்ட் இல்லைன்னா கிரிட் ஆக்டிவிட்டி பண்ணுவோம். அப்புறமா ரெண்டுத்துமே பண்ணுவோம், கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டி கூட பண்ணுவோம்.
ஸோ இந்த அன்பிளாக்ட் ஆக்டிவிட்டியில் வந்து இப்போ கிரிட் கேம் எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா நான் பிளாக்லி சொல்லி கொடுக்கும் போது ரிப்பீட் கண்டிஷன்ஸ் வருது. அதே மாதிரி ஒரு கோடிங் நான் முன்னாடி எழுத போகிறோம், ஸ்க்ராட்ச்குள்ளே ஒரு இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கோடிங் எழுத போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் முதல்ல கோடிங் எழுதுறதுக்கு நமக்கு என்ன வேணும், நம்ம அது மாதிரியே திங்க் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றத அவங்களுக்கு எது மூலமாக, அந்த கப் ஆக்டிவிட்டிஸ் மூலமாக, இந்த டிராயிங் கிரிட் மூலமாக நாங்கள் அப்போ தான் கோடிங்கை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். ஒன் டைம் வந்து இங்கே கீழே ஒரு வாட்டி செஞ்சு காட்டினதுக்கு அப்புறமா அங்கே போனதுக்கு அப்புறம் அவன் ஈஸியாக ரிப்பீட் மிஸ் சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, ஸோ அதை தான் நான் அங்கே பண்ணணும்னு அவனுக்கு ஈஸியாக அது புரிஞ்சிடும், அவன் செய்யவும் ஆரம்பிச்சிருவான். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் எங்களுக்குலாம் வந்து முதல்ல லேப்டாப்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப நிறைய உடஞ்ச மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு, கீபோர்ட் சரியாக யூஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் அவங்க வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் எங்களுக்கு வந்து இப்போ புதுசாக அவங்கவுங்களுக்குன்னு நம்ம இருக்கிற ஒரு 60 டீச்சர்ஸ்க்கும் தனித்தனியாக லேப்டாப்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ தனித்தனியாக லேப்டாப்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். இப்போ எங்கள் வேலைகளும் ஒழுங்காக செய்ய முடியுது, இப்போ அதுவும் ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டராக பசங்களுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ண முடியுது. அது இல்லாமல் எல்லா ஸ்கூலும் வந்து என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்காக இருந்தாங்க, எங்களுக்கும் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சொல்லிக் கொடுங்க. ஸோ அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம்னா நிறைய டீச்சர்ஸை ஹையர் பண்ணி நாங்கள் அதை கொடுத்துருக்கோம். ஸோ நாங்கள் எங்களால் முடிஞ்ச ஹெல்ப்பை அமேசான் ஃபியூச்சர் இன்ஜினியரிங் மூலமாக செஞ்சிடுறோம்.
तुम अकेली लड़की हो और कोई नहीं है क्या? तुम वहां अकेले जाओगी? नहीं जाना चाहिए, ऐसा हुआ था कि इट्स बेटर इफ यू डोंट गो. बट यू नो मेरे पेरेंट्स ने कहा कि आई बिलीव इन यू, यू कैन डू इट. I'm Khan Nikhat Naeem Ahmed. I am 16 years old. I was a part of अफसरा organization. तो वो एक्चुअली हमने पैंडेमिक में ज्वाइन किया था, तो वहाँ पे हमने ऑनलाइन था. हमारा एक्चुअली था कि हम स्टार्ट करें कि नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे पास लैपटॉप्स वगैरह किसी के पास नहीं थे और लॉकडाउन था, तो हम यहाँ कोई भी लैब जा नहीं सकते थे. तो हमें अमेज़ॉन फ्यूचर इंजीनियर्स ने हम सभी को लैपटॉप्स प्रोवाइड किए थे. उस टाइम पे उन्होंने हमें HTML सिखाया, जिसमें हम सब ने एक वेबसाइट्स बनाई थी एंड CAD सिखाया था. आई एम एक्चुअली मोर इंटरेस्टेड इन constructing and building things, so I even learned that, and I even made a raw plan, like raw design of robot on laptop. Construction is like I'm saying not easy, क्योंकि जैसे हम करते जाते हैं ना, हमें ऐड करनी होती है. हम ऐसा स्टार्टिंग में नहीं बोल सकते ये मेरी फाइनल डिज़ाइन है और ये मैं एंड तक ये एकदम ऐसे ही दिखने वाला है.
So TIS is really fortunate to have a partner as the Amazon Future Engineer. I mean, we wouldn't have achieved anything that we set out to if we didn't have them to support us. And the best part is both of us have the same end game in terms of the same mission, which is to, have CS education.
The MCs, can you guys go on the stage, please? Both the MCs, can you please go to the stage? Thank you. All right. Just do a quick run. You guys have to be mostly inside the circle or near the circle. Don't go too far away. When you're speaking, please remember to keep the mic very close to your mouth. Yeah. Excuse me, can you please give the mic to them, please? Thank you. All right. Can you guys please try speaking?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right, the other one?
Audible?
Yes. Try speaking, please.
Hello everyone.
Yes.
Perfect.
Just a minute. You guys just try speaking with each other, please.
हेलो दिव्यांशी, क्या खाना कैसा था?
अच्छा था, मैंने ज़्यादा खाया नहीं, अदरवाइज बोल नहीं पाती. But yes, अच्छा था.
ठीक है, बोलने के बाद खा लेंगे.
Obviously.
Yes.
Cool. All right.
Done?
Thank you. I'll give you a countdown. Yeah. Thank you so much. As we start the event, the Lahi team, the floor walk team and the event cargo team, please be ready with your presentations. Thank you.
लाही को लंच के बाद पुश किया था लाही को करने लायक जस्ट डू क्लैप बट लाइक से लाइक यू नो राज के बाद लाही करना या तो कॉपी लाइक वो हां गिव अ पैटर्न एंड देन यू कैन एक साथ नहीं वन आफ्टर द अदर हां लाइक दैट when you fall asleep on tomorrow tonight I'm moving like
Cool. Thank you all for being present really early. We're starting in 2 minutes. All right. Backstage people, are you guys ready? Backstage people, are you guys ready? All right. All right. Camera. Camera. All ready? All right. The sound is good? All of it, sir. Cool. We're starting in another minute. Cool. 20 seconds. Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are live.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon everyone.
Welcome back once again. So, आप में से कुछ लोगों को शायद याद हो, I'm दिव्यांशी
and I'm Anita.
और अब हम होंगे आपके MCs. हमने अपने फ्रेंड्स को थोड़ा रेस्ट करने के लिए बोला है. So we'll be taking the session forward.
बहुत थक चुके थे यार वो. शायद आप भी थक चुके होंगे. By the way, how was the lunch?
You can give a thumbs up if it was good. Yeah, thank you so much.
Great.
वैसे मैंने नहीं बनाया था, but still. So सुबह से जर्नी शुरू हो चुकी है. प्रयास कलेक्टिव्स इसको आगे ले जा रहा है. प्रयास कलेक्टिव्स इनिशिएटिव, आइडिएशन, वो माइंडसेट जो यूथ के लिए है, यूथ पे भरोसा करता है एंड यूथ को एम्पावर करने में बिलीव रखता है. सो वेल अनीता, इफ आई आस्क अकॉर्डिंग टू यू, तुम्हें क्या पसंद आया सबसे ज्यादा सेशन में?
वेल दिव्यांशी, बोलने के लिए तो मैं खुद का नाम ले सकती हूँ, बट टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, अरे वो एक लड़की आई थी ना एट द एंड ऑफ द सेशन,
आई थिंक अमृता.
यस, मुझे उसका सेशन बहुत अच्छा लगा क्योंकि एट दैट टाइम मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि अनीता स्टेज पे बात कर रही है. अनीता इज शेयरिंग प्रॉब्लम्स विद राज सर एंड राज सर रिप्लाई कर रहे हैं उतने अच्छे से.
यू नो व्हाट, मुझे क्या पसंद आया? एजुकेशन पे बात हुई पहली बार प्रैक्टिकल वे में. लाइक एजुकेशन का मतलब यहाँ पे सिर्फ मार्क्स लाना नहीं था. और यू नो व्हाट, मोस्टली हाउसेज में मैंने देखा है एजुकेशन पे पता है कब बात होती है?
आई थिंक आई नो.
यस,
एग्जाम्स के टाइम,
ओनली रिजल्ट के टाइम. अदरवाइज उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. रिजल्ट अच्छा है तो यानी कि पूरा साल अच्छे से पढ़ाई हुई है. वेल, जर्नी को आगे ले जाते हैं. अब जर्नी है तो ट्रैवलिंग भी होगी.
एंड आई थिंक रुक जाओ, हम जा रहे फ्लाइट से.
अरे जस्ट यार, कॉस्टिंग ज्यादा बैठेगी. हाँ, तो ट्रेन से चले सब. ओके अनीता, लेट्स गो.
सो यात्रीगण कृपया ध्यान दें, गाड़ी क्रमांक 2024 प्रयास कलेक्टिव एक्सप्रेस सपोर्टेड बाय अमेज़न रवाना होने जा रही है अपने नेक्स्ट प्लेटफॉर्म की तरफ.
और हमारा नेक्स्ट प्लेटफॉर्म होने वाला है एक और सोल्यूशन शोकेस जो यूथ के लिए है, यूथ को एम्पावर करता है. एंड
सो लेट्स हैव ऑन स्टेज मॉडरेटर ऑफ लेंड हैंड इंडिया.
ओके, क्लैपिंग प्लीज.
Thank you, Divyanshi and Anita. And what a tough job to keep you guys awake post lunch. How amazing it is that the entire event is giving space and opportunity to the young voices. I am thoroughly enjoying it, and I'm sure you all are. मुझे ज़्यादा लोग दिख नहीं रहे हैं, but I want to make a quick activity, make you do something, so that lunch के बाद की जो थकान है, जो नींद सी आ रही है, वो थोड़ा सा निकाल देते हैं. So can I ask you guys to quickly sit up wherever you are? Quickly stand up. Okay, and you will have to follow my claps. The way I clap, you will have to follow me. So let me see how many of you are awake, okay? So how's the Josh? Oh, how's the Josh? How's the Josh? Oh, thanks. कौन था ये? Thanks for supporting me from being there. Okay, so I am here to speak about the initiative which I am leading at Lend a Hand India, and we have a stall there as well. The initiative is about internship for high school students with local employers. And we'll talk more about like how we got this idea and all. We'll take you through some quick pictures to tell you what it means when we say local employers. So you're seeing some pictures where these students are doing internship. They are working in an auto garage, repairing this bike. This is the internship where this student in Satara is doing internship with a cooperative bank because she was really keen to do something with bank and eventually want to make career in that space. So that's where she is doing internship. These are the students doing internship with local carpentry workshop and trying to implement whatever they have learned while they were studying, even the maths, in an applied manner, and doing internship with the carpentry workshop. The internship in a local cafe or restaurant, the student is doing internship where they prepare food, even deal with customers as well. When they are doing internship, they go through variety of activities, variety of tasks, such as preparing food and dealing with customers. Next. This is the internship in a retail store. You can see two girls are trying to sell saris. Some beautiful saris are there. I'm sure some of us are just stuck there as well. This is the internship with a local artisan where they are trying to prepare statues of Lord Ganesha. So, and this is the internship where this girl is doing internship in a welding workshop. And when we spoke to this student, she said that nobody believed in her neighborhood, in her school, that being a girl, she can do such an internship where she can go to a welding workshop and help there. This is an internship with a local nursery supporting, preparing plants and doing all sort of activities which are required at the nursery. So why these local entrepreneurs? Why we decided that these high school students still studying in 11th and 12th grade go for internship with local entrepreneurs? Why not big industries? Because we realized and we identified that the moment you start connecting with local industries, these students, the industry would not be able to provide them the kind of opportunities to do things which they can do being with local employers. India being the country where 92% of the country represent the unorganized sector, the local employers, we really wanted to harness that potential. At the same time, when we speak to our students, we hear stories where female students are allowed to go for internship because it's part of their school curriculum, as well as because employer is nearby. Just अगर घर से निकलते ही कोई shop है जहाँ पे मुझे internship करने के लिए जाना है, my parents are comfortable. And we have seen that how these internships are becoming a tool for these parents to be able to understand that what their students can also do and push them in that direction. Otherwise, some of the parents are very uncomfortable even in the 21st century that they send their female students out somewhere to do work. So these internship with local employers are really helping us to bridge those gaps, right? Also, these internships help. You better hear me carefully, by the way, huh? Because after these 2-3 minutes, they're going to be a scanner, and we have some 4-5 questions. I ensure that you all go through those questions. So, coming to the point, why these internships and how these internships are helping our students in terms of developing employability skills. They are connected with the world of work. We spoke so much about like what are the gaps, right? In education, there is a theory learning, and then they even suddenly post-12 they will have to decide what career they want to go to, right? So the internships are bridging this gap where for 1 to 2 months, if they are spending time with an employer, they are able to get out of their comfort zone. They are able to build that confidence that, okay, this is what I can do and this is what I want to do. Like quickly taking a story of Nurunisa. Her family was totally against of her continuing with her education. And she wanted to become a chocolatier. She did an internship with a local home baker, and through that she developed this confidence ki, okay, I have keen passion and I have talent for this. And the employer became the mentor for Nurunisa. And after 1 month as well, post finishing the internship also, the employer kept mentoring Nurunisa. And as a result, she applied for the college. She got admission in the hotel management course. And today she's going to, this year she's going to complete her graduation in the hotel management, and already worked with the really 3-star, 4-star hotels as part of the internship program. So these are the things which the internship we are seeing as an impact which internship is doing. And many people ask me, like, when these students have time, because these students are still in school. They are studying in 11th and 12th grade. So when they can do these internships. So that's why we kept the duration really long. There's a lot of flexibility integrated within the program. That internship can happen during summertime, during winter time, during the weekends as well, like Saturday, Sunday, students can go for internship. And it's quite a decentralized model where the teacher, school teacher or school trainer, the trainer who is teaching them vocational education as well, is able to identify these employers and map students with those the students. So that's how internships are happening. Quick journey, because Anita and Divyanshi spoke about that. We are in the train, so journey ki baat karni padegi. So internship started with about 70-80 students in Pune. That was the pilot we did. And then we took it to the several state government. And as of today, 12 state governments are implementing internship program as a part of vocational education studies. So that's where we are. And quickly touching upon the impact numbers, because when we study, we reach out to employers and we ask them, and even students, how their experiences are. So 3 out of 4 employers are saying that they want to hire these students as full-time or part-time employees because they have spent time. And it's very, very heartening to see how employers are considering these micro, small, medium enterprises are considering it as a CSR at their level, that they are supporting youth in this development and in this kind of, opportunities. So that's what we are seeing. 90% students are saying that they want to repeat the internship. So there are a lot of good numbers, I'm sure, and there are challenges as well. It's not very easy program, but we are running that, and we are ready to spend another decade to implement internships for 11th, 12th grade in this country, which was never a case. So we invite each of you to collaborate with us. If you are a non-profit organization, want to take it forward, please meet me outside at the stall. Would love to have these conversations ahead and take such opportunities for our students, as many as possible. And don't forget to scan this code, by the way. You already had lunch. I don't know if you're going to earn your tea or coffee by answering these questions. So please do scan. I'm going to make sure that I'm reading all the answers. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting such a great initiative. I'm seriously going to recommend this to my juniors as well.
So yes, दिव्यांशी क्यों ना थोड़ा आगे बढ़ा जाए। हाँ, बट उससे पहले एक बात है कि जैसे दीपिका मैम ने अभी यहाँ पे लाही को प्रेजेंट किया, तो मैं एक लैंड हैंड इंडिया की इंटर्न रह चुकी हूँ। मैंने ये सारा प्रोसीजर अभी दीपिका मैम ने जो समझाया उसे गो थ्रू हो चुकी हूँ। तो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस मैं बताना चाहूँगी। मैंने इंटर्नशिप ना रिटेल सेल्स एसोसिएट्स ये सब्जेक्ट में किया, तो उसका बेनिफिट मुझे अभी हो रहा है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया था, मैं बार बार वही रिपीट कर रही हूँ, बट सुन लो कि जैसे मैंने बताया था कि मैं अभी H&M में एज ए सेल्स एडवाइजर काम कर रही हूँ। तो H&M इज ऑल्सो रिटेल ब्रांड, और मैंने जो इंटर्नशिप की थी वो भी एक रिटेल में थी।
हाँ, तो इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ बेस जो जिसने तुम्हें डेवलप करा, राइट? सो गुड।
सो यस, इसी अमेजिंग सेशंस के साथ हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। तो हमारे पास आगे आने वाला है, लेट्स वेलकम सौरभ सर फ्रॉम फ्लोर वॉक।
थैंक यू। दीपिका ने अभी बहुत ही बढ़िया बात कही इंटर्नशिप्स के लेके, और मैं भी उसी पॉइंट पे कनेक्ट करना चाहूँगा। काश मेरे पास भी अवेलेबिलिटी होती दैट I would have gotten such opportunities to do internships with enterprises, maybe local or at a better level. But मैं अपनी एक छोटी सी इंटर्नशिप की बात चालू करना चाहूँगा। इससे पहले मैं फ्लोर वॉक के बारे में बताऊँ तो मेरी पहली इंटर्नशिप जो थी वो उससे पहले एक बैकग्राउंड देता हूँ। सो आई कम फ्रॉम अ बिजनेस बैकग्राउंड फ्रॉम अ Tier 3 टाउन इन इंडिया, एंड जहाँ पे खंडवा करके नाम है, कहा जाता है उसे किशोर कुमार की नगरी। और पापा का छोटा सा ग्रोसरी स्टोर था, द काइंड ऑफ स्टोर्स दैट यू सी इन स्मॉल टाउन्स, जहाँ पे काउंटर होता है, वहाँ पे गल्ले पे ओनर बैठता है, पीछे 2-3 लोग होते हैं जो सर्व करते हैं सामान। सो while I was about 5 to 7 years old, I used to go to my shop and I used to consistently talk to customers कि आपको क्या चाहिए, मैं लाके दूंगा। बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी थी, और पापा ज़्यादा इंटरेक्ट करने देते नहीं थे, कहते थे तुम्हें पता नहीं है सामान कहाँ रखा है, कैसे होगा। तो जब मैं उन्हें बहुत ज़्यादा अनॉय करने लगा ऑन अ कंसिस्टेंट बेसिस, देन व्हाट ही गेव मी वाज अ काउंटर ऑफ कोकोनट्स, और कहा कि जो भी कस्टमर आएगा और जिसको भी कोकोनट चाहिए ना, उसको कोकोनट आप देना, एंड फॉर एवरी कोकोनट दैट यू गिव आई विल गिव यू 50 पैसा। At that time, the price of coconut was 7 to 8 rupees, and that was my incentive for selling or pushing coconut to a customer. I believe that was my first internship during my tenure. और तब जो भी ग्राहक आता था और मुझसे बोलता था कि कुछ और सामान लेना था, I used to force a coconut to him. This is my incentive. I need to make sure that I need to make those sellings. And in the entire process, in the entire journey, I actually learned a lot about consumer experience, on how not being pushy about it, how do you sell every small thing to a consumer, how do you talk to them. और वही जर्नी को आगे ले जाते हुए I started Floor Walk, which is more about a market research company, where what we do is we talk to different brands, understand their different problem statements. Okay, can we have the next slide? Okay, so I just talk about the business model in brief. So what we do is there are different kind of brands, be it retail, automobile, luxury retail. They come to us with different problem statements. Their problem statements is that I want to understand my consumer experience. I want to see how pricing is placed. I want to understand my competition. I want to see that is the branding that I've done, is it in the right place? And what we do is we take all of that information, put it with us, and then we devise a plan. We devise a plan in a sense that अगर आपकी ये सारी information decentralized तरीके से आपकी ही target audience आपको बताएगी, तो कैसे होगा? So what we've done is we've developed a system which is a two-faced system, one for the clients to view how they see the reporting, and for the field workers where they are directly mapped to the brand, और वो काम करते हैं और काम करने के बाद डायरेक्ट अपना फीडबैक देते हैं, जो कि ब्रांड्स को कोलेक्ट होकर पूरा डेटा जाता है. How we sort of map these target consumers is what the target consumer is to their brands. So if you see somebody who's a target consumer for Marriott, Rolex, Porsche is a target group of H&I individuals. business professionals. And if you see, when we talk about here specifically talk about young innovators, there are students who are target consumers to brands like McDonald's, Byju's, Akash, and these people, they actually get surveys done, get the audits done in exchange for services or in exchange of monetary value, which is provided by the brand directly. और ये study all over the country होती है, in fact all over the world होती है. बच्चे इजीली इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर सकते हैं और हम एक प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करते हैं जिस पे वो लोग रजिस्टर करके स्टडी करके दे गेट पेड एज वेल. ऑल्सो देयर इज अ लर्निंग कर्व व्हिच दे गेट. Very, very simple benefits. It's a freelancing role. There is no commitment from our side in terms of full-time employment. Plus, it's a very project-basis job. So they get monetary and incentives, benefits. They can work at their convenience, their timings. There is no restriction about that. They get to be the eyes and ears of different brands. तो वो जो information pass करते हैं वो direct brands के top management पे जाता है, जिसका actual benefit brand को भी होता है और consumers को भी होता है. This is something that I really want to talk about. एक पैनल सेशन में हमने सिंसेरिटी की बात करी थी और राज मेंशन की 1 किलो सिंसेरिटी देना तो बहुत मुश्किल है. So I want to talk about how to actually apply, and because there is numerous opportunities, लेकिन उससे ज़्यादा लोग हैं करने वाले. तो बहुत important होता है कि जो भी आप, and I'm specifically talking here about the freelancing world, whatever gig that you are applying for as a young innovator, it's very relevant that you apply a gig which is relevant to you and your skill. Often I have seen when people apply for the jobs that we give, they just press apply, 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 apply. अभी कोई एक तो दे ही देगा. तो that's not the right approach. Your applications are also monitored. Your profile is also monitored, maybe in a technical way or in a subjective way. But it's very clear that if you apply for something that you think is relevant, then there is a better chance that you will get a gig. Second, and I think very important, is being persuasive. अगर ये तो मेरी खुद की भी लर्निंग है, अगर मैं नारियल बेचने में परसुएसिव नहीं रहूँगा तो नारियल नहीं बिकेगा. इसीलिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आप जो टास्क में अप्लाई कर रहे हैं उसे you should apply it continuously. You should apply for the task again and again, so that somebody who's approving, somebody who's reviewing, get to know that you are the relevant audience. Small things, build relationships with the project teams so that you get tasks on time, submit the work. There's a basic ethic. आपने काम का जब commit किया है, आप काम उसको submit करिए. One of the things that I usually experience with internships is that, you know, a lot of times internships, according to the system, is about certificates or stipends, not much into internships. तो मुझे लगता है जिसको सीखने का में मजा आता है ना, जिसको काम करने में मजा आता है ना, we need those people. It's not who you need us, we need you guys. So there is always a platform जो आपको काम देना चाहता है, बस sincerity चाहिए. अगर sincerity है तो बहुत काम है, हर किसी के सीखने के लिए, हर कोई के available होने के लिए है. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, आपकी PPT से मैंने ये ज़रूर सीखा कि how much customer feedback and customer experience is beneficial for the venture. Thank you so much. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Well, Anita, you know, आज मुझे बहुत lucky feel हो रहा है. सब मेरे बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, सब मेरे लिए अपने initiatives को present कर रहे हैं.
अरे रुक जाओ, बात तुम्हारी नहीं हो रही, बात हो रही यूथ की.
सेम बात है ना, मेरी ही बात हो रही है. तो वेल हाँ, बट एक और बात, बीइंग अ गर्ल, मेरे पेरेंट्स आज शायद बहुत प्राउड फील कर रहे होंगे, क्योंकि अभी तक मैं बहुत बड़े बड़े लोगों की बात सुनते हुए आ रही हूँ, आज इतने सारे बड़े लोग बैठ के मुझे सुन रहे हैं.
ओह, तालियां हो जाए यार. सो अभी गर्ल्स की बात तुमने बोल दी है, तो आपको पता है नेक्स्ट सॉल्यूशन किस, सॉरी, सो आपको पता है नेक्स्ट सॉल्यूशन केस क्या होने वाला है? व्हाट? अभी हमारे पास आने वाला है इवन कार्गो. इवन कार्गो एक ऐसा इनिशिएटिव है जो वुमेन को एम्पावर करता. उनको इंस्पायर करता है फॉर फ्यूचर अपॉर्चुनिटीज. सो लेट्स वेलकम ऑन स्टेज मिस शकुंतला मैम फ्रॉम इवन कार्गो.
Shivani ma'am on stage from Even Cargo.
First of all, good afternoon to everyone present over here. I'm Shivani Athri from team Even Cargo. I'm the Associate Partnership Manager and HR. So Even Cargo is women-led e-commerce logistic company, a social enterprise established in 2016. So our vision at Even Cargo is to build an inclusive society for creating equal livelihood opportunities for women, especially in the non-traditional sector. We are focusing mainly on logistics right now because logistics has always been seen as a male-dominated sector. We always considered it odd when a woman is going for when we look at a woman as being a delivery agent. तो एक नॉर्म बहुत सामने निकल के आता है, अरे लड़की पार्सल देने आई है, ये लड़की कैसे बोली फोन पे, लड़की भी पार्सल डिलीवर करती है क्या? हमने सुबह से बहुत सारी एग्जांपल्स यहाँ पे विटनेस करी हैं, लाइक वुमेन वर्किंग एज मैकेनिक, गार्डन में, गैराज में, इलेक्ट्रिशियन की तरह. सेम थिंग एक और सेक्टर है जिस पे हमें फोकस करने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, एंड दैट इज़ लॉजिस्टिक्स. लॉजिस्टिक्स बहुत एक यंग इंडस्ट्री है इंडिया में फ्रॉम पास्ट 10 to 15 ईयर्स, एंड आई थिंक इस यहाँ पे एक बहुत ह्यूज पोटेंशियल है जहाँ पे हमें वुमेन पार्टिसिपेशन को इंक्लूड करना पड़ेगा. वी कैन नॉट इग्नोर दिस सेक्टर बिकॉज ई कॉमर्स का ग्रोथ जिस तरीके से हम देख रहे हैं, obviously logistics is going to boom in next 50 years and we definitely cannot ignore this sector. Second thing is कि जब हम एक ट्रेडिशनल लाइवलीहुड की बात करते हैं ना, तो वी सी कि एक मैकेनिक, इलेक्ट्रिशियन, डिलीवरी एजेंट्स लड़का है. बट जब एक लड़का स्टिचिंग करता है, वी कॉल दैम मास्टर जी, राइट? दैट इज नॉट कंसिडर्ड ऑड. सो when we think of inclusion, we associate it with diversity. Let's not do that first. अगर वुमेन को ट्रेडिशनल रोल्स में एंटर करवाया जाता है तो एक बहुत इवन एज ए फीमेल हम भी उस टर्म को यूज करते हैं कि एक डाइवर्सिटी इंक्लूजन है. दिस इज नॉट डाइवर्सिटी इंक्लूजन. लेट्स नॉर्मलाइज दिस थिंग फर्स्ट कि इट्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी. एवरी जेंडर कैन वर्क, इवन ट्रांस कैन वर्क. Why only women? So this is the core concept that Even Cargo is working on. Right now we are focusing on logistics. How we do? We train, we mobilize women from the resource poor communities. We train them. We have a proper training module which consists of two-wheeler riding training, self-defense training, logistics specific training, and employability skill training. Once we think that they are fully trained to take on board with us, we have our partnership with major e-commerce companies like Amazon, Flipkart, Delivery. We directly recruit them with them. So right now they are working as delivery associates with the major e-commerce companies in India. Second thing is, we have faced a lot of barriers since we are working since 2016 now. Retention rate is something that is the biggest challenge because we have a big patriarchal norm attached to it. कि अरे ये काम तो आदमी का है, as I always said. कि ठीक है ये काम आदमी का है, औरत नहीं करेगी. फिर आदमी कपड़े क्यों सिल रहा है? मत सिले. शेफ क्यों बना हुआ है? मत बने. औरत तो खाना बनाती आई है ना, वही 5 स्टार में शेफ बन जाएगी. अगर आपको इतना प्रॉब्लम है जेंडर इंक्लूजन से या डाइवर्सिटी इंक्लूजन से, लेट्स नॉट एसोसिएट इट विद द फैक्ट कि अगर फीमेल को हम किसी ट्रेडिशनल सेक्टर में एंटर करवाते हैं तो उसको हम डायरेक्टली लिंक कर दें कि ये एक एक डाइवर्सिटी इंक्लूजन की बात हो रही है. लेट्स जस्ट नॉर्मलाइज दिस फैक्ट फर्स्ट. अपॉर्चुनिटी है, सब काम कर सकते हैं. We are not segregating it कि मास्टर जी कपड़े क्यों सिल रहे हैं. We are not doing that. Why you guys are doing it for females? I don't understand that fact. So this is the model that we are working on. And ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें challenges corporate leadership पे देखने को नहीं मिलते हैं. I'll tell you a very real example. Recently I visited a hub. So it's in Sarita Vihar, if you guys know. It's in Malviya Nagar. Okay, so there's this station hub. एक e-commerce company का, I won't take the name. So what I got to know, मैंने कहा कि आप इनका like girls are working from past 2 to 3 years आपके साथ कंटिन्यूसली दे आर रिग्रेसली वर्किंग हार्ड, जहाँ एक लड़का 50 पैकेट्स डिलीवर कर रहा है, आप हमें खुद आके बोलते हैं कि हमें फीमेल डिलीवरी एसोसिएट्स चाहिए, बट स्टिल यू गाइस आर नॉट इंक्रीजिंग देयर यू नो पर कॉस्ट उनको जो मिलता है पर पैकेट पे. सो दे आर लाइक कि मैम नहीं, स्टिल मेन वर्कफोर्स के साथ काम करना ईजी रहता है, उनको हम कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं. बट देन आई कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट कि यू गाइज आर टेलिंग मी कि मैम फीमेल्स डीएस चाहिए. डीएस आर लाइक फीमेल डिलीवरी एसोसिएट्स. फीमेल डीएस चाहिए. वाई? दे ब्रिंग डिसिप्लिन एंड दे ब्रिंग लेट मी टेल यू, जब एक वीमेन वर्कफोर्स एंटर करती है ना कहीं पे, तो वो अपने साथ एक डिसिप्लिन एंड रेगुलेशन का कल्चर बहुत अच्छे से लेके आती है, एंड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कल्चर उसके साथ आता है, बिकॉज आई फील फीमेल्स आर मोर ऑर्गेनाइज्ड. सो वो फीडबैक आने के बाद भी स्टिल वी आर फेसिंग लाइक उनकी साइड से एक यू नो आई डोंट नो व्हाई, बट एक रेजिस्टेंस है कि मैम नहीं, लड़के लोगों के साथ का ये लोग कैसे ऊपर जाएंगी, कैसे बैग लेने नीचे आएंगी. तो आई से कि आप उनको मौका दो. If they are ready, why you guys are not ready? So this is the one barrier, very big barrier that we are facing. Like अगर हम उनको ग्राउंड पे मोबिलाइज कर भी लेते हैं, स्टिल कॉर्पोरेट लेवल पे भी वी वांट कि थोड़ा सा सिर्फ कहने के लिए जेंडर इंक्लूजन नहीं करें, प्रैक्टिकली भी करें. एंड yes, so I have one real example with me. She is Shakuntala. I would like to call her upon. ये हमारे साथ 2016 से जुड़ी हुई हैं, एंड शी इज़ वर्किंग ऑन ग्राउंड. गिविंग यू अ लिटिल ब्रीफ अबाउट हर. शी वाज अ विक्टिम ऑफ डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस. हस्बैंड का सपोर्ट नहीं मिला, वो एक रेगुलर ड्रिंक करते थे, एंड उसके बाद से शी मेट हर एट अ जॉब फेयर, एंड इट्स बीन 8 years नाउ. स्टार्टिंग से वो हमारे साथ हैं, एंड आई वुड लाइक कि आप उसी के मुंह से उसकी कहानी सुने. वो कहते हैं ना, इनकी कहानी इनकी जुबानी. सो लेट्स हियर दैट.
हेलो, पहले तो आप सबको मेरी तरफ से नमस्ते. सॉरी, मेरे लिए बहुत मुश्किल है यहाँ तक आना, क्योंकि मैं सोच भी नहीं सकती थी कि मैं कभी बाहर तक आऊँगी, लेकिन आज यहाँ पे खड़ी हूँ ना. थैंक यू सो मच, एंड इवन कार्गो की टीम, थैंक यू सो मच. मैं दिल्ली से हूँ, मेरी फैमिली राजस्थान से बिलोंग रखती है. वो मतलब साड़ी में घूंघट में बाहर नहीं निकलने देते. तो मुझे जब 2016 में इवन कार्गो की टीम मिली थी, इन्होंने मुझे एक मतलब नदी की तरह बहना सिखाया. मैं यही कहूँगी कि मैं हूँ लेडीज, लेकिन मुझे एक नदी बनाया कि तुम्हें आगे बढ़ना है. आगे चट्टान खड़ी है, जो फैमिली है, तुम्हारी समाज है, उनसे लड़ना नहीं है, लेकिन उनको साइड में रख के, उनको हटाना भी नहीं, उनको साइड में रख के अपना रास्ता खुद बनाना है. आगे चलना है, फैमिली को पालना है, फैमिली को देखना है, बच्चों को देखना है. तो मतलब एक नदी बना दिया मुझे इवन कार्गो की टीम ने कि मैं आगे बढ़ती जाऊं, कहीं नहीं रुकना मुझे. बस मैं ये कहूँगी, थैंक यू सो मच मैम, थैंक यू सो मच. आप सबका बहुत बहुत दिल से धन्यवाद. थैंक यू.
Don't cry. You are here to motivate others. Don't cry. So we have a booth outside. Please, अगर कोई भी NGO हमारे साथ collaborate करना चाहे, we have our USP in mobilization. Training comes the second part. The biggest challenge that we face is the mobilization. We go door to door, we do campaigns, and हम वहाँ से resource poor communities से शकुंतला जैसी लड़कियों को आगे लेके आने में काम कर रहे हैं. एंड आई वुड हाईली रिक्वेस्ट, अगर कोई भी NGO हमारे साथ मोबिलाइजेशन में कोलैब करना चाहे, आई विल बी हाईली ग्रेटफुल. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And Shakuntala, ma'am, I love you. Seriously, you are too good. So,
ऑडियंस, इवेंट कैसा चल रहा है?
Everything good? Well, हाँ, वो हमने पहले ही पूछ लिया. We are taking care of them. Don't worry. So, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा.
मुझे भी बोलना है यार.
Okay.
दिव्यांशी, अगर इवेंट ऐसा ही चलता रहा ना, तो मुझे क्या लगता है पता है, एक दिन हम सक्सेसफुल बन जाएंगे.
Okay, जब सक्सेस की बात चली है, तो कैन यू एक्सप्लेन सक्सेस कि तुम्हारे लिए सक्सेस है क्या?
सक्सेस फॉर मी, वन सेकेंड. बाय द वे, तुमने पूछा तो मुझे क्या लगता है पता है, इसके पास जरूर कोई कमाल आंसर है.
Obviously. So according to me, success is not all about what you have achieved. I think success is all about the number of times you fall and get up again.
Okay.
Because yeah.
मतलब तुम चाहती हो कि मैं गिर जाऊं?
अरे नहीं, गिरना वो वाला गिरना नहीं होता है.
अच्छा.
बट बिकॉज सबको पता है सक्सेस तक जाने के लिए भी एक जर्नी होती है, और जर्नी का ये जो सक्सेस तक जाती है ना, जो जर्नी, उसका बहुत बड़ा पार्ट होता है फेलियर. तो we'll have to be prepared about it. We'll have to accept कि हाँ it's coming. We'll have to face it. और इसी के लिए I can't explain you anymore, but yes, we are having another session जिसमें हम यही बात करने वाले हैं failures पे, कि why they are important, why failures should be discussed, need to be discussed. So invite करते हैं.
Yes. So हमारे failure file के session के लिए stage पे आ रहे हैं Mr. प्रदीप शर्मा.
He'll be the moderator. Okay, again, एक बार और तालियां. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pradeep. As panelists, we have Anita Kumar, who is head India and Asia Pacific Amazon. Please come on the stage. We have Lakshmi Pattabi Raman, who is from Media Network. Please come on stage. And then we have Mr. Tara Chand, who is from Oak North. Please come on stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. The difference between average people and achieving people is their perception of and their response to failure, said by John C. Maxwell in his book Failing Forward. I read this book about 15 years ago, and it had a very deep impact on how I process and how I respond to failure. Just like what the hosts were saying just a while ago, you all would agree that failure is part of progress. In fact, there is more failure than success. Then you would also agree that we have more to learn from failures. So in this context, I came across a set of rules, basically called as rules of being human. It's part of some cheat sheet, a spiritual cheat sheet, irrespective of the source. I found these rules relevant to be stated here. I'm going to read out those 5 rules. Yeah, most agree. If you don't learn the easy lessons, they get harder. Yeah, more people agree. You will know you have learned a lesson when your actions change. Okay, most people agree. With this, I open the conversation to the panelists. We have an esteemed team of panelists here who have agreed to share their experiences and learnings from their failure. So let's hear from them. My first question to the panelists is, what is your definition of failure? What does failure meant in your context, or at least the experience that you want to share? Is it more about the result or the process? And I would like to hear each of your thoughts on what failure means to you.
I can go first if that's okay. So I think, and I'm going to wear a funder's hat here, but it could also perhaps be extended to when you are an implementing organization, is when things don't turn out or pan out as you expected them to pan out. You plan for something, obviously. So if you're a funder, you plan to fund or support an organization to achieve certain outcomes, impact, etc. And when things don't pan out, and now that could be because of various reasons. Now you could say that this is a failure because we didn't achieve the results, but that could have happened in so many different ways. The failure could be simply on account of externalities that are not at all under your control. It could be process failures. It could be failures in making the right assumptions when you started. It could be due to a variety of reasons, but really I think it's the gap between what you thought or where you thought you would reach to where you actually ended up.
To talk about this, what does failure mean? You could take your example, the case that you want to present, and you could answer that through that case as well.
Sure, I can kind of share one example. I think this is a slightly dated example, but might also be relevant in the lessons we learned from that. This was an organization that we had supported a few years ago, about 5-6 years ago. An organization that we had supported in the past and had come in to support them for a second time as well. This is an organization that was working on skilling of youth, working with the target group that we like to call the next $500 million. They've been working both on technical skilling, vocational skills, as well as English language skills. When we funded them the first time, they'd proven to be very successful in running center-based training programs, offline training programs, and were now looking to scale by taking this to an online training program. And we believed that they had the right formula for how they could deliver effective trainings. And this thesis did not pan out. Right? They did pivot from an offline model to an online model. They were successful in training people, but were not as successful as they or we thought they might be. So eventually then they had to pivot back to working with a hybrid model where they had a blended model of both online learning plus center-based learning. Now, looking back, right, this was pre-COVID times. This was a target group where these were not students that were paying for their programs. These were philanthropically funded. They did not have the paying capacity. So perhaps this was an idea that was perhaps ahead of its time, because we know that learning models have changed so much over the last 3 years, catalyzed by COVID, and in skilling space, it hasn't thankfully gone back. But maybe it was an idea ahead of its time, both from the supply side and from the demand side. Whether people were willing to learn, willing to attend courses online, complete courses and learn effectively, whether the programs were effective for being delivered in an online digital mode. So that was one thing. And yeah, so that's one example that I could share. But I think that hasn't taken us away from that space. We continue to work, support work in the skilling and employability space. And we've seen successful models now emerge in the digital space. I think we've learned from it, and I think the ecosystem has also evolved. So happy to talk about that a little later in the conversation.
Thanks, Pradeep. When you called us for the session, my mind was buzzing because this is the easiest topic to talk about, right? There are just so many failures. My challenge was to figure out which failure to talk about. So I'm just going to improv here, and you can, double click on whatever. But in terms of what failure means, absolutely like +1. It's easier to go second because I was thinking of exactly that. What do we really think of failure when we have a certain outcome in mind and it doesn't go as per the outcome? And it could mean anything, right? It could mean I had to present a pitch to my manager and it didn't go as per plan, so I think I have failed, to an entire organization failing. It could be at any scale, but small failure, big failure, but it's still failure according to us. But I was also reading this quote that failure is a beautiful reminder of you having been in the arena, right, to play. And I totally believe in that. I feel the only person who doesn't fail is who doesn't try at all. And interestingly, Amazon, for example, whether it's for our hiring or even for promoting, if you only talked about all your pluses, everything which you've been great at, you don't get hired, you don't get promoted. That's an inside tip for you, by the way, if you ever want to join Amazon, because they think, oh, this person has never taken enough risks. They don't know what reality is all about if they haven't failed. So actually, it is taken as importantly as that in terms of failure equal to experience. So that is how I would equate it. And from just as an example, and there are, as I said, multiple examples, I've worn different hats. One of the things which has stayed consistent over the last about 8 years maybe is that I've been working in the field of young people, empowering young people, and be it skilling or internships or livelihood. So those themes have been consistent, but I've worn different hats as an entrepreneur, as a consultant, and now as a philanthropic funder. And I have seen failures in each of those, and typically trying to work on models which can scale, right? So when I can talk about the particular example as an entrepreneur where 6 years ago or 7 years ago, a co-founder and I were trying to build this platform, which is obviously what we all want to build on skilling, but it was with the youth at the center and really trying to create career pathways, starting with really saying, do you know what you want to do? Because information and awareness of what career paths you want to take has always been a challenge. So starting with really almost counseling about different types of career paths to then saying skilling, these are the hyper-local skilling options, and actually connecting them to that and all the way up to jobs. So it was doomed for failure, obviously, when you want to boil the ocean and you want to solve all the problems in the world. So I would say the biggest lesson for me from there, which I've taken forward in other roles, has been there are obviously many problems to solve. Which one do you want to pick and go after, and how do you really go from there? But I'm going to pause here so we can double click on it later.
Thanks, Anita. So you talked about a quote. I would also like to say a quote. So I have not read that book, but I saw a cover page where it was written that failure is never final and success is never permanent. So I will like to share my experience. I started an organization called Association for Welfare Social Action Research India after working for 3.5 years with Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. And they provided me a seed money. Till the time seed money was there, everything was fine. And once the seed money was over, I was not able to sustain the organization. I was not able to pay the salaries of the employees, the staff who was working with us. So failure, could be in lot of terms, and there were my batchmates who were involved in this organization. Most of them left. And there was another, batchmate who continued with the organization. But we had, other, challenges at home that, our parents were not that supportive that, they will continue supporting to run this organization. So for me, failure is not, when you are trying to do something. Failure is when you are not trying to not trying to, do what you plan to do.
Thank you. That brings me to the next question that I want to go a little bit deeper into. Is we spoke about outcomes. We spoke about not being able to scale, not being able to sustain. These are all unfavorable results. But if we think a little bit more, were there challenges that led to these unfavorable results? Would the failure be the result, or would the failure be what led to that result? And what were those challenges in each of the examples that you shared?
I might have touched upon this in my earlier response as well, right? The assumption was that a model that, first assumption, right, like that you have the curriculum and the pedagogy to be able to train students in the center, and it should be able to just, we had the tools at the time, but may not be as sophisticated as they were, but the assumption that we could just basically flip this content and pedagogy and engagement models into a digital online model. That was the first assumption, right? The second assumption was that students would stay as engaged with the learning journey and the learning process exactly the same way, or at least, or more or less the same way as they would in a classroom from in front of a screen. So two big assumptions, right? And both of those were probably erroneous assumptions, which kind of played out. You realize that, like I said, this is the supply side of skilling. The actual content and pedagogy were probably not were slightly ahead of its time. I mean, the idea was ahead of its time, and the technology probably hadn't caught up. We weren't able to engage. We weren't able to distribute the content as effectively as we thought. Secondly, also had huge challenges in the students actually being motivated enough to attend, complete courses, learn as effectively as they learned from being in a classroom where there is interpersonal interactions. The trainer or the teacher is sitting in front of you, can assess how you're responding. So there were no feedback loops and things like that, right? Which is why the program didn't scale as we thought. Roll forward 4-5 years today. Both the demand side and supply side, the way in which the various means in which you can engage with students is improved. There are ways in which you can get feedback loops. The mindset has shifted from the demand side as well, that you can learn. It is also accepted that if you do a course online, it's accepted by employers as a valid course done, as skills picked up. So there's also that mindset shift in students. I mean, COVID, I guess we have COVID to thank for it. Whereas in the K-12 space with schooling and etc., there has been a rollback. There's obviously a preference to go back. In the skilling space, thankfully, it hasn't rolled back. We now have portfolio companies that are able to deliver courses very effectively, purely digitally. There's also another thing, right? It's about understanding your customer better, right? I think today where we are seeing this more effectiveness on online learning is where the students are able to pay a small amount of fees for, so there is this investment you're doing in your own learning journey where they were not in a position to make that investment. Probably we'll still have to stay with blended models because you need to motivate them to show up and attend classes, be able to read their responses, etc. better. But that's another, like being able to understand your target group better is something that we've learned along the way. Something that we had assumed erroneously about in the past.
Same question.
From your point of view, in your experience that you talked about, the case that you talked about, what did you perceive as the challenges that led to the failure?
Let me give one more failure example since we are here. So I can talk about an experiment we tried at Amazon, say last year to 2022, and then another one 2023. So the first one failed, and the second one we learned from it, and it's hopefully succeeded better. And it was the same thing, right? In the first one, it was really about a train and hire model. We worked with a nonprofit on that one, really credible one, very good organization. And we had said we don't really have the bandwidth from our team to really go deep into the program, and we work deep. So we are not just a checkbook funder. We actually work on our own programs very closely. But this particular program, we said, hey, this is actually a program and a project which one of the teams wanted to lead, a business teams. And we said we can support it, but this team will lead this program. And the model was, there was this curriculum which was aligned with that particular team, and the idea was there would be mentoring happening, and then those students would join either the team or other teams, similar teams outside of Amazon as well. So it was the typical train and hire model. And it did not, when I say it failed because we did not meet our numbers in terms of students who were qualifying to join, say, Amazon, right? It did not fail because eventually, after like a 6-month timeline, those students did get placed elsewhere. Now, why did it fail? And it all starts with just starting with the planning itself, right? And again, there is a very nice quote here, which is that we all overestimate how much we can do in 1 year and underestimate how much we can do in 10 years. And this is true of how much we overestimate that we can get done in one project and in 3 months. So not being clearly planned, I think it starts with planning. And then it starts with really going deeper into the model. So we realized that business teams have a day job. There is only a certain amount of time they are able to spend on other things. The recruitment team is totally disconnected from this whole exercise, and they are coming and using the same assessment which they use for their regular hiring. So according to them, I'm hiring you and you better clear the same assessment if you want the same role. But our target customer, as Lakshmi was saying, was very different. a typical person who's joining and clearing that bar is very different from the underserved, disadvantaged segment which we were trying to help clear the bar. And these are generational gaps which can't be bridged by a 2-month, 3-month training. And so we realized there were mismatches and gap in expectation from both sides. So when we went back to design our Amazon Future Engineer internship program, and I was really excited to hear about Lend a Hand's internship programs, because I really feel internships are some of the most important things we can provide young people, right? And it doesn't matter where you intern, small company, big company, with your parents' company, or yourself, offering services. But that real world exposure, work exposure, adds so much value. And when we started thinking about, so we offer scholarships and it's focused only on girls who are pursuing computer science. And we said, hey, okay, scholarships is fine, we are supporting financially, but is it really helping bridge that gap again in getting to jobs which they really want to get to? And that's where, internships obviously make a big point. And it started, it took us 6 months to really align the stars, and we learned from our previous experience. It goes back to internally talking to about 10 different teams and 20 different tech teams who can hire these interns, talking to all the recruitment and student programs and teams like that, which actually understand that this is not the same segment. These are first generational graduates in many cases who are coming from really remote towns, and they have already crossed so many barriers to be where they are, but they may be studying in colleges which today are not even teaching them the tech skills which you need to perform in a role like that. So we really met halfway, where we ended up doing interventions on the supply side. So we engaged with another non-profit only to conduct boot camps, very focused boot camps which would help quickly upskill on especially the coding skills, and working exactly to, the only next step for them was to clear the assessment. So, the boot camp was really focused on that, along with, of course, soft skills and all. But the demand side as well, we really worked with our teams, business teams, to say, hey, what is the bar which you can hire? These are second-year students, and they bring a certain level of experience. It should be about learnability. So make an assessment in a way where it really works for them. And very happy to say that 68 of them actually joined us last year, and this year we will have 130 girls joining us. And we've got excellent feedback after they joined, saying, we never thought they would perform so well. So I think it's an example of where we learned from what didn't work and moved on.
Yeah, so I think, failure is the beginning of an innovation. The second project, I'll talk about my failure is, doing a sanitary pad project. So people said that, okay, there is a need of low-cost sanitary pad in rural areas. We established a unit. We purchased this machinery from this padman, whose life this film was made. Jayashree Industries, they call themselves. So we procured those machines. We procured machine from Akar Innovations as well. And we put these units in a village where the electricity was, available only, most of the time only in the night, and that too for 11-12 hours. And during day, it would be available for 3-4 hours. So, and these machines, we can't operate on normal inverters. You have to have the big gensets to operate these machines. Then we did not have the expertise to operate, to know in and out about these, machinery. Then the biggest challenge we faced was that, there was no electricity, no expertise. Then the funder asked us that we have to sustain it. We will be giving you the, machinery cost, and then 6 months operational cost. And within 6 months, you have to sustain the program, and it should start generating revenue. You should start selling the, pads in the market. And sometime, what happens, low cost means low quality as well. So there were so many, pads available at the similar cost in the market. It was very difficult for us to sell that, product. There were lot of leakages issue or, many kind of complaints we were getting from the people. So failure is, has lot of, components. There is no one component which, leads to failure. Whether it is, the cost, operating, the budget you have to run that project, the manpower cost, and there are other factors as well which, lead to failure of the program. One is that, people don't ask for, mentoring, and the funders also, they don't work as a facilitators. They, work as inspectors who come as an, on an inspection, but don't sit with the organizations and, devote enough time to work with the non-profits, that how they can, be resilient, how they can, achieve what we have together planned to achieve. So these are the things I think which lead to failures. Yeah, and planning definitely. Many organizations don't have large organizations, they have strategic plans for 3 years, 5 years. But most of the organizations, they don't have long-term plans. What they are going to do, how they are going to do. So planning is definitely very important. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Just to summarize the discussion so far, what I have learned is that failure manifests in different ways as unfavorable results. That is, it could be, it's not scaled, it's not sustainable, or it is not, it did not achieve the desired numbers or the outcomes. These are all the results that it manifests in. But actually the failure remains in the process itself, which is whether there is enough validation done, enough stakeholder engagement done, enough communication done, or whether mentoring is available. But these are all the processes in which the failure happens, and that's kind of, I'm just summarizing what the discussion has been so far. And we've just been told we're running out of time. Just to bring this discussion to conclusion, I'm just going to group all my next few questions into one, is give us some key takeaways of learning from these experiences. Like, how did your approach change after these experiences? Or how do you build resilience of looking at failure as a march towards the progress? And how do you balance between taking risk versus at the same time managing that risk? Because innovation needs risk. I'm just combining all of these, and wherever you feel comfortable, just give some key takeaway or advice to the audience, so that we want to replicate success but not failure. So it would be helpful to hear those key lessons from these experiences.
So, I mean, obviously, be it as part of an organization or wearing a funding hat, there is definitely going to be failures. For example, if you're a funder and you had 0 failures, or none of your portfolio companies folded up, or everything was a successful bet, it basically tells you that you did not take enough risk. You're not doing cutting edge work. You're not doing catalytic work. I mean, even as a philanthropic funder, if everything panned out, then you're basically just supporting scale up of proven models. You're not doing anything innovative. You're not supporting enough innovative ideas. You're not being a catalytic funder, which for us was one of our big criteria, right? But I think what's important is, and this is not to say the partner organization, the implementing non-profit or social enterprise, it is everybody, right? Like, it is all the stakeholders, be it a funder or the implementing partner, being actually listening to feedback loops, right? Acknowledging that we have to learn. There are always lessons to be learned, that sometimes you will go wrong. Acknowledging early enough, watching out for the stumbling blocks and the milestones you're missing early on, and acknowledging that things have not worked out early on, rather than continuing to hold on to something just because you've committed to it and not getting so attached to it and not being able to pivot away, I think is one of the biggest risks, right? Then you're just stuck, and the mistake becomes more, and the failure just becomes more and more expensive. So I think the willingness to have open conversations, to actually listen to feedback from the end customers. So in your case, the women who are using your products, or the trainees who are coming in, or listening to other stakeholders such as your recruitment teams or the tech teams, for us listening to our portfolio companies' view, but also understanding what is happening with the target groups, not just the first layer, but the second layer, I think is what is important. When, the problem is, any problem you pick is so large, and there is so much more to be done, and particularly in the youth and employability space, it's only going to become more challenging with the future of work looking very different as we move forward, what with AI and all of those new aspects creeping in. So I think there is no way to go but to learn, to fail fast, learn, and pick yourself up and go.
Okay. Yeah. So, see, my advice would be, we are a bank, and till now we had zero losses. But we make provision for, if there are some defaults, we make provision for that. So same thing, I believe that, there should be provision. There would be definitely failures, but we should learn from those failures and, continue supporting programs where we see there are, we see risk. So whenever we ask an organization that please submit a proposal, and, we ask them that, please also write down in the proposal what are the risks you are going to have, during this project. And then what measures you are going to take to mitigate those risks. So when we work with any organization as part of proposal only, we ask them to list those risks and provide solution to us that. As I told you that we should have a long-term strategy, we should not only look for, if we failed for, a year, we won't be able to last long. There should be a, planning in place, strategy in place for a long-term, achieving in long term. Then I think, when we had failures, we should do what we call post-mortem, 360 post-mortem. What went wrong, we should analyze that. And based on that, what corrective measures we can take, whether it is regarding the, human resources, or, lack of funding, or, the location of the program, or, whatever, I mean, changes we can make, we should do that. And in banks, we do this monitoring. When we provide loans, so we continuously monitor our, customers, that, what is their condition, financial condition, so that before they default, it is reported by our teams that, this is the financial, the person is in not very good financial condition. So we start working with the customers and start taking measures. So similarly, I think, the companies who are supporting non-profits, they should also continuously provide facilitation and work with the NGO. So in case there are any hiccups or any challenges faced by the non-profits, that can be mitigated, in time, and instead of waiting for the year to end or the project to end, then we evaluate that what went wrong or what went right. We can, monitoring is a continuous process which should continue, and it should not be like, inspection, it should be more like of facilitation. And yeah, so that's what I would say.
Thanks, that's covered a lot of points. I'm just going to keep it brief. I learned a lot in the last 3.5 years I've been at Amazon, so I'm going to summarize my top learnings. One, I think customer obsession, which is the biggest, leadership principle in Amazon as well, which is really working backwards from your customer needs and really knowing who your customer is. I think we keep debating within ourselves. For example, volunteering is big for us, but who's the customer in volunteering? Is it the employee or is it the community? And unless you are very, very clear on it, you're going to go after different kind of track, and then you shouldn't be surprised at the outcomes. So you should be very clear who your customer is and work backwards from what they need. If they're not signing up, what is preventing them from signing up? If they're not showing up, what is preventing them from showing up from a volunteering angle, for example? The second thing is a framework we use called two-way door decision making. So when the more two-way door is nothing but you can always come back. If you took a wrong step, the losses are small, you can quickly course correct and do something else. One-way door is, it's a sunk cost, right? It's like you really have to think. So what we encourage is to quickly make two-way door decisions. Like, don't get into analysis paralysis. Of course, research is important, but you don't wait for the perfect data to land up before you make a product decision, a feature decision, an offering decision, right? You should have just enough data to make an action and then quickly learn from it and take another action. So that would be a two-way door kind of decision making. And lastly, what I've learned is, you only have control on the inputs. You really don't have control on the outcomes. You may do everything in the world right, but something happens, an earthquake happens like in Japan on Jan 1st, or something else, which macroeconomic conditions, which throws your plan out, then what do you do, right? So keep focusing on your inputs and don't worry about the outcomes as much. If your planning is right, then you should eventually have your theory of change, which leads you to your outcomes. That's it from me.
Pradeep, one more thing I would like to share, that what we are doing, so we, in investment, you say that don't put all the eggs in one basket. So similarly, we work with, we do small projects in the range of 40 to 60 lakhs rupees. And then, if we feel that, the project is giving good results, only then we scale it up. So I think doing it small and then assessing what works, what doesn't work, then you can scale it up. And diversifying projects, I think that's what I prefer to do, working with various organizations. Although we do very small kind of budgets we give to non-profits, but that's how we learn what works, what doesn't work. Yeah, thanks.
Just to summarize, some of the key learnings that we had, one is fail fast, which means that the whole idea of setting up metrics, I would say even we should have failure metrics, not just success metrics, right? And ensuring that there is a feedback loop and engaging all the stakeholders through the feedback loop, fail fast, two-way door, that's the one thing. Second thing, we heard a lot about risk management itself, proactively do planning for risk, identify risk and plan for risk. Then we also talked about the importance of continuous monitoring and engaging all the stakeholders and consistent communication with all the stakeholders so that everybody is informed at all the time, partners within the organization as well as the funders. And then finally we spoke about customer obsession, where the validation of the solution itself should come from the community, the market, who the beneficiaries, who we are trying to serve. Also, my own personal experience, I learned it the hard way. There is a big difference between what is the need and where the demand is, or what the demand is for, right? There could be need for many things, but demand is where people are willing to put the money. So that understanding the difference between need versus demand is also very important when it comes to customer obsession, because I started a school rating company thinking there is a need for school ratings, but then I found out that there is no demand for school ratings from parents, right? I'm just giving you an example of difference between need and demand, and we fall into this paradigm many times, especially in the social enterprise space. Thank you, that has been a lovely conversation. So if there are any questions from the audience to the panelists. Yeah, all right, cool, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for this amazing solution case. By the way, audience, train में हो या उतर गए कहीं पे?
Everyone's there? Thumbs up? Yeah.
हमको कितनी प्यारी audience मिली है ना? Just like we both.
So,
well, Divyanshi, you know what? After this solution case, मुझे एक बात पता चली है.
What?
कि failure हमारी जिंदगी का एक part है. और हाँ, जैसे failure आते हैं ना हमारी जिंदगी में, और तब हम और strongly खड़े होते हैं.
Exactly.
तो yes, इस solution case के बाद मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है मैं बस गिरती जाऊँ.
नहीं, ऐसे कैसे गिरने देंगे? Because we are having one more solution case, and which is very close to my heart as well. Because मैं इस solution case से पिछले 2 सालों से जुड़ी भी हूँ. So, बहुत सारी clappings के साथ, let's welcome Udyam Learning Foundation.
Hi everyone, my name is Ankita and I work with the Udyam Learning Foundation, of course, as part of the Delhi team, and I manage the youth business project, the solution which I will be presenting in Delhi. आप लोगों ने सिबिल से कृष्णा, अमृता, दिव्यांशी, I think Karan was also on the stage, की stories सुनी हैं in tits and bits. A little bit about them doing some business, getting some seed money, but hopefully my presentation about the solution will tell you a little bit more about why we do it and how we do it. So I just wanted to start by asking you to think about whether 15 to 20 years back, any of us had thought that today being a YouTube content creator can actually become a legit career option. In fact, just 3 years back or like 2 years back, careers like prompt engineering with the rise of AI, machine learning, and chat GPTs of the world, there are careers which are new careers which are coming up every day. So what does this tell us? What does this underscore for us? It tells us that we're living in a world which is changing so rapidly that it's very difficult for us to forecast what the future would look like. This is one definitely part of the problem. Second, a lot of us in the room also know that India faces a massive skill gap. So a lot of youth, young people are passing out of our schools without relevant skills to succeed in the real world. Because opportunities to apply learning, apply what they learn in a real and relevant context is either absent or very limited within educational settings. So then with these two problems, what is it that we should be teaching our children, which they should be equipped with to thrive and succeed in a world today and in the future? And this is where I'll first talk about Udyam's mission. So Udyam's mission is making Bharat entrepreneurial. And how we do it by harnessing the innate entrepreneurial potential of India's youth through a very scientifically designed curriculum on entrepreneurship mindset. Now this curriculum is extremely experiential in nature. It is based on principles of enabling student autonomy, learning by doing, and leveraging real-world experiences. Now, if we go into the curriculum as a whole, there's a lot which happens within the curriculum. There are different components, there are stories, there are activities. There is a component where we invite entrepreneurs to school to interact with students and share their journey. Students go out, interview people. But one key component of the curriculum is the youth business project, which I will be taking you through. So youth business project is basically a very immersive experience which students go through in the real world. And what it practically means is that in a classroom, you will see students forming teams. They will brainstorm and come up with a business idea. They will do a little bit of market research, and they will actually go out and implement it in the real world. Now, I want to emphasize implement because I've also seen a lot of other entrepreneurship sort of programs running in other schools where students make a lot of PPTs and presentations, but the key thing to note here is that students have to actually go out and implement it in their neighborhood. Now, these ideas can be ideas which are based on their interest, or it can be something, a problem which they've seen around them, which they want to solve. To sort of make it a little more easy to understand, some of you visited our stall outside. There's one business of chocolates outside. So how would something like that work? After a team gets formed, and after the team has sort of zeroed in on the idea of working on chocolates, the team would go out, do a little bit of market research, find out about pricing, flavors, packaging. They would come back, buy the raw material, typically make some samples, go back in the market, get a few potential customers to sort of taste the samples, come back with the feedback, and then actually make chocolates and go and sell it to bakeries and to customers, make social media profiles, find new marketing channels through which they can sell their product. Similar to chocolate is just one example, of course. We have seen a wide range of ideas that students come up with, ranging from decorative items, healthy snacks, even very tech-based ideas like smart sticks for visually impaired, low-cost personal computers, home security, sensor bells. These are all ideas which students come up with. They build prototypes and then they actually produce it, and then they go out into the real world outside of the school boundaries to meet and talk to strangers and sell the product and market it. Now, in this whole process, if we talk about the experience of a student who's going through this experience over 5-6 months, when a team gets formed initially, the student gets to learn how to decide, for example, on an idea. So they're going through decision making, they're resolving conflict, they're working how to collaborate with each other. When they go out into the market to do the research I spoke about, or to buy raw material, or to sell the product, speak with potential customers and other businesses, they are learning and they're practicing how to be confident communicators. They're learning how to persuade, how to speak with strangers. And then during the process of just implementing like the whole business cycle, they, of course, also come across many failures, many setbacks. So they learn how to bounce back from these failures, how to analyze these failures, and how to learn from these, along with planning, execution, and everything. So overall, at the end of the program cycle, a student comes out much more self-aware, much more independent, and much more clear about their own sort of interests. So overall, definitely the program helps in unleashing India's entrepreneurial talent, because while India has the most sought after doctors, engineers, we don't have enough people who are job providers. We have everybody who's becoming job seekers. And that's one sort of, I think, a key barrier which is holding our nation back economically and socially both. Last bit, just 1 more minute, is another question which can be asked is what happens to the students next? What if there are students who want to continue their business? Because we've seen in the last 2 to 3 years, that while, of course, all the students go through this experience, develop different and very important mindsets, but there are students who actually want to pursue it seriously after the school ends as well, because they sort of found a source of livelihood in their business. So for that, we have started a community, an alumni community of youth business, students who are products of youth business projects. Now, this community will act as an enabler. It acts as an enabler. In fact, the name, and it's called Sarvodhyam. Sorry, I missed that. Sarvodhyam, also the name has been kept by the students. So it's a community which is for the students. It's led by the students. The idea is that the alumni community helps and supports each other to resolve problems, because sometimes some businesses have resolved some problems while others are still struggling with it. So they sort of work together to resolve those problems. And then there are certain common challenges which these teams face, where we bring in external experts and industrialists to sort of help these students address those. So overall, this will be a community of students who would have experienced youth business projects, want to continue long term, a community where they can grow and where they can learn together, basically. And yeah, I mean, that's it. And just overall, in summary, if there's like 30 more seconds, I would just want to say that we often see students take after, especially from low socioeconomic backgrounds, they take after their parents' occupations generally. But this program, we have seen students develop confidence to chart their own career paths. And it has actually made entrepreneurship a legitimate career option, and also given confidence to parents that their students with their own mindsets and skills and intelligence can earn their livelihoods and do well in life. So thank you. That's my time.
So now we are inviting McCain sir for a closing keynote.
Yeah, it's my honor to invite Manish for the closing keynote. Manish Sabharwal is the founder and vice chairman of Team Lease, whose mission is putting India to work. There are many things, and I can go into a long introduction of Manish, but for this audience, I think the most relevant piece is that over the last 23 years, Manish has been diligently working and has succeeded in employing over 21 lakh kids. With that, Manish.
working? Yeah, this will work. Perfect. Thanks, Megan. So, we've hired somebody every 5 minutes for the last 20 years, but we've only hired 5% of the kids who came to us for a job. So we're a people supply chain company. Much of what you spoke about today is obviously relevant to us, but we're at India's people supply chain is broken. So really, as an employer, I speak today. And if you think about the agony and ecstasy of India's labor market, that's really where we're at, right? The agony is, well, the ecstasy is obvious. We're a child of lower hiring standards. Kids getting a job with us today would not have got a job 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So I had a telecom client shouting at me, I need 200 salespeople, why aren't you filling them up? I said, well, we're doing it for all your competitors. Your hiring standards are too high. So he called me back 5 minutes later and said, okay, I need a pair of hands. I don't care if a brain comes attached. We filled up those positions in a few days. But I know economists might worry about the public policy impact of lower hiring, or the productivity impact of lower hiring standards. But I think from a policy perspective, it's great. But the agony wasn't as obvious to me. We had a job fair in Jaipur, 50,000 kids showed up. I met 800 of them. I can guarantee if they were born in Delhi, Bombay, or Bangalore, they would have had a job. But they were born in Dausa, Barmer, Jhunjhunu, or Ajmer. And so the two most important decisions a child in India makes are to choose your parents wisely and your PIN code wisely. All of you are sitting here because you did that. I am laughing because I was born on the 10th floor. But as you think about this, don't think about it as a problem like cancer or climate change. It's really a plumbing problem. There are three problems. There's a matching problem, which is connecting demand to supply. There's a mismatch problem, which is repairing supply for demand. And there's a pipeline problem, which is preparing supply for demand. And distinguishing repair and prepare is very easy to do. But as you sort of synthesize everything you've heard today or think about the broader sort of issues, to me, and this is really what Meekin wanted me to talk about, both at a country level and at an organization level, how should we think about the next 10, 20 years, right? Some of you are, both are connected, because we make our own luck, but not in the circumstances of our choosing, as that idiot Karl Marx said once. But there are three important questions in my mind, and I think they're the most interesting questions of all times, at least I think about them. Why are countries poor? I landed in the US in August 1994. By September, I was asking myself, these Americans aren't smarter than us. Why are they richer than us? I mean, clearly I can kick their butt individually. And because productivity is not embedded at the level of the individual, right? Why does Joe Sixpack, who drinks beer and watches college football, make $50,000 a year? And why does Ram Bharose, who works 12 hours a day, make 50,000 rupees a year? Because there is no such thing as poor people. There are people in poor places. Right, and you have to think about that, because an electrician who moves from Odisha to UP makes 2 times more salary, but moves from UP to Karnataka makes 4 times more salary, and then moves from Karnataka to Switzerland and makes 25 times more salary. It's the same electrician. So why is there? So the pathology is not at the level of the individual, and I'll come back to the sort of 5 poor places in my mind that I think about when I think about productivity. But also you have to think about organizations, right? I mean, as an entrepreneur, there are 2 kinds of organizations you can create, a baby and a dwarf. Both are small, but the baby is going to grow and the dwarf is going to stay there. The difference between a baby and a dwarf is not more food, it's not more money. And I speak from experience. I've done 2 ventures in my life, India Life and Team Lease. And India Life was large. It was a 75 crore company in 5 years, but it was a dwarf. Team Lease is a 12,000 crore company, and actually we raised more money in the first round of India Life than we did in Team Lease. So it's clearly, you have to reflect on the difference between a baby and a dwarf. And I think there's some reflections that I'll offer you. And obviously, why do some careers peak and why do some careers sort of fade away? In my mind, that's also fascinating to me, some people who don't. And I would submit these 3 questions are related. Economists call it the middle income trap. Investors call it the sort of the plateau in your revenues, and obviously in careers we call it just sort of disappointments. But it's sort of like what Eliud Kipchoge is, my favorite marathoner. In fact, he's the only human being to run a marathon in less than 2 hours. He says, you run the first half of the marathon on your legs and the second half on your mind. And countries which don't move from running on their legs to running on their mind hit the middle income trap. Latin America has hit that trap. You stagnate between $5,000 and $8,000 or $10,000. Because progress is not about throwing more land, labor, and capital. It is about, and India doesn't have a shortage of land, labor, and capital. You could give every Indian household half an acre and they would fit into Haryana and Rajasthan. India doesn't have a shortage of labor. 40% of our labor force is Vela. We don't have a shortage of capital when we make ourselves worthy of it, right? 50% of India's foreign direct investment since 1947 has come in the last 5 years. 90% of India's venture capital since 1947 has come in the last 10 years. So there's no shortage of land, labor, capital. So how do you make sure land, labor, capital combine? Economists call this total factor productivity. Somebody calls it the solo residual. Human beings call it entrepreneurship or technology or innovation. You know, it's not about throwing more, it's never about more cooks in the kitchen. It's about a different recipe. And that's really how organizations need to think. That's really how we need to think about a country. And, you know, as a country, to my mind, it's quite obvious that the next 25 years are going to be completely different from the last 75 years. And that's because of all the choices, and wonderful and bad ones, that we made, right? And India made 2 reckless experiments in 1947. One was political and one was economic. The political experiment has paid off spectacularly, right? We were the only first country in the world to give universal franchise at birth. You know, first we gave voting to rich people, then we gave it to the educated, then we gave it to the landed. Some women in Switzerland got to vote in 1972. So the difference in India and Pakistan, born on the same night, is that 3 million people win an election in India and 22 million people in India stand for an election. So the reckless democratic experiment has worked off spectacularly. We have created the world's largest democracy on the infertile soil of the world's most hierarchical society. But we had a stupid economic experiment. It was called the 1955 Avadi Resolution. It was codified in the 1956 Second Five-Year Plan, which really handicapped entrepreneurs, which really kneecapped banks, which really killed capital markets. You know, and that's why today our labor is handicapped without capital, and our capital is essentially handicapped without labor. But I think we also have started shifting that policy choice. Obviously, we started shifting in 1991. But I would argue there was a flaw, and it was incomplete. You know, India's per capita GDP was the same as Korea in 1960, so we screwed ourselves for 30 years. But India and China had the same per capita income in 1991. And so while it's important to think about 1991, it's also important to recognize that their per capita is now 5 times more than ours. And so I think that was a little flaw in our thinking about, is our problem jobs or is it wages? Because if you, this diagnosis is important, because if you think India's problem is jobs, you'll throw money from helicopters, you'll mandate a 3-day work week, you'll take away people's shovels and give them spoons to dig with, you know. If the problem is bhuka nanga pyasa, I mean, you're not going to think about productivity, right? But I think, you know, that was a problem. It may still be a problem in some places, bhuka nanga pyasa, but overall, you know, we've got to shift to thinking about wages. And the only way to raise wages is to raise productivity. And how do you raise productivity? You raise productivity of really, you know, 5 things. In my old framing of there's no such thing as poor people, there are people in poor places. There are 5 places which can be poor or high productivity. Obviously, the first one is states. You know, my parents live in UP, we live in Karnataka, or I live in Karnataka, and both states have the same GDP, but Karnataka does it with 1/5 the number of people, right? So clearly there's a problem in UP. You know, there are more people in Brazil, yet they're producing as much output as California. Cities. If you think about, if everybody in India lived in Bangalore, then our GDP would be more than China, right? India's GDP is $2,500, Bangalore's GDP is $12,500. So cities are the unit of productivity. I don't think you can take jobs to people. You have to bring people to jobs. That's a complex argument, which I'm happy to take, but it's clear that there are some very high productivity cities, there are some low productivity cities, there are some low productivity towns. But our problem is we only have 52 cities with more than 1 million people. China has 375. We have 6 lakh villages. 2 lakh of those villages have less than 200 people. You're not going to be able to take jobs to a place with 200 people. So I think cities are really, really important engines. I mean, New York's GDP is more than Russia. You must remember that. And that's a really small place in some sense compared to Russia. So these 2 were geographic places, but there are 3 conceptual places which are poor places. They are sectors, enterprises, and skills, right? If you think of sectors, we all love IT, we are in Bangalore, but IT is a rounding error in India's labor market. It's only 0.8% of India's labor force, but it produces 8% of GDP. Farming has 42% of our labor force, and it only produces 14% of GDP, which is why most farmers are poor and they're always agitating, right? The only way to help farmers is to have less farmers. And so you have to think about sectors conceptually as poor and rich. And that's again above the pay grade of the individual, right? And sometimes above the pay grade of the company. But then the third poor place is firms, enterprises. There's 63 million enterprises in India. 12 million of them don't have an office. 12 million work from home. Only 12 million are registered for GST. Only 8 million pay GST. Only 1 million pay Social Security. There are only 25,000 companies in India with a paid-up capital of more than 10 crores. So 6.3 crore enterprises means jack shit if it's going to translate to 25,000 companies with a paid-up capital of $1.5 million. So I think that the level of informality in India and the level of low productivity, because informality is related to low productivity, has just been off the charts by any comparable standards. And obviously skills is the fifth place, right? Because in team leads we pay 4 times different salary to a kid the same age and same qualification on paper. Now, what is the difference? The difference may be body odor, the difference may be English, the difference may be functional skills, the difference may be cutting your nails before and polishing your shoes and tucking your shirt in before you go for the interview. I don't know. It could be multiple variables. But essentially, obviously, it's at its heart, it's about skills, whether they're soft skills or hard skills. But soft skills are not taught; they are caught. Hard skills are, the university system looks down upon them. So I think that these 5 places, states, cities, sectors, firms, and individuals, are really the shift that has happened in the policy agenda to formalization, urbanization, industrialization, financialization, and human capital. Because if we implement this, then we're suddenly raising productivity. And, the only way to make India less poor is to raise our productivity. If fiscal policy could make countries rich, then no country would be poor, if fiscal deficits. And I've been on the RBI board for some time, and I'm really disillusioned with monetary policy, right? My monetary policy is either a placebo or a painkiller or a steroid. It's definitely not a medicine. So let's just leave fiscal policy and monetary policy aside and focus on productivity, because that's really what makes a difference in the long run. So if I was to think about organizations and, what is the difference between a baby and a dwarf? What was the difference? Why was India Life only a 75 crore company and why is Team Leads a 12,000 crore company? When I look back, and postmortems have a certainty that prescriptions don't, but I think it was the right balance between the quarter and the quarter century. We didn't get that balance right in India Life because a 10-year plan is not 10 one-year plans. So you have to get the quarter century right, but you also have to get the next quarter right. I think it was the difference between metrics and goals. It's very easy to confuse activity with progress, and we all like to talk about metrics, and we always say, well, the goals are far in the future, but it's a waste of time to talk about metrics, I would submit, at least in retrospect. Life is too short to talk about metrics. Let's just talk about goals. I think purpose versus strategy is a really big difference between India Life and Team Leads. Team Leads, we were born with our first thing we wrote down on the piece of paper was putting India to work. And, me and Ashok, who's my co-founder, we generally had this conversation after we sold India Life, which we did together and did Team Leads, that we wanted our next company to be 3 things. We wanted it to be fun, profitable, and good for India. I had worked for an oil refinery before going to business school, and that was profitable and good for India. It wasn't really fun. Ashok's family has had a Coca-Cola cola franchise for many years. Now, that's fun and it's profitable, but it's not really good for India. At least my dentist doesn't think so, and I agree. So you have to find something which is fun, profitable, and good for India if you're going to make it your life's work, right? Team Leads, I'm not sure we're going to put India to work, but we are going to die trying, and this is our life's work. So I think that purpose versus strategy is an interesting difference. I think team versus headcount is an important one, right? Because we all sort of confuse teams and org structures with number of people and stuff like that. But it's really the diversity of the team, it's the balance in the team, which is the difference between a baby and a dwarf, right? Ashok is, Steven Spielberg used to say directing is 90% casting. And that's really key to recognizing why an organization will be a baby or a dwarf, because of the people you put in the roles. And it's really about cognitive diversity, not really about, it is maybe about gender diversity, racial diversity, but more importantly, it's cognitive diversity. Ashok is an introvert, I'm an extrovert. He'd rather have a root canal than come and do this kind of public bullshitting that I'm doing. He's good at operations, I'm good at marketing. He does therapy sessions with cribbing employees. I make them cry. He's ugly, I'm good looking. So I could go on. But our board member said something very interesting in one of our board meetings, that if only Ashok had been around, the company would have been 1/100th of its size. And if only Manish had been around, the company wouldn't have survived. And I think I agree. I've never met an acquisition I don't want to make. I've never met CapEx I don't want to do. Ashok has never met an acquisition he wants to make. So I think that sort of cognitive diversity is key to the difference between a baby and a dwarf. I think the last one was obviously just risk-taking versus prudence. We did not take enough risk in India Life. And we've taken a lot of risk in team lease. When we started the company 25 years ago, theoretically we were illegal under the Contract Labor Act, but that's changed, or maybe it hasn't changed, But I remember the CEO of one of the world's largest staffing companies, a $30 billion company, calling me on my cell phone 5 years after we started. And he said, I want to come to Bangalore and see you. I said, sure, sir, why? He says, my general counsel says you're a bunch of kids who are going to go to jail. I said, sir, I would love to meet you. So he got on his private plane and came to Bangalore and sat in the conference room. And he says, now tell me your strategy. I said, so why do you keep asking me these questions? He says, because we have been in India for 10 years and we have 500 employees. You kids are 3 years old and you have already 30,000 employees. I said, sir, first you should sack your country manager. I didn't know you were in India for the last 10 years. But we have a very simple strategy. In fact, we have the only strategy which works in India. There's an old story about Akbar. He sentences this guy to death. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to chop off your head. That guy says, Jahanpana, please don't do that. I will make your horse fly in 6 months. So Akbar says, you'll make my horse fly? Okay, go back to jail. So he goes back to jail and his roommate asks him, how are you going to make his horse fly? He said, 6 months, man. I may die, Akbar may die, horse may fly. Entrepreneurship is sort of the art of staying alive long enough to get lucky. If you think about it in those ways, then that risk-taking and sort of thinking about your cap tables, thinking about your teams, thinking about metrics and goals becomes a lot sort of easier. So I hesitated about this last one, right? Because country I spend a lot of time on and thinking about. I think organizations I'm now thinking about India Life versus Team Lease since it's been 25 years. But careers are a tougher one, right? Because I just went for my 30-year reunion back to Wharton, and I would submit the saddest phrase is I wish I had, right? Because you can always change the things you did, but you can't change the things you didn't do. And so you clearly have to think about this risk-taking as an entrepreneur at a very individual and at an organizational level, right? I mean, obviously at an individual level, please don't define success as being rich, thin, or good-looking. There are mighty causes, and obviously the fact that you've shown up for something like this at Prayaas or Think About Udayam is you recognize that there are mighty causes which are beckoning you for a pilgrimage. But just remember, because I see such a herd mentality very often in many things in entrepreneurship. You'll see one thing and then you'll have 20 companies, right? But be careful with the warmth at the center of the herd, right? I was told there are young people here, but I see sort of older people, so I'm going to have to be careful. But for the younger people, when you're young, you sort of define being cool as doing what everybody else does. And when you get to my age, you define being cool as what nobody is doing, right? I mean, it's ekla chalo re, because doing what everybody's doing is not cool at all. I mean, what's the big point of doing what everybody else is doing? And so you have to really think about what nobody else is doing. And that's sort of what we're doing at Team Lease. I think Team Lease is a baby in diapers. We have 4 lakh employees, we have a lot of revenue, but we're a baby in diapers relative to what we can be when India finds its stride and we formalize, urbanize, industrialize, right? So I have a Calvin and Hobbes cartoon in my office where Calvin says the secret to success is being in the right place at the right time. since you never know the right time, you find the right place and hang out, and he goes to sleep there. Essentially, that's what we're doing with Team Leads, right? We're waiting for India to formalize, urbanize, industrialize, financialize, and improve its human capital, and then we will, be 1 million employees or 2 million employees. So, in sort of closing, you've got to really think about lifelong learning at an individual level, right? Because my parents had 35-year careers, I'll have a 45-year career. My kids will have 55-year careers, right? So how will you make sure that this stupid 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 2 system doesn't, all of it up front? How are you going to get over that? Both as an individual, as a company, and obviously as a country, we have to think about this, because it's really, the education system was designed for the industrial age, the employment system was designed for one employer, but employment has shifted from being a lifetime contract to a taxi cab relationship. It wasn't designed, Google knows everything. So I think there's lots of changes sort of going on, and you're going to have to think as organizations. So, in closing, when I landed in 1994 in the US, there was a front page article on the Wall Street Journal which said that India is more interesting than important. And I hope that journalist is eating the newspaper on which she wrote that, right? Because what's happening in India is not once in a decade or once in a millennium, it's really once in the lifetime of a country. But, whenever we get hormonally imbalanced, these days stock markets are, or we all are, but we should just keep reminding ourselves that, there are 200 million people in India who will never read the newspaper that they deliver, or sit in the car that they clean, or send their kids to the school that they build. And this isn't a problem like cancer or climate change. This is really a plumbing problem. And in the last 30 years, at least for people like us who've had IPO roadshows, who've raised money from investors, there was always only one comparison. It was China. Right? Malaysia, Vietnam, Chile, Brazil, these are all rounding errors, right? I mean, it made no sense. And China has done something remarkable in the last 30, 40 years. 700 million people have moved from farm to non-farm employment. I think that's absolutely remarkable. Deng Xiaoping, no human being has probably moved 700 million people from farm to non-farm employment. But now we have Xi Jinping, who has made a list of everything Deng did right, and he's crossing it off. I hope he doesn't get a 4th term. I hope he gets a life term. But from our perspective, China forced its citizens in the last 40 years to choose between their wallets and their freedom. And I think that contradiction, the bill for that contradiction has come due. Right? Today on the MSCI, which is the Morgan Stanley Emerging Markets Index, India has an 18% weightage and China has a 22% weightage, even though their economy is 6 times our size. It's very important for you to think about that. So global investors are being told that allocate 18% of your money to India if you're investing in emerging markets, and 22% to China, even though China is a $24 trillion economy and we are a $4 trillion economy. And I think that's closely related to this marathon that, as a country, we've been running. We have digested, the fixed costs of democracy. So I think, we missed our tryst with destiny. I had memorized Pandit Nehru's speech when I was a child. But in my mind, we missed our tryst with destiny. But I think we've made a new tryst with destiny that is really combining mass prosperity with mass democracy. I think mass democracy is a wonderful, accomplishment, but it should have been at least accompanied with mass prosperity. What's the point if you're not able to sort of deliver mass prosperity? So I think this is an appointment we will keep. Thank you.
We are having our last showcase solution.
So we would like to invite on stage Arunika ma'am, we would like to invite on stage Veronica ma'am from Avanti Fellows.
Where she is. Okay. Okay, so again, I'm so sorry. For
Avanti Fellows.
Okay. Akshay sir. Oh. Yeah.
I'm between you and going home now, I think. So I think I'll be brief, and I was going to talk a little bit about our solution, Plyo. Maybe I'll try and paint a little bit of a picture of part of why we all came together and what we're trying to get done in the light of the solution. So the solution we were going to talk about is how do you get young people to participate online in learning that's relevant to them. Right? So this all started in COVID in some ways, where at one point in time, and I think many people in this room have had a similar experience with their solutions, I think Sequest and a few others, where we got large numbers of kids to start learning online. We also, I think, all realized that most of them were not learning really well. Right? They were participating online rather than learning online. And I think what we started to do during COVID was to say, what kind of tools can we use, or technology tools can be used in this audience, where we start to get some data back on learning, right? So Plyo came out of that, which was to say, we're sending a bunch of YouTube videos, we're sending PDFs, we're sending a bunch of other learning materials. Can I start to gather some input on it, whether someone opened it, saw it, learned what we were intending for them to learn? So Plyo is essentially a video where you can layer questions on top. It started off as a way to turn any video, any YouTube video, into a lesson where you can gather data back, but we built it technologically in a very flexible way where each lesson is its own thing, right? So as opposed to being some kind of an app or a learning platform where you go, log in, click on 5 things and then start to learn, you could, if you're anyone who wants to build a Plyo, takes any YouTube video, creates a self-contained lesson, sends it out, gets independent data, right? And we built it in a way where we could integrate it with the state MIS systems, right? So we were tagging all this data against single student IDs inside the state system. Over time, we've added more things to it. So we've added scorecards, dashboards, some elements of gamification, and also the ability to do different kinds of questions, right? So do surveys, do subjective questions, and so on and so forth. But I think the learnings from it that are interesting is that the fidelity of the technology didn't matter so much, right? So we now have about a third of all kids in Haryana using this regularly, right? So they do about somewhere between 20 to 40 minutes of learning using these interactive lessons every week, which is extremely high. But the reason that's driving it is actually somewhat counterintuitive, which is there's obviously the regular stuff, right? Like schools where we've oriented the parents, where we've spoken to the teachers, where the teachers are participating, perform better. But I think the single biggest thing which gets kids to interact is the ability to share their outcomes with each other. Right? So we tried experiments with closed WhatsApp groups where the kids couldn't communicate and open WhatsApp groups where the kids could communicate. And what we find is that the biggest driver of learning is actually the sense of being part of a learning community, right? Where the kids basically will finish a lesson, share a scorecard, and 20 other kids will do it. And they'll talk about the lesson. And when we've spoken to kids, many of them are most excited about the fact that they're interacting with each other and being seen rather than any learning that's happening. But building up from that, I think, what that also started to get us to think about is, and some of you who've been here since the morning, I've heard some of our kids before, since our core work focuses on finding essentially the top 5% kids and placing them into top tier colleges across the country, right? A solution that's so massified in the sense where so many kids are participating has very little to do in some ways with our grade 11 and 12 program, right? Because for these children, and these are all clearly highly motivated learners who are choosing to learn on borrowed devices after school for multiple hours a week, right? So there is, from a ability to learn, desire to learn, motivation to learn perspective, these are like absolutely the most likely to succeed kids, right, in the state system. And it's very clear that very narrow pathways to work don't work well for them, right? Like, we can probably from this entire pool pick 5, maybe 10% kids and try and put them into these narrow test prep pathways and so on and so forth. But for most of these children, an academic program is probably not the right program to implement in grade 9 and 10. Which is why I think, at least from our end, a lot of these conversations with Raj, with Mekin, and many others started to happen, which is to say, by some kind of an accident, we now have this large population of online learners, and I think we spoke with Nikita recently as well, right? It's very clear that my end program in grade 11, 12 is not the right program for most of these children, right? And what they really need is a way to leverage this online engagement into something that's meaningful for them, right? So for some of them, it might be information about internships. For some of them, it might be finding communities who they could start an entrepreneurship project with. For some of them, it might be learning basic life skills, getting exposure to computers, getting exposure to technology, right? And I think what I want to leave this with is to say that I feel like when we are not the only solution that's starting to see high levels of engagement online. So I think we're entering, I feel for me, a very optimistic, I think, phase, and at least now I've been doing this for 10 or 12 years, where I think it's genuinely possible to engage hundreds of thousands of kids online, right? Which was not possible, I would say, 3 years ago. I think we're also starting to learn that the way of engaging them is through interest and community and things that are light, like not things that are very intense. And if we can bring together coherent pathways to employment, work, dignity, I think there's a way where I think India as a country can kind of leapfrog a lot of the traditional ways of getting work done, right? Obviously it has to work in sync with things that happen in school and curriculum, but it's a huge opportunity. And if you look at what's happening with AI, what we can do with large language models, what we can do with technology now, I think there's a genuine chance that if we get our act together and genuinely collaborate, we can start to get, millions and millions of kids down the right path. And that's why we're at Prayaas, at least from my perspective. And thank you for having us. And any of you who are interested in using our tech, it's all open source, it's free to use. So please reach out, there's a stall outside, and we'll take it from there. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir.
So let's conclude now. अब आप लोग आराम से अपने अपने घर जा सकते हैं. उससे पहले थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग विद अस. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा. आई नो ऑडियंस कम हो गई है, बट स्टिल आई कैन सी माई सपोर्टर्स राइट नाउ एज वेल. या हाँ, एक बार शोर मचाते हैं. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग विद अस. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा आप लोग आए, शाम तक हमारे साथ रहे. इस जर्नी का लास्ट स्टेशन तक हमारे साथ रहे. नो, इट्स नॉट लास्ट, अभी इयर्स, बहुत सारे साल बाकी हैं. बट यस, आज के लिए एपिसोड्स खत्म हो चुके हैं.
बस दिव्यांशी, हम दोनों ही क्यों? Let's have our whole team of Prayaas Collective organizing. Please come on stage.
Please come on stage so that we can thanks again to our pretty audience.
Whole team, everyone from Lendhan India, everyone from Udyam. Please come fast. और yes audience, one more thing, please आपके बैग में एक फीडबैक फॉर्म है, वो हम सब के लिए फील कर दीजिए बिकॉज उसकी वजह से आपको 2 फायदे होने वाले. एक तो मेरे हाथ में जो गिफ्ट है वो आपको मिलेगा, और हाँ, नेक्स्ट ईयर का आपको जो एक्सपीरियंस होगा ना, वो इससे भी बहुत अमेजिंग होगा.
Our team can't be lazy. जल्दी आओ.
Please take initiatives. Come. Ashita is here, Raj sir is here, Krishna is here. Kamla ma'am,
he's not gonna leave his gift.
Please come.
Seriously. हाँ, yeah.
Wow. Your Prayaas is not limiting.
Karthik sir.
Scout clap के लिए you will come forward. Krishna. Scout clap. Scout clap किधर है?
We want Shagun ma'am also on the stage. Yes. तो ऑडियंस एक छोटी सी एक्टिविटी करते हैं. ये जब तक ऊपर आ रहे हैं, सेट हो रहे हैं, तो विल हैव स्काउट क्लैप्स. पता है सबको ना? एक डेमो कर देते हैं. प्लीज यार हेल्प के लिए आ जाओ.
तुम लोग प्लीज स्काउट क्लैप्स.
हर्षिता, दिव्यांशी, कृष्णा, प्लीज कम फॉर स्काउट क्लैप्स. So at the count of 3 we'll start. 1, 2 and 3. Everyone please at the count of 3. ओह, इतनी सारी तालियां यार. थैंक यू सो मच. मुझे लगा मेरे लिए बज रही थी.
So, let's proceed. Also, one more thing, last favor. You will be having pledge cards. So, आज का action pledge जो मेरे लिए होने वाला है, मैं अपना share कर देती हूँ. And I'm expecting कि मैं आप सबके pledge cards भी पढ़ पाऊँगी. आफ्टर द इवेंट, मेरा प्लेज एक क्वेश्चन मार्क है. अगर आप लोगों में से भी कोई प्लेज शेयर करना चाहता है, दे कैन डू. लेट मी टेल यू माइन फर्स्ट. मेरा प्लेज एक क्वेश्चन मार्क है. क्वेश्चन मार्क कैसे? सोच रहे होंगे एक्शन प्लेज क्वेश्चन मार्क कैसे हो सकता है. लास्ट ईयर का जो मेरा प्रयास का एक्सपीरियंस था, इट वाज प्रयास. इस साल एक साल के बाद, जस्ट एक साल के बाद, मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो 2 वर्ड्स में डिवाइडेड हो गया है. प्रयास कलेक्टिव्स. यानी कि इतनी सारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आ चुकी हैं साथ में. तो मेरा जो प्लेज है वो ये है, आई एम टू मच इंटरेस्टेड कि नेक्स्ट ईयर तक प्रयास कलेक्टिव कहाँ तक पहुंचेगा, हम साथ में मिलकर कितना ग्रो कर पाएंगे, कितना डेवलप कर पाएंगे और एक दूसरे के साथ बहुत फन कर पाएंगे.
एंड माई प्लेज इज लाइक, इतने सारे लोग मेरे पीछे खड़े हैं और एक दिन मैं भी 5 अनीता के पीछे खड़ी रहूंगी.
यस,
डन. Thank you so much for everything, for hearing us for too much long time. Hopefully हमने ज़्यादा बोर नहीं किया होगा.
Those who are not so tall in front, please. You know who you are. Come. Andhra, come guys, come. 3 rows, please. Yeah. First row, kneel down. Are we okay?
Okay. हम ऐसे भी.
Okay? Are we coming? Yeah. Closer? We come closer?
करांगे नाल नाल बैके अख नाल अख मिला के दिल दिया गल्लां करांगे रोज मेरे साथ मेरे
सड़कों पे सितारों के कंधों पे नाचते